From the sky, scattered confetti flying in the wind. Music and noise flooded the city. All people of the city, women and men, gathered together to greet the hero. Everyone tried to attract the hero's attention to catch his view. Only shouts about the glory of the hero and the glory of the city of Ishard was heard on the streets. Not far from the holiday, brother and sister were in a hurry to have time to end the parade. The girl lagged behind because the brother broke away from her. The boy was going to meet an unknown man in a cloak that carried a small bag on his right shoulder. When the man walked past the boy, he froze on the spot. His sister approached him why he stopped. The girl glanced at her husband but not understanding who he was. Emphasizing, the girl said that the parade is on the other side. Her brother thought that she should not be glared. Brother explained to his sister that this man is a dark magician. The sister did not quite understand what that means. The boy continued to speak and reported that the man was accursed. The path of a dark magician brought him to the castle where a blonde girl was waiting for him. Returning and looking at him, she turned to him by the name Minland. The man looked at her without removing his hood or saying a word. From his bag, the dark magician took the head of the knight and put it on the floor. The girl began to speak thanks to the whole empire when Minolda interrupted her. The man looked at her with an evil look and said to stop, and demanded that he simply fulfilled his promise right now. The girl said she remembered her promise and again addressed him by the name of Minold, calling him the real name of anyone. The man removed his hood by showing his black hair and black eyes. The girl began to explain what gave the boy a work of a black magician, not because she doesn't like her, and she appreciates his work. Her monologue only annoyed by someone Minjun. She decided to ask again whether he wanted to return to her world. Minjun went down to one knee and firmly said that she wanted to return home, and stressed that she had to stop using it. The holy girl wanted to persuade to stay for the sake of the empire, and in such a case he was awarded for his work, scoring about the bad attitude in the past. But the ignore laughed and asked her to stop killing. The girl was angered because she said from her heart. The guy wondered that she could offer him. Rising from his knee, he corrected his clothes, saying that she has caused him as a slave for a dirty work, and now wants him to keep it on. He looked at her serious face and once again asked what she could offer him. The girl thought that there was a chance to leave him, so she said that he would get everything that he wanted. Continuing the conversation about the Ignore Empire, interrupted it by saying that Korean Jacket and Jockball wants Korean, with whom Minjin decided to express his opinion that food in this world is terrible, comparing it with garbage. The girl did so. She said that they would fix it. The Minjun did not stop there and said not to take it to his head, because there were other reasons for his desire to return home. He wants to get your computer and internet as soon as possible to go into your favorite dungeon power fighter game. The girl decided to stop it by saying whether he could ask for something in their city Ashard. But she realized that there was no hope, and announced the beginning of the return ceremony, and they went to huge doors, by whom Minjun was happy to go to the hall in which he was called to this world, though he really wants to never see him again. The girl sadly asked the boy to where he appeared last time. According to the girl, by whom the Gurna was in the middle of the circle, and he was illuminated with purple. The holy girl reported that the saint's patronage would first prepare. It is the power that blocks the capabilities of Minjun from the battle with a girl's light-haired girl. He removed his black gloves from his palm and prepared for the rite. Once again, he looked at his hand. He looked at the symbol that looks like a strange tattoo, by whom Minjun extended her hand to the holy girl and she started the ritual. The girl wanted to talk, yet that she emphasized that he generally did not understand the boy because he got strong abilities and could gain glory and wealth in this world. She also asked why he wanted to leave. Minjun said angrily that this was not her business. The mysterious one asked the girl whether she was afraid of the girl because she is at the risk of removing the symbol. She risks going to the world from his hand. Being focused, she replied that she would gladly accept it because she had started it all. After a few minutes, the ritual ended and the tattoo on the arm disappeared. The girl said that if he wants to destroy her, he can do it if he wishes. If he has no questions, she will move to the next stage. The girl reported that he would now take away the forces he received in Ishad. She returned to Minjan with her back and did not see that he smiled malice. Having departed a short distance, she warned that it would be dangerous for him to move in the portal between the worlds with the forces of this world. But it was at this moment that Bai the Minjin, with the help of his magical forces, grabbed it. Looking angry at him, she wondered what it means. Minjin asked her whether she really thought that after his work he would just give up his strength. Release the girl. She understood his intentions, but she guessed his intentions, but she was sure that he could not open the portal. But in whom Minjan was able to open the portal thanks to his forces. The holy girl tried to warn him again that the movement between the worlds was dangerous. But to her surprise, the Minjin said that he was practicing all the time to reach the maximum abilities in his abilities, asking for her why they divide magic into dark and light, because in his opinion, it is the same. Before entering the ports, of whom Minjin said that he has something for the girl, showing not the most pleasant sign. At the end, he said that he was glad to know her, but he never wanted to meet again. With these words, the Minjin moved, despite the cries of the girl, to stop and disappear. The girl remained in the room looking at the portal brightly closed and felt that she was in anger. Getting out of her knees, she continued to talk to herself that she does not do it all for her personal entertainment. Meanwhile, in one of the apartments of the city opened the portal with a bright glow by moving someone Manjun. Moving on the Manjun did not feel good and told himself that he would never repeat it again. Looking around his room by whom Minjun saw his phone. Finally, the opportunity to go into his favorite game, but to his surprise was missing the internet, and the connection of which Minjun was not delighted. After a while, the military went on the street, she saw something and wanted someone. These were the most ordinary soldiers who asked why they sent them. Corporal Chavwa Inc. said that they did not know why they were sent and let them go to the administration. With the words forward, he sent his detachment to the street. Having prepared the weapon and running to Chihuahua Street, I was ready for the attack. But to his surprise, he saw an ordinary guy. It was someone in his daily clothes. According to his calculations, years have passed since he was taken to another world, but he wondered what the internet and why he cannot contact anyone. Walking calmly down the street, he waved his phone to catch the connection. Mainjun also noticed that no shop works at that time. The military looked at him in surprise because he looked like an ordinary citizen. Chua turned to Minjun that he would come to them. Minjun was surprised that the military was being made in his area and thought they were training nearby. He reported that he just walked past him, suddenly shouted immediately. Despite the back of the Minjun did not see that a wolf was flying behind him, relating to the cries of the military by whom Minjun turned his head to look at them. Seeing the evil wolf that he was aggressively flew to him, he was not frightened, but just wondered what was happening here. The whole situation began to annoy someone Minjun that he wanted to take advantage of his own forces from his anger. But nothing happened at all. Hu Minjun did not immediately understand why he did not work. Minjun looked at his hand and then realized that his demonic energy had completely disappeared. Without being lost, the wolf took the head for what the animal itself did not expect. But one strong movement was able to put a wolf on the floor without showing any emotions. The military was very surprised that as if an ordinary guy could overcome the beast. By calling the wolf of the Minjun struck him. Looking at everything that happens to Corporal Shichove, even was frightened. Sitting a little rest of the Minjun turned to the wolf as if the animal thought he could win if he had a demonic energy, by whom Minjun was confident in his abilities, and even if he did not lose more. Remembering the past by whom Minjun remembered his workouts in Ishard when he wore large boulders, but Minjun wondered how a wild wolf was able to be here. By whom Minjun rose to his feet, paying attention to the military. The malicious look of the Minjun looked at Chua in the way to attract his attention, but such a gesture scared the corporal, and he asked not to approach closer. After the whole situation, it was possible to reassure the military, and Chichua decided to take someone Minjun to the evacuation center. Chichua Inho said that he did not understand why the Minjun went so far, because you can get for such a label. But Thowav was reassured by Minjun because the commander said not to sharpen the situation, and just release him. The Amandan was given a towel to wipe the dirt from the battle, and he obediently listened to the commander. Continuing to drive a car Chichua, everyone wondered whether Minjun knows what is happening these days. By whom Minjun had already invented something to say and reported that so, but this time he lived abroad. The serious thoughts of Minjun realized that it was no longer the Korea he knew before. Immersing into his thoughts, the Minjun remembered that, at a time when he was 7 years, the phenomenon of the dungeon appeared, because of which the monsters began to appear in real life, and the military had to be destroyed. Also, when the dungeons appeared, and the superhumans of which are called Awakened, Wymanted with their abilities exceeded ordinary people and joined the organization of hunters, who recently created on a military base. The Awakened ones completely destroyed the monsters, only they appeared, by whom the Minjun mentioned the light-haired girl who led him to the other world, thinking that when he was taken away there was no threat to the civic population. But the main thing that was worried by Minjun is the Dungeon Power Fighter server. He worried or did not completely turn off the server of his favorite game. In trying to catch the network, he looked aggressively and poured into his phone the desire to finally go to the game. Chachuwa others looked at Minjun because despite all the chaos that is happening around, he knows nothing. Chachu Hu others thinks that this is because he just returned from abroad, but it is still suspicious for him. But Chiencho decided not to interfere in his case because after he saw the fight, realized that there was definitely a hidden past, by whom the Minjun drew the attention of Capral Chua. The very serious Tapa of Minjun asked if everyone was successfully evacuated, such as game developers. The Minjun continued to ask questions whether you can now find a job as a game developer. Chua others just listened silently. When Minjun's question ended, Chechua Inc. said that he would tell everything what he knows. Although Chechua V is not respectively, but he knows perfectly theory of dungeons and monsters. As it turned out now, there are almost no universities where such subjects are taught. Chichuhu. Others began his story why the situation became so deplorable that it was all because of the phenomenon of the dungeon. At some point, the dungeons began to appear more often and began to increase in size. But the most serious problem was the constant increased number of giant monsters that continued to emerge from these strange land. As a result, the military lost control of the dungeons, by whom the Ignore was surprised by these details. Chua Inc. continued to tell that due to this situation, many civilian areas have been isolated and the military is trying to repel, but they lack people. Chachu has specified in Minjun how many years ago? Minjun replied that 21. Cheerfully, Chachuwa Inc. said that the Minjun would soon go to the army, because half of his 20 will soon disappear in the air. Minjun was surprised because he believed that in the ordinary army they serve for 3 years, and in the Hunter's Corps for 5 years. But Chwevi explained that because of the deterioration of the situation, all troops now serve for 5 years and not just the hunters. Also, Chachu is suspected if Minjun has already received a summons to the army for 21 years. Minjun was desperate because he did not imagine his life at all after returning. Suddenly, the phone by someone Minjun made the sound of the message. The Minjun checked that he was sent to him, and there he was waiting for a report from the army, by whom the Minjun noticed that the date of the prize tomorrow, and it is strange that it was simply reported to everyone in a row. Chu simply laughed that that's really so. Minjun was surprised by such negligence. The cry of Minjun asked what sense to warn the day before the call. Chawa Inho explained that they lacked people, so that's how it works, and recommended Minjun to check the message at the computer club. Hearing about the computer club near the evacuation center for a moment. Coming to the computer club of the Minjun mentioned his past since his parents disappeared, as Mindhun lived in his home and just played games. Pressing on the keyboard, and Mice Minjun recalled how he was transferred to Isgard when he studied in the 12th grade and had no friend. And now Minjun finally came into his favorite game and got to his forgotten paradise, by whom the Minjun wanted to give gratitude to the club owner but could not break away from the game. The girl of Minjun ordered the daily stroke and is surprised as he can eat. After Minjun satisfied his desire to play, he checked the news on the internet, and all that he told him, Chwa Incho. It turned out to be true, as well as the date of his call. In his reflections, the Minjun found out that as if he had all his forces from Ishard, he could easily clean all the dungeons on his own. For some reason, the body of Minjun has completely lost its demonic energy, which is the main source of its dark magic. But this does not mean that Minjun is defenseless, and it has the opportunity to clean the dungeon on its own. By whom Minjun decided what to do next and happily shouted about it. Everyone surprised him in surprise. Smiling on the screen of his computer, by whom Minjun reported that he would not have long and he would deal with everything. The next day, in the National Defense, by whom the Minjun Savor the Barbecue came to the main gate where he saw a bunch of people. Many women and those who escorted their husbands of sons and boys. Some people could not keep their emotions. Not everyone was having fun. But by whom Minjun, just smiling, noticed that everyone was very fed. Hearing the message about the request of everyone to go to the hall, the crowd went there. Minjun also went there with interest, or such an army as before, and whether it would be difficult as in Ishide. Going to the hall, the commander-in-chief began to shout at the newcomers to get up evenly and move faster. They were annoyed that they did not listen to their orders and in every way aggressively humiliated them. The people who stood near Minjun asked to go in an inch forward. But the Minjun was fascinating everything and was surprised that the instructors here were even good compared to those who taught him in Ishad. General Sang-soo came to the stage and attracted the attention of the public. Before his speech, Sang-soo asked the newcomers if there is someone who wants to go to the Hunters, by whom Sang-soo stressed that the appeal to the Hunters is very different compared to ordinary servicemen and their salaries from 3 million won. All newcomers abstained from this opportunity and only gave their views from the stage, by whom Sang-soo decided that there were no people and explained that it was only formality and he is ready to move to the main part. But Sun was addressed by his assistant, having informed that there is one wishing, and here from the crowd was visible one hand, which was very surprised by Sang-soon. It was someone with the Minjun with his hand raised, by whom Sang-sun asked to go forward immediately. With all his physical strength, the attorney has drawn into the floor, suddenly by whom the Minjun jumped up the mountain, causing everyone to be surprised, by whom Minjun flew over his heads and all people directly to the stage. All newcomers, opening their mouths, did not expect such a power to be a regular guy. After flying to the scene of the Minjun, demonstrated his power to the public. General Sun looked at him by opening his mouth and could not say a word. He greeted everyone by whom Minjun and stated that he was a volunteer and wanted to join the Hunter's Corps. Returning to the past by Minjun to the world of Ishard of the Northern District, the Clogged Gorge, by whom Minjun was in a terrible and dark cave in the middle of the mountain. Talking to the unknown Minjun had a light source that illuminated the cave. Minjun wanted to say that the work of the dark magician work has no end, and the edge because there is no worse character while sitting on a large spider. Telling the Minjun stress that even if there is stunning abilities, everything will be in vain if the demonic energy ends. Recalling the mysterious grandfather of Minjun remembered his words that Manu should be collected, and the demonic energy will not be restored in the usual way, as in ordinary magicians, so it must be accumulated by winning monsters with demonic energy. The Minjun knew that it was obvious to recover the reserves of demonic energy through its use would never be effective, and given the working image below any other, he will not find people for the detachment. Therefore, if the Minjun ends in the dungeon, he will simply die. And Minjun asks the question, what is the best way for a dark magician to restore demonic energy and store it? The light source was the fire that illuminated the cave and heated near the air. Next to the fire of the Minjun silently sat into his own thoughts. But no one answered his question because he was sitting alone with destroyed spiders around, not far from whom Minjun struck a giant cliches in the floor. Minjun looked coldly aside and already had an idea for this case. The giant spider was approached by Minjun, which was a shredded boss of the dungeon of a forgotten gorge, and the name of Akna. Akna did not scare Minjun at all, and he only asked why the boss did not answer him. Looking at Arakan, Minjun wondered why he came to him only now, because he was tired of waiting. There were many smaller spiders sent to the world than Akna. All spiders were probably somehow related to Arachna that the boss considered them all, seeing what the spiders did with whom Minjun Akna was in the spring. But his screams did not scare Minjun. As if laughing at the boss of Minjun accepted his cries to answer his question, and also reported a pleasant smell from his mouth. Getting out of his place, the Hangun won Arakan with one blow to inform that his answer was not correct. Raising one hand to his fist after the victory, he announced that the correct answer was to defeat the monster with maximum force. The victory over Akna took place 645 days before returning to Earth. Returning now, General invited Minjun to a private room by making him coffee, clarifying his name. The military asked Minjun to wait, and soon a detachment from the hunter's body would come to them. Minjun was surprised by the coffee and thanked her. After drinking his coffee, the military decided to talk to Minju and praise that enthusiasm. The military asked if there was a reason for the Minjun to join the military. The military explained that the situation is not the best right now, and many soldiers are returning to the ordinary army despite their abilities. Minjun, with a smile, said that he had some cases in the dungeons. In the office, everyone stopped and hung silence between two men. Suddenly, the military laughed and called Minjun a funny guy. The laughter of the military managed to the entire office, and he also began to joke what would take a fee for a broken floor in the hall. But Minjun began to annoy because he spoke seriously. Minjun explained that all the dungeons in Korea manage the army, and the main priority at their expense in monsters belongs to the hunter. The hunter's body is a unit of highly qualified specialists where raising ranges is not from the years of service, but while proving their abilities without any restrictions. The plan of Minjun was to enroll in the hunters and get to all the dungeons. He is sure that he will meet monsters with demonic energy, and when it happens to the Minjun with a blurry development, will be able to turn their forces back. He thought about the implementation of his plan and thought about the opportunity to get 10 stars in 5 years. Putting a cup on the Minjun table, continued to dream that it could be able to clean all possible dungeons. Having thought and sitting on the Minjun sofa, he imagined that the developers of the game Dungeon Power Fighter would be able to relax and make the fourth awakening. And also Minjun, thanks to its brilliant plan, will become a highly paid hero of society. Suddenly, a sergeant of the Corps of the Hunters, Lee Psycho, entered the office. General congratulated Lee Psycho and pointed to Minjun as a new volunteer. Minjun was surprised that the battalion commander formally addressed the sergeant. Lee Psycho asked Minjun whether the hunter's abilities really have. Explaining, Lee Psycho emphasized as if the Minjun woke up as a hunter, he should appear window and should say what characteristics there. Minjun looked at Lee Psycho, but he could not fulfill the order. Recalling life initiative, Minjun also had a status window, but he did not enjoy it. Walking his hand at Minjun turned out to open the status window, but what he saw him surprised. Lee Saihoho looked angrily at Minjun and asked what he saw in his window. In an awkward smile of the Minjun did not know how to explain Lee Psycho, but reported that he had a mistake. Surprised by Lee Saihoho browned his eyebrows and asked if Minjun was mocking him. Meanwhile, somewhere in Kangaido at the training center of the Hunters Corps, people talked in the office of the battalion commander. The battalion commander greeted the girl who stood in front of him because it was about 10 years since their last meeting. He did not expect to see her here. The commander suggested that she sit down and addressed her as a dream. The dream of In's stressed that she has not become a thinker, and she is still a new fish. Suspecting the intentions of the commander, she apologized for her rudeness, but reported that because of her father's connection, she did not need a special attitude during her studies. Laughing, the commander thought that she had a bad thought about him through General Sun, but the commander emphasized that she obviously did not have special privileges during her studies, and they did not have a regular organization that she had to find out from her father. It was a little blunting the dream of Snee, and she asked why she was here. The commander emphasized that she is a popular recruiter, and he is interested in the commander of a training detachment. And in the near future, the dream will be busy, so he wants to talk before starting. He praised the dream because it is not so easy to make a choice in the account of enrollment in service as an ordinary soldier of the executive service. The commander expressed gratitude from himself and citizens. The dream of Inns expressed the words of gratitude to the commander, but still felt awkward. Looking out the window, the commander saw that a military vehicle came to their territory. Remembering somewhat, the commander stressed that he received an interesting report today. Turning to the dream of Inns, she said that she may work with an interesting friend. The commander suggested that Inso go to visit him together, and she was interested. When he drove to the huge building of Minjun, he left the car with Lee Psycho. Minjun was very surprised by a giant building and wondered how much money was put here. With the understanding of Minjun knows that with this organization, it is better not to joke, but it was interesting if they had a play area. Lee Psycho looked at Minjun and told him not to worry because his enrollment in the Hunters Corps was not yet accepted. Going into the middle of Lee Psycho said that the Minjun was a special case and he would check it. And no matter how the head office, he did not even bring him here and immediately sent him to Yongchang. His words were made up of Minjun and he asked what would be for the test. Lee Psycho continued to say that when the tests were passed and confirmed that Minjun would lie to him immediately to the military police. Going to the giant red stones, Lee Psycho knocked on him and indicated that his test. If the Minjun manages to move the stone, though the inch, then the test will be passed. Seeing Lee Psyho said that he gives 10 minutes to the test, and in his thoughts he clearly knew that if there was a hunter's talent, it should be proved. This mineral is called a tagric crystal. It is a secondary product created in dungeons. It is not only dense but also heavy for its size, but also very heavy. Lee Psycho was convinced that it was not possible to move him from the place. Minjun just smiled and asked if the whole test was because he was confidently tuned to more. Walking past Lee Psyho on the way to the crystal of Minjun said the words of gratitude for such an easy test. Lee Psyho was surprised at him and waited for him to do further. In his thoughts, Lee Psycho thought it is a pity that another person could not be verified, because many people tried with weak abilities to take advantage of the privileges of the hunters. Lee Psyho looked at Minjun with distrust of his abilities. At this point, the commander and the Dream of Inns came. The commander said that he spoke about Minjun. The commander said that Minjun demonstrated unrealistic physical abilities to the commander of battalion training of recruits, but his window shows a mistake. The commander expressed his opinion that he never heard about such a case and puts great hopes on Minjun and believes that he would be unique. The Minjun approached the crystal and realized that this mineral was in Aishard's dungeons and remembered what he was heavy. Looking at his reflection in the crystal, was sure that this stone would break. Walking on the stone with his fist, he attracted the attention of all those present. Lee Psyho mysteriously looked at Minjun, waiting for the result. The dreams did not take her eyes from Minjun, just waiting for the result. Minjun gathered all his power in a fist and was ready to destroy this mineral in the hope that it may have demonic energy. Sticking his fist on mineral, Minjun showed his physical abilities. The stone not only moved but also flew into many stones. The whole situation was pleased with whom Minjun, and for him it would be very annoying, as if there was no demonic energy in the crystal. After the impact of whom Minjun, the commander, and Dream of the Inso opened the mouth with surprise. Lee Psycho also could not believe his eyes and shouted at surprise. On the spot where the giant crystal was previously a very small part of it. In his thoughts, Lee Psycho wondered who really is by anyone. Minjun was upset only that there was no demonic energy in the crystal. After the enrollment of everyone, newcomers began to work out. The newcomer by the name of Awakens and many other participants were given doubts that something was wrong. Overheck understood before the entry into the hunters of the workout hunters will not be easy. This is logical because later everyone will have to participate in real battles. Workouts occur within 4 Sundays of each to complicate their tasks. For example, you burden yourself with sandbags from the first workout and climb a mountain of 6,000 steps. But they are also met by the instructor who checks their time at the finish line. The instructor of the Hunter Training Center was Sergeant Lee Psycho, or as it is called by newcomers of the Devil's Instructor. We, as everyone, expected this, but with such primitive physical training methods, we only raised their performance. In his reflections to us, Inhek knew that we would have to endure all this being a recruitment of hunters. But the attention of Ushek was attracted by the Minjun, which was very easily completed by others. We have already begun to think that the matter is in the team, with whom Minjun was eased despite the stairs, despite the sandbags. Continuing the runner, he thought about what his body is light, and as if he had a demonic energy, he could fly. According to Minjun, the so-called hellish training for the hunter's body looks quite sweet, and compared to the clothes in Aishad, the military uniform was very suited to someone Minjun. Recalling his meals, Minjun noted that they are very tasty here. And the most important thing that I liked Minjun is that instead of an evening call, you will get your free time. And also mentioning the words of the main here is a play area that is no worse than any other. Minjun was interested in the question of whether you would not leave you from the premises after the schedule is completed. Minjun had already had a plan. If he did not like it, he used the remains of his demonic energy to escape. But noting all the advantages of workout and delicious food, generous salaries, and time for games, breathing in the fresh air of the Minjun just shouted that the hunter's body is the best place in the world. We were surprised even more when Minjun ran quickly. Instructor Lee Psyho looked in surprise to the finish line when he heard the sounds of gun. It is a run by someone at all its speed. Lee Psycho was surprised that he came so quickly. Putting his foot on the last step by anyone, the Minjun sadly asked if all this training. Who was not tired by the Minjun, but Lee Psycho was very surprised to see him. Lee Psycho still could not understand who is one of 1 hour for such a workout for the average recruiter. Minjun enjoyed a beautiful landscape as suddenly a malicious smile looked at Lee Psycho. Jumping around Lee Psyho Mindhun reminded him that he reported if someone finished the exercise before 30 minutes, they would receive a permit. And Minjun was curious as much as he finished. Lee Psyho silently handed Minjun a piece of paper with a pass and he was very happy. Departing from Sinho Mindhun thought he would use him to use. Lee Psycho just smiled and exhaled, looked at his timer. The timer showed 21 minutes that was the result of Minjun. Lee Psyho thought whether the recruiter had previously been In his thoughts, Lee Saiho understood that having high characteristics and good power was not all. Minjun decided to have a little more exercise. Looking at Minjun Lee Saiko, he knew that for a member of the Hunter's Corps, the most important thing is the ability to respond to monsters. Sino told himself what would look behind Minjun. In the recreation area gathered all the recruits, someone complained of pain in the back. Someone was not pleased to do such exercises every day. Overheck checked art indicators and saw that his endurance grew by 1. Another recruiter greeted him. The recruits began to discuss their characteristics, and Minjun was surprised that they rejoiced in the characteristics. Recalling his workouts in Ishad, Minjun remembered that his characteristics increased by 10 in one day. The recruits turned to Minjun to ask how he used his pass. Minjun replied that he had not decided. Some also envied him that they had not heard that no one had to get a pass from Sergeant Lee. We were aware that Minjun wondered so much, and the other recruit said that the Minjun is incredible. Minjun was surprised that they were happy to communicate with him. When Minjun was a dark magician from Ishard, people were afraid to even look at him thinking that he was damned. Minjun began to think that communication was not very bad. Suddenly, Inhek remembered that the play area was open and suggested going to play. At Joy, the Minjun rejected his colleague and asked why he was not told about it before. All present in the hall were surprised by how happy Minjun was at the computer. Looking at the watchmaker's clock, he saw now for 9 o'clock in the evening, and he needed to sleep at least 2 hours. In Ishardi for Minjun, it was gorgeous to sleep at least an hour a day, and 2 hours a day is considered a deep sleep. Minjun realized how to reduce its game addiction on a daily basis. Others were surprised that he still plays Dungeon Power Finger. The next day, it all started with training. The voice of Sergeant Lee Saiko was heard that he said not to increase the distance and keep the pace. And if someone does not run 40 kilometers in 2 hours, they will not get breakfast. With whom Minjun was drank water because he received the 10th level in his favorite game. Next to him, the recruitment was surprised that he did not even swing from the workout. Minjun replied that it was only a walk for him. The recruiter asked whether Minjun's monster was sleeping for 2 hours playing games, and all for 4 Sundays. Minjun said he brought water with him to share with his comrades, but they cannot see it because they call him a monster. His colleague said that his horrific endurance and considers him a friend. All around, Minjun begged to share the elixir of life. Minjun was exaggerated by all this situation, and his friends were like chicks. Suddenly, the unknown in the black form came out of the scene and attracted the attention of everyone around. All the recruits suddenly looked at the fun and looked at the man. The man stressed that the lieutenant was disappointed with all. Despite the fact that the last Sunday of study, only half of people were able to submit the standards. The lieutenant emphasized that they are the most talented detachment, taking into account everyone else. Minjun only surprised what he talks about himself in the third phase. Analyzing, the lieutenant made sure that half would go to the world if they immediately went to the task after studying. The lieutenant asked if they were thinking they would be able to complete the last stage of training, which is called the adaptation training in the dungeon. Explaining that such training in the dungeon, it turned out that most of the dungeons disappear when all the monsters were defeated. But there are also dungeons that do not disappear, and then they turn into a transformable dungeon. Such dungeons regularly change their internal structure and thus becoming the best training place to use all possible dungeons. All the recruits were frightened by these news and did not know what to do now. But the lieutenant tried to intimidate the recruits and keep this tension between them. The lieutenant compared a good attitude to the recruits as horses that when they needed discipline, should be a heavy hand with a whip and comfort them with carrots. Therefore, the lieutenant emphasized that he should not be afraid. If the recruits use their abilities and knowledge, then nothing wrong, but not expected. The lieutenant stressed that the recruitment that would score the most points will receive a holiday subscription for 2 nights and 3 days. The lieutenant expected unprecedented joy in the eyes of recruits, but in their faces only disappointment was visible. To the surprise of the lieutenant, he repeated that they were waiting for a subscription to rest. He asked once again whether they wanted to go out or did not cause this joy. The lieutenant did not understand what was wrong with all the recruits. He began to say that there would be an opportunity to meet friends and relax, but he was only glad to do this news because others understood that he would take this vacation. Coming to the portal, all the recruits were surprised by its scale. The Great Portal met recipes on the day of adaptation in the dungeon. The recruits were frightened and did not know that they were waiting for them to be camping. When a car arrived behind them suddenly, the car almost did not cram out on a few recruits lifting dust. The recruits were surprised that a military carrier who weighs 2.5 tons was doing here, by whom Minjun just looked at everything when others were very surprised. The van glowed as if the headlights of evil eyes were, and there was a Rich, which was even more frightened. The beast came forward and everyone saw that the animals were looking at them, by whom Minjun was still on the animals, but the recruits nearby were very frightened that some fell off their feet because they saw them for the first time in their lives. But for Minjun, these hounds were identical to little puppies, such as Chihuahua. The commander-in-chief was surprised that the military was scary before the monsters because, in the future, they would have to face them. Starting to shout, the main announced that the recruits need to be divided into teams of 4 people to do workout. The main condition was the victory over the hounds for an hour. Turning to the recruits, the chief said that if it is painful to attach the heart, if scary, let them use brains and fight the spirit. After the consent of the recruits, they were ordered to be equipped and everyone went to the coach. The recruitment protective suit of Hunter's body was demonstrated to the recruiters. It is made solely to protect the physical body, so it is very heavy and roughly designed. Put on the protection of the recruits were still concerned and upset that they had not been given anything else. The Minjun noticed that such a suit is not effective and not comfortable. Minjun realized that this armor was used to the maximum that is very expensive. Thanks to the abilities of Minjun, he felt the smell and sweat of everyone that he did not like, by whom Minjun addressed the lieutenant and asked if they quickly defeat hounds or be able to remove the suits. The lieutenant was surprised by Minjun's clutter. Returning to him, the lieutenant recognized Minjun and remembered that he was the first in the list of recruits. But he answered his question with consent. But the lieutenant emphasized Minjun that it was a team training in the end, and he cannot simply exceed everyone. The lieutenant will look at how Minjun will handle his comrades. Minjun thought about the words of the lieutenant and looked at his colleagues. Some discussed how to defeat the hounds and what to invent the plan. With the joyful opinion of the Minjun that it would be a very simple task, because he only needed to tell how to defeat monsters. Drawing the attention of the Minjun comrades, asked them to listen to his plan. While waving by the Minjun's hands, he began to talk about his plan that at first the hounds would attack his comrades, and when it happens they do not have to be afraid, but just grab them by paws and apply a fatal blow. Changing the postal of the Minjun continued to explain that if hounds are still alive, another fatal in their back should be made. With all the enthusiasm of Minjun, asked if everything was clear to them. His comrades looked at him with stone faces. Suddenly, the lieutenant ordered the release of hounds from the aviary of the van. The hounds saw that they had opened the road and were ready to go out. The animals did not touch the person who opened the aviary and just jumped out of the van. I ignored all. They jumped to the portal of the dungeons and disappeared. Their behavior was very surprised by others, but Minjun explained that they were tired of sitting in the cage and they would rather return home. The recruits were delighted with the understanding of Minjun and agreed that in his words there is a logic. Some of the recruits asked how Minjun is so well versed in the psychology of monsters. In his thoughts, Minjun thought that he understood them because he was the same. The lieutenant who read them for mockery at the landfill approached them. The recruits except Minjun said they did not mean it. The lieutenant has announced that the former would go to the dungeon will be the Minjun team. All except Minjun was frightened by such a reciprocating lieutenant and were very frightened. The coach in the cap showed the team that they could go in the middle of a red stick. A team of 3 people and by whom Minjun sent towards the portal. Minjun was even glad because he can take this horrible suit as soon as possible. The lieutenant transmitted information on the instructors team and informing that the training had begun. The instructors needed to monitor the situation and recruits if something went wrong. 2 instructors who were already hiding in the dungeons conveyed information on the radio. One of the instructors looked out of the shelter to see who went to the dungeon. The instructor saw 4 people in the armor who came to the task. The instructor's colleague asked if there was information to be transmitted. The instructor turned to Corporal Kamoon that 4 men and no one else arrived. But to his amazement, he saw whom Minjun was not satisfied. The 3 recruits were frightened and looked around on the sides when Mindhun was like a walk. The instructor knew about Minjun boss because he was the object of high attention because of his incredible results in the last 4 Sundays. But the instructor was interesting whether he could handle the dungeon. At this point, the eyes of the animals in the middle of the cave appeared in the darkness. The hounds moved very quickly to surround their enemies around, but they were felt by the Hinjun that already understood that the animals were preparing for the attack. Minjun knew that he could handle on his own, but for his comrades, it would not be a workout at all. In his thoughts, the Minjun praised himself for his care and emphasized his colleagues that the hounds were already close. Suddenly, hounds began to quickly run ready for attack, by whom Minjun wanted to encourage friends and mentioned their strong armor. But the recruits were very frightened and started screaming. Going forward to the hounds of the Minjun declared himself a leader and was ready for attack. The hounds began to share when they were approaching to attack all the recruits together. One of the animals ran to Minjun and he took a posture for the attack, by whom Minjun looked at the hound and was ready for her attack and kept calm, having made one attempt by the fist of whom Minjun defeated his enemy. Looking at his friend and hearing his screams for the help of the Minjun, saw that Hanchia had jumped on him. The animal did not release his armor, but from the side saw the approach of Minjun. With one attempt by the Minjun's leg, he saved his friend by rejecting the animal. Looking at the Minjun, realized that Hanchia would no longer worry them. The Minjun read his friend with weakness and announced that therefore it is necessary to use his abilities and repel monsters. Looking at his colleagues, he encouraged them and gave instructions that they were moving properly and they needed to be pressed on them. The instructors who looked at them were surprised by his abilities and thought whether the Minjun nor a Brainian. They mentioned other recruits who were frightened and lost their vigilance. But thanks to Minjun's leadership, his comrades won his fear. The instructors discussed whether it was possible that the Hunter Corps Sergeant returned to the day he was called. The instructors were surprised that Minjun not only used physical force, but also showed leadership abilities to support his comrades and help them bring them the highest score. All other colleagues by whom Minjun will receive the average score that instructors told them. Having come to them, the instructors announced that they had good work and they can go out. Walking to the exit of Minjun wanted to find out his ball, but the instructor said that no one would tell him. The joke of Minjun called the instructors Kundera for their experiences for recruits. Going to the portal began to happen something strange that everyone was scared. Dust climbed into the sky, and even the instructors did not quite understand what was happening. Two instructors started shouting and trying to contact people out of the outside. The recruits did not understand what was happening by suspecting an earthquake, but Minjun knew what was happening. The Minjun explained that they are in the dungeon that is transformed and is now being modified. His colleague of the recruitment wondered what would happen after the change, but without waiting for the response of Minjun, he was scared that something was wrong with the way out. Everyone saw that right now the portal leading to the exit began to close on its own. The recruits were surprised to ask what was happening and waited for the answer. The instructor still tried to contact someone in the radio, but there were no results. By whom the Manhwa calmly looked at the situation and realized that it was too late to go out and their affairs are difficult. One of the instructors turned to Corporal Kamoon and said that the radio ceased to work and the dungeon had changed very quickly. Hu Hajin did not understand why everything happens right now. At the instruction of whom, everyone was evacuated to a safe place. Turning to the recruits, Hajin explained that there was an unexpected adventure, but Hajin assured that it is not necessary to worry and they would just wait for about an hour. And we'll look at whether the exit opened again, as said in the management. Nervous Hunjun just looked at the recruits who rejoiced in good news that everything is under control. Hunjun's senseless smile reassured other words that colleagues were trying to evaluate the situation from the outside, and the lieutenant would take the measure that they have to wait. By whom Minjun did not believe the words of Konjun. He knew that the reason they were training this confidence that there would be no unexpected situations as and in which they were. Describing the unpredictable situation of the Minjun described that the exit on the outside, which was always open, suddenly closed. Suddenly another instructor turned to Corporal Kimun and approached him. The instructors decided to go away and talk quietly. Minjun saw that they were nervous and did not quite understand what to do now. In his thoughts, the Minjun realized that the closed dungeon would be more difficult than he was counting, and remembering life in Ishiri was something like. But since Minjun here is not just, but not hopeless. For instructors, this situation was the worst of the possible that they did not know what to do. With whom, Hunjun emphasized the colleague that the dungeon was transformed into a closed one. It was very scared of his colleague and he did not want to believe it at all. Konjun began to explain that the first case of why the exit could close this case in which the dungeon is uniquely dissipated after cleaning. And the second case is when the gate of the portal disappears as soon as someone goes out. Now, when the dungeon has changed, Hunjun explained that the monsters would definitely appear, because the only way to get out of all the monsters. Konjun's words scared his colleague instructor that he could not say the words. Hunjun continued that there was no way to help them from the outside. Their team consisted of 4 recruits that did not have a combat survey and 2 instructors at all. The whole team they need to clean this dungeon. Hunjun told them about their position because almost everyone fell into despair, and until they know what monsters are waiting for them and if they do not take it. Hunjun realized that they could not just sit in place and we need to act as long as the strength. In his opinion, it was better than instructors' fully equipment. In his thoughts, Hunjun imagined that when they met tapestries, they would destroy them because he needed more than 10 minutes to destroy one. Looking at one of the recruits, Hunjun decided that the best plan of action would be to use the protective suits of beginners. But Hunjun realized that it was not comfortable in heavy costumes, and he did not want to wear it. Although Konjun invented another plan that if they put the recruits forward in costumes, while the goblins will attack the instructors, will be able to win them faster. Turning from the November, Hunjun understood that they were entrusted with them, and withstood all the workouts until the last. And to use the younger ones to protect the elders of Konjun's conscience cannot be allowed. By whom Minjun was silent and quietly went in order when his colleague was nervous for their situation. Suddenly, someone felt something strange that made him look around. The instructor who walked behind Minjun stopped and asked what happened. With whom Minjun, silently and surprised, he looked around that he was asked again if there were no problems. And everyone was not expected to hear the cry of Kimun, and the recruits also began to shout. Hajin grabbed his neck and just shouted and could not stop. Corporal Hajin fell to the ground and a strange white foam went out of his mouth. His colleague, the instructor, ran to him when Minjun wanted to stop him. With whom Minjun, under his nose, he said that even if you go to him now, there is no way to save him. As soon as the instructor approached Corporal Jujun, he also fell to the ground, grabbing his throat. Minjun told his friends to leave because if they come closer in the same situation. Having checked the instructors of the Minjun was surprised that they were poorly hit because they only lost consciousness. But the fact that Minjun seemed strange is that he felt a familiar smell. With one throw, Minjun threw 2 instructors to his friends. Minjun told his comrades not to follow him and pointed out to wait. One of his colleagues wanted to refuse Minjun to go because it is dangerous. All his comrades began to shout to return that it was dangerous, but the Minjun did not listen to them and ran into the middle of the dungeon. Minjun ran to the fun in the middle of the dungeon being ready for battle. He was glad because the reason why the instructors had fallen demonic energy. And for Minjun is not at all surprised to see how awakened instructors lose consciousness, because even the keeper is covered with special protection that protects them from demonic energy before meeting monsters. Minjun knew that demonic energy was very dangerous for ordinary people, but the demonic energy for dark magicians is similar to a charger as a discharged phone. The Minjun saw the passage from which the demonic energy came out and went there. Purple crystals and complete silence were waiting in the middle of Minjun, with whom Minjun went down and was surprised that he did not see monsters anywhere. But lifting his head to the mountain by someone Minjun smiled and spoke or thinks a monster, that releasing such a strong demonic energy, he would go unnoticed when meeting with a dark magician, who Minjun could not even believe that he would meet him right here. This monster was a dark hound, but it is different from those on the test. Such as this dark hound is a kind of absolutely predominant power of ordinary hounds. For the first time in the memory of Minjun, they met about a year after his call to Ishard. He barely survived because he had never seen him before and was not mentioned in any directory. Honchius noticed that Minjun was looking at her and decided to start the attack. Minjun was glad to see a familiar face, but now he was prepared for the attack. He hit her and thanked her for the delicacy that meant dark energy. The hound flew and hit the wall in the cave and no longer climbed. The final blow of Minjun released all the dark energy of the dark hound. The Minjun paid attention to his hand and noted that the smell is not pleasant. Looking at the energy of the Minjun said that since it has a dried blood, and when in contact with it in ordinary people, the skin begins to rot. Minjun began to take away all the dark energy and start feeling strength. But Minjun noted that these conditions are not related to dark magicians. Minjun enjoyed this feeling of absorption of demonic energy as if he had begun to be charged. Thinking, Minjun wondered what a dark hound from Ishard is doing in this world. Minjun suspected that monsters on Earth could be carriers of demonic energy, but according to the reaction of instructors, he is sure that this is the first case. And during their training, no one mentioned the demonic energy. Recalling how Minjun moved from another world, he decided that there is no likelihood of moving the Dark Hound on the shifts. Minjun knew that it was under the forces only to those who reached the top of dark magical abilities, or a holy girl who could use divine forces. Having collected all the energy of the Minjun, decided that he thinks a lot, but suspects that it could start before the storm. Going to the edge of the Minjun, searched the body of the animal to gather a report. Corporal Hunjun was still unconscious, but already started to come. But when he heard the screams of November, Hunjun finally opened his eyes from their noise. Hunjun began to see the recruits standing around him and begged to open his eyes. Suddenly, Chundun jumped and shouted what happened to the frightened comrades. Corporal Hunjun immediately asked if everything is well and all goals. His colleague instructor also came to his senses and tried to get up. One November told Konjun that by whom Minjun went to the center of the dungeon and began to explain what was happening. Konjun was angry and began to shout a newcomer as the Minjun could do so. In his thoughts, Konjun did not understand how the Minjun could behave in a very dangerous situation, and Minjun's behavior is already a reason to expel him from the army. But Hunjun adjusts himself that instead of protecting beginners, he lay unconscious. Hunjun wanted to go to rescue Minjun. Suddenly, one of the recruits attracted the attention of the Hunjun instructor, pointing to something. He was whom Minjun. He quietly asked if he was all right, and on his back he carried a dark hound. Two instructors looked at Minjun in surprise and were frightened by seeing a very strange hound on his back, which was different from those they watched. By whom the Minjun overthrew the diet of the hound's body to look at him. Sitting on the knees of the instructor, they looked at the animal, taking into account that probably because of this hound, they lost consciousness. The newcomers were surprised by Minjun's strength because he defeated such a monster on his own. Comparing with the hounds that they had on the test, this animal seemed to them a huge level. Suddenly, he heard some sound near anyone and decided to check. It was a portal that appeared nearby and the comrades were happily screamed. The Hunjun instructor asked Minjun whether he really won the hound on his own. A joyous smile by someone, Hindu simply left the instructor showing his answer so. Hunjun looked at Minjun with doubt, but he believed him and understood everything. Returning to his other friend of instructor, Hunjun, he was ordered to withdraw all newcomers. Corporal Hunjun decided to wait for everyone to leave the dungeon to talk to someone Minjun. Turning to Minjun Capral, Hunjun asked him to put all the lieutenant. Having shot his cap, Hunjun, he said that he did not hide anything in the Minjun report, and honestly said that the instructor was not competent. Understanding his duties, Hunjun corrected himself that they had fainted and could not do anything. Hunjun knew that they had no justifies even if they were sent to a military prison. But Konjun thanked Minjun because they are all alive and healthy thanks to him. By whom Minjun agreed with Corporal and said that he was pleased with the words of Konjun. Konjun was embarrassed by the reaction of Kim Minjun, so he justified that as a man had to admit guilt when he did not cope with something, and they decided to come back. The first portal came in Hunjun with the words that he did not understand how he lost consciousness and how to justify it in the near future. A good dream does not shine. Who was glad to be praised and even thought that somehow there are too many compliments over the last week of training. And Minjun also decided to come back. Suddenly, he did not have time to go to the portal before him, a message that his mistake had been corrected. Minjun did not expect one and did not understand what the mistake was. Revolving the system not very intelligent surprised Minjun realized that she is the same as in Ishad. Without understanding some of the data of the Minjun, he came to see the parameter about the cult of Luma Nuno, my favorite character. Luma is a character from the game Dungeon Power Fighter. When Minjun reached the maximum abilities of dark magic, he created a cult for entertainment to breathe fans who followed him everywhere. Recalling these acquaintances from Ishard, thanks to this status, he was able to distract them. But then more fans appeared on the contrary. Having checked his characteristics of the Minjun, realized that he became much weaker than he expected. After moving it, he noticed the change, but he expected another punishment, because there is only one desecration of all Minjun's skills. And tightened by the Minjun realized that the effect of defilement was abdominal pain. But this was upset by Minjun because he will not be able to achieve any goal at that pace. But Minjun was not going to seem to seem once he reached the maximum in Ishad, so he will be able to repeat it in this world. And now the main goal of Minjun is to restore his hand as soon as possible. Recalling the corporation for the development of games of Minjun wanted his play company that does not delay the development of monsters. Calmly having come out of the Minjun decided that this was a fairly fulfilled goal. Having gone to the portal of Minjun, thought everything was happening to him compared to his life in Ishad when he could only endure. On that day, there was a full chaos in the entire Scientist Center, due to the situation of closing the dungeon during training, and the fact that the lieutenant did not know clear orders. Also, everyone was surprised that the usual recruit was able to defeat the monster of a new species, while the instructors were unconscious and could not do anything. But now, through all the events, the recruits were in the suspendence mode. In their room, beginners complained that they were bored, and they were forbidden to even watch TV. One of the newcomers addressed Junwon's Pak, who was with Minjun in the dungeon, with the question or truth that Minjun won on his own. He confirmed him that everything was. In the office of the battalion commander, Kim Minjun came with his report. Inside, the captain invited Minjun A. Nearby strange exercises were performed by the lieutenant, or the commander happily said that Mensch or free and could go. They waited for Menk or left the office and decided to continue the conversation. Shichue Sinbon commander stressed that the lieutenants who do not check the dungeons should be punished well. Minjun agreed with him. Shui Sinbon wanted to end with all this chaos and sat on his chair for conversation. Turning to Minjun, Shui Sinbon stressed that he was summoned for his personal conversation. Proudly, Shui Sinbon has announced that due to his high results, he has a special offer for him. Minjun stared at the commander in surprise and waited for what would happen next. Shui Sinbon commander asked if he was ready to hear this proposal. Comparing the heron with chickens, everyone will agree that he is in their background. In today's society, this term is also present among people and moreover in the army. When talking about gifted people, they mean those who have outstanding abilities. The commander Chichua was considered to be gifted and very glad to see such an incredible person. For Chichue Sinbon, Kim Minjun was like a diamond of all recruits comparing his comrades with ordinary chickens. In the thoughts of Shui Sinbon, he understood that if such an incredible talent replenished the ranks of only ordinary employees, it will be a national loss for the country, because there are those who need new ones. Contacting Minjun Sinbon said he heard that he wanted to climb as soon as possible, but at the request of their rules, ordinary orders can take exams for raising only during the year of protection for service. But Yishui Sinbon is ready to make an exception for whom Manjan was very surprised. Chechui Sinbon, taking advantage of his position, will give Minjun this opportunity and voiced the conditions of the requirement. Minjun must voluntarily join the hunter's body in Chorvon, in Kunvondo. Starting enthusiastically shouting, Chichua Sinbon stressed that Minjun would not have to wait a year to improve, and asked as his proposal. Silence was not clear between Sinbon and by Kim Minjun. Sinbon began to doubt whether he had overdone with such an invitation, because even if Minjun wanted to rise to him, may not be enough of these conditions. In his thoughts, the Minjun thought about Chorvon. It speaks of a 104th division of a platoon not overcome hunters. Minjun heard about this place from his comrades and their advice to bypass them. Remembering the climate of Chorvon is constant snow and frosty weather, but to surprise there, the most commonly appeared dungeons and monsters, so this place is considered the most extreme. And after thinking, he came to think that this is the best option. In his thoughts, the Minjun realized that if he was able to rise in his service in principle, still where to serve this exception is very profitable for him, and especially in the 100th of the 4th Division at the disposal of a pile of dungeons, which are the best conditions for Minjun. In order for Minjun's plan to work for him to move at any price, and the higher the rank, he has a wider sphere of his activity. Minjun answered the commander that would go, but Choi Sinbon did not quite realize that he wanted to ask about his future plans. But understanding Minjun Chua Sinbon was surprised and asked his answer, by whom Minjun repeated once again and stressed out loud that he would go to Chorvon. A few days later, all the recruits gathered at the departure from the establishment to all go to the next stages. Comrade Kim Minjun Choijin Seob, with words in his eyes, said goodbye to his friend, begging him to contact him when he got to the base. With whom Minjun answered Choijin So that he has such a reaction now, and then he will not contact him. Choi-jin so repented of Minjun that would keep his connection with him that had fun. Wiping his tears, Choi-jin so said in Minjun whether he really goes to Chorvon and why he goes there when others are afraid of this place. The Minjun laughed and in response rhetorically asked Choi-jin so not a large scale for him. But Minjun said he has a crazy goal in life. Choi wondered what exactly, assuming that Minjun wanted to reach the maximum level 100 times. Minjun just laughed that it is not only lightness for him. It's time for Minjun's comrades to go. Finally, Choi reminded Minjun to contact him and waved his hand again with tears again. Minjun waved him silently too. By whom Minjun came out because his most vowel, his friend finally went to his base. But in the entire square, he left alone. Suddenly, a large car that surprised Minjun flew before him. The door of the car opened and was looking for him who came to him. A man with a scar on his face was called Kim Min-ji. He asked if he was waiting for a long time because they were delayed because of the snow. By whom Minjun greeted and reported that he was not waiting for a long time but was surprised by the words about the snow. Suddenly, Kim Min-ji perfectly showed the execution of the team round. Kim Min-ji announced that let the Minjun get into the body and they would go. Minjun was surprised and thought he was boasting. Minjun climbed to the body of an empty body where he stayed alone and they left. In his thoughts, Minjun began to think about his life, or in fact, he was going to become a soldier in the army. Minjun was still training or how much he would see the monsters often. There's only one problem that bothers him, and this is a grandfather. Imaging the strange situations of the Minjun began to think whether he would fall into the not pleasant situations that are in different shows. Minjun clearly decided that he had no effort to endure. Thinking about these situations, Minjun has shot his eyebrows by showing his angry look. After reassuring his emotions, someone he accepted that he would have to suffer now. Walking on the calm road of the Minjun knew that even if he just hit his boss, he could get to a military prison as an ordinary soldier. After a long trip, the Minjun fell asleep but woke up from something cold. Minjun saw that here the snow was actually meant by they came to the Gangvondo to the Church of the Hunters of the 100th of the 4th Division of the 2nd Battalion. Kim Min-ji and whom Minjun silently walked along the corridor that Minjun had to consider everything. Coming to one of Kim Min-ji's door opened it, and it was a future Minjun bedroom. Pushing Minjun forward, Kim Min-ji announced that he was new. Kim Min-ji asked those present in the room to feed and instruct Minjun. Two guys who were surprised in the room and were very happy about the arrival of Minjun. The boys began to be interested in how his name is and greeted the Minjun with everyone. Hearing his name, one of the guys said that he heard of Minjun from the gossip because he himself defeated Honsha. Suddenly, one of the boys took the bag from Minjun and ordered the other to unpack it, by whom Minjun began to think that these two were their main core. On their faces, the Minjun realized that their joyous look could say that they found a new toy. The boys began to be interested in why the Minjun, despite their good performance, did not go to the front and came to them. Minjun replied to them that the advanced line was the best place to gain true knowledge and climb quickly. The boys did not first show a single reaction and just looked at Minjun. Then they smiled happily and laughed and called Minju crazy. But the boys began to ask Minjun about his personal life, or there is a sister or a girl, and when they heard negative answers, asked to show his talent. By whom Minjun hoped that if they show them something, they would finally leave him alone. The Minjun announced that he would now show them push-ups on one finger. The boys looked at him malice and began to shout that they could do here for such days. But one of them turned to the other as a Sergeant Cho that let him demonstrate. How unexpectedly the Sergeant Cho and his colleague fell silent with surprise. They did not expect to see Hu Minjun on one finger of one hand and a vertical position. The Sergeant Cho and his friend could not pick up the words. The Sergeant Cho started shouting whether someone was able to repeat this trick on a platoon, but everyone thought only on a strange sergeant. But it heard the same strange sergeant that he did not like him when he was called. He shouted and approached the room. The strange sergeant emphasized who Minjun was to disappear from his road. Cho and his friend began to shout that they were not interested in and a little nervous before the sergeant. By whom Minjun was surprised by the voice of a strange sergeant, because he was acquainted with him. Behind whom Minjun was an angry his familiar sergeant Lee Psycho. Lee Psycho entered the room and Sergeant Cho showed his dissatisfaction with asking why he pretended to be tired, because he just became an instructor. Kali Cho asked Lee Psycho how many days of vacation he was given this time. Lee Psycho ignored them. Lee Psycho, quiet from the side of Lee Psycho, and they went to call him arrogant. Lee Psycho still replied that he got 4 days and asked to leave him alone. His colleagues were angry and still left. Lee Psycho stated that they annoy him, and as a pity that he could not cut them. With whom Minjun also thought how well they went. Lee Psycho Sumo went to a place to rest without paying attention to anyone. After getting his phone, Lee Psycho launched a video about volcanic dungeons for viewing. As soon as Lee Psycho came, all others silently sat and looked at the sides. By whom Minjun also looked at him silently and felt that even here the difference in the titles is great, though they are not even in the 80s. Detailed from the video, Lee Psycho called the ordinary first rank of Donjin. Heye Danjin approached and hello to Sinho. Lee Psycho gave him the team to instruct someone Minjun. Did Danjin came to Minjun to say hello and get acquainted with him? Minjun was surprised that such a young guy would be his elder. Shepat Donzin suggested discussing everything at lunch and has a special permission to attend a postal exchange. Minjun was surprised by such a luxury. Danjin friendly suggested that Minjun choose everything he desires. Minjun was a little shy and not comfortable because he ate a lot. Donjin said a good smile that everything is well and let it take everything and eats as much as he wants. Minjun was glad and considered Dangan very cool. After all purchases, the cashier announced the amount of 300,000 won. From that amount, Donjin began to shake and he was asked if he had froze. At lunch, they wished each other delicious and went to the discussion. The Minjun asked if they could not use the issue constantly because Donjin mentioned special permission. Donjin explained that the first rank orders and below can only go there on the weekend. Also use the gyms should become ordinary first class A, access to gaming rooms only at least corporals. Minjuna was very upset about the news that only COD and above people can use play areas that he has been. With understanding Dungeon, he said that it is not reasonable, but it is not that the ordinary first rank can decide. In surprise, Minjun asked that it could not be corrected. In order to make changes, Donjin, he explained that it was necessary to hold at least a capral or even a sergeant, who was not happy with such news because he was unable to change something and now he has no access to the game room and has thought or no other option. Donjin said that he has been very difficult to become a sergeant. He has tried many times to take the exam, but nothing works for 3 years as a private class. The Minjun decided to support Donjin that he would definitely cope next time and will take the test. But in the thoughts of the Minjun wanted to get more raising to take a new friend with him. Suddenly, a man came from his back to Donjin by hugging him and saying greeted. It was a sergeant who was a Gvutvshik and was interested in their business. Donjin suggested that the Gvanka join them, and he agreed. By whom the Gvutvankik began to eat flavors with Donjin and Kim Minjun. Minjun only thought that Donjin finished talking and this miracle appeared. The sergeant of whom the Gvutvshik glowing said that he still talks about the boys, but if they will be selfless in small wheel preparation tomorrow, they will both simply die. Contacting Minjun, he asked if he was able to shoot. Donjin appealed that he only wanted to explain Minjun what the arrow training is, because everything is different here than in other places. With anger, the Gvutovshik read Donjin asking, he bends a stick and does not mean that he is too concerned considering that they have all well. Donjin apologized, but it did not stop the Gvutovshik. Gvutvankik asked Donjin why he is still ordinary if he has all well, or may he think that examiners are not able to evaluate it. He began to annoy Minjun and he could not keep himself. He hid his hand under the table to use dark energy. The dark energy from the Minjun went to the Gvankik, with whom Minjun decided to find out whether he wants to turn everything he ate now. Suddenly, a strange power struck the Vanka that accidentally shed his circle. Gvutvuvuk got nervous from his seat, and Donjin asked if everything was well. Worrying, a Gvutvivik began to check all the food that was on the table, suspected that something was not clean here. Minjun thought he was looking for shelf life. It was clear in the face of Gvutvshik that he was not well. But he replied that everything is well and the boys needed to return sooner. Donjin was concerned about his condition, and by whom Minjun decided that the skill of defilement could also benefit. Gvankik went away without understanding what happened if all is well with food. The Minjun decided to return to the topic of which they talked, and asked Donjin to tell about small-scale training. Donjin asked whether the CHM with KH with pulley-ism fired, because they use pools even more power than those. If the ism pools used in the training center are equivalent to the pony, then they use differently here. They can be compared to a wild stall because the return is quite different, and the sound seems to shoot from the gun. Donjin explained that the monsters here appear more often, and fiery powers of great importance also warned Minjun that may not be pleasant, but may be boiled. But let it not be worried. With whom Minjun silently listened to him, and was surprised by the correctness of his comparison of weapons and pony and stallions. Recalling his life in Ishad, Minjun used a long-range weapon, and it was equivalent to an elephant, but he cannot call him a fire. If only a wild stallion awaits him here. With determination in the eyes of Minjun was ready for tomorrow, and Donjin worried about the condition of the hut. The next day, everyone gathered for training in the training center for small-scale training. The soldiers fired at the cardboard targets on which different animals were depicted. Minjun began his workout and with sarcasm, very upset by making one pass. The instructor announced that the shooting was completed and Minjun made 19 straight shots and 1 miss. All present were surprised by the results of the newcomer and could not believe their eyes. Surrounding, they began to discuss Minjun by saying that he is a firing machine or he can only count on luck. The Sergeant Cho had the highest record of the detachment and 14 hit, but seeing the result of Minjun, he was discontinuing. In a special booth, 2 men were supervised by the test and the whole situation. These were Lieutenant Kima Minchol and Senior Sergeant Haya Taikok, that they could not believe their eyes and realized that the gossip about Minjun was true. Sergeant Cho asked Minjun how he succeeded. The Minjun just replied that he was taught him, but he was indignant that he was not taught so. According to the Sergeant Cho and his colleague, a first-rank sergeant appeared by whom Mindhi and praised Minjun and said to continue at the same level. By whom Mindhi said that he is looking forward to seeing how Minjun would shoot at special shooting training today at lunch. What was very surprised by Minjun. The Sergeant Cho began to tickle in Minjun his finger, asking a newcomer to take special shooting training, by whom Minhee only said that they were lazy time to wear helmets. Others surrounded the Minjun and praised him, but it was sad that he did not get 20 hit. Then he could get a pass. Minjun thanked them modestly. But when I clarified in the ordinary first rank, Donjin Minjun asked what a special shooting training was because he had heard little about him before. Whether Donjin apologized because he did not expect to be such a beautiful arrow, and usually the recruits were released from this test because they need time to get used to such a removal. And Donjin began to explain that in the test the task is that a group of 2 people enters the training center and eliminates the monsters to the goal. Although monsters are not particularly dangerous, but students will deal with moving figures and need to be prepared for their attacks. And one more detail is the need to monitor civilian targets that occur from time to time, because at least one hit on them is credited as a defeat. But Donjin assured that it is not necessary to worry about the monsters because the main ones will control the situation. This news was embarrassed by Minjun, and he really wanted to take part. After all the conversations and tests, all the recruits went to the dining room for lunch. Minjun dined from Lee Dangan, and he could not boil the results of someone Minjun, although he also praised Donjin for his 13 hit. Donjin said shyly that he has some experience, but from a technical point of view, he believes that he did not manage very well. Donjin remembered Sergeant Lee's psycho because he is a real master, and he makes 17 direct hit that makes him the best shooter in the detachment. After eating his dinner, Minjun thought about if 10 hit is an average of a detachment, then Donjin is not even bad. But with his result, it turns out that he is now number 1. So Donjin said he was confident in the Minjun, and he would definitely handle special shooting training. Minjun laughed, and he was very pleased to hear it. The Minjun asked Dongjin whether he would not join him in special small shooting, because 2 people need it there. But Donjin replied that unfortunately because the teams would announce leaders and he cannot guarantee it. Minjun asked what criteria they choose team members. Donjin said that the gossip is done with the help of Amida Kudza's game. This is reminiscent of a lottery that allows you to quickly distribute some objects of its participants. They came to the head that they announced that they were going to work out in 5 minutes, and the soldiers need to wear a bulletproof vest and prepare. All the soldiers began to work for training, wearing equipment, and go to the venue. With whom Minjun was preparing his bulletproof vest, he heard a familiar voice nearby who said about his surprise to be in a team with a newcomer. Returning, Minjun saw Gvanka that smiled clearly and said that the sergeant and the ordinary were different things. In surprise, Minjun wondered his partner. Looking at him, Minjun understood that he never learned the lesson and was going to continue his abuse. Hick began to reflect if the average time for cleaning in the detachment is 3 minutes, or is it worthwhile to improve this time as a super newcomer? A malicious smile, Gvutovic has announced a serious tone that Minjun better cope during this time, otherwise he would regret it. By whom Minjun simply looked at him in a strange look with thinking what to answer. The Gvutvankik began jumping around Minjun, mocking or not his 19 accidents that was very annoying by Minjun. According to Minjun Gvutovic, he went down, but he just smiled and said that he would try his best. Gvutvankik began to say that he didn't matter how the Minjun would try the result, and again threatened that if he did not manage, he was not lucky. Having shown back, Gvankik gave Minjun the advice to look at the team that goes in front of them and see what they do. A couple of people were going to go and read before the main. In the entrance, the commander-in-chief announced that the prepared arrows were ready. The first shooter announced his readiness. It was a sergeant of Kim Mung. Likewise, the second shooter said about his readiness. It was Sergeant Chong Hanun. The commander announced the descent. Special shooting training begins after a group of 2 people descends into the underground complex on separate elevators. With whom the Muns arrived on his floor expected the full opening of the elevator. The dark corridor was the test site. This was to be tactical preparation for the destruction of monsters and the protection of civilian objects in the closed area. But looking at the race between the soldiers, it all turned into their personal competitions. John Hanyan was running to win, and now they have one task is to test as soon as possible and care as soon as possible. The final gesture is to click in the last room on the red button to win. All other soldiers have the opportunity to look at the progress of soldiers on the screen on a safe area. The Minjun paid attention to the markers of monsters and noticed that they were different in size. The Gvutovshik that was next to him explained that the size of the marker shows the size of the monster, and the more dangerous the marker is more dangerous because it is necessary to know what you go before. Continuing to explain, the Gvankik stressed that in each room sits 2 monsters, and they will have to choose them randomly. Therefore, on the example of whom Munga is shown that he does not know who is waiting for him until he goes. By whom the Mung saw that he was waiting for Iklas the frog, that gave not the most pleasant smell. Iklas the frog began her attack by releasing his tongue towards someone that he did not immediately expect. Looking at the map of whom the Munga came to the first monster than Jong Hanun. The Minjun looked thoughtfully and realized that the Mun's faster, but he was not lucky with the monster, so Hanun was catching up. John Hanun was lucky to go to a little monster, and this monster was like a rat. Happy Hanwin, after the victory over Rat, resolutely headed to the next stage. But in the next stage, a huge monster worm was waiting for Kanun. When Hanyun saw him when the door was opened, He began to think that he would not be lucky here. Shooting the monster's frog could no longer resist the Hmong, but as it turned out to be the Hmonga that in two of his halls were the faucet of the frog, and he had already defeated his monsters. By whom the Mun saw the red button and rejoiced because his colleagues were still gone. Without thinking about the rushing of whom the Muns pressed the red button for the finals, and the main map showed the time of passage and who won in this fight. All present were delighted and praised their results in 2 minutes 24 seconds. But some defended John Hanyun because he did not take the second monster of the desert worm, whom the Muns mocked the opponent as he was going to defend the country at such a speed. John Hanyun wrote everything on his lucky door, but by whom the Hmong only laughed at him and stated that now, his turn to treat in the store. Having checked the opponent's map, by whom Hmonga noticed that he was still in a civilian target for which he was disqualified. John Hanyun only asked to stop criticizing him. At the exit of John, Hanyun asked the Hmong not to take a lot because he could not take something and then store. The Muns laughed when they decided so. Gvutvik, looking at them, realized that there was a couple between them. With whom Minjun heard about the couple caught himself in one interesting thought. Turning to the Gvutvshik, Minjun also suggested to conclude a couple, and Guanchin asked because he did not feel Minjun. With all the confidence of the Minjun stated that the loser fulfilled the desire of the winner as real men. Laughing at the Gvankik asked whether Minjun did not consider himself special because the management is well treated, but Gvutvankik agreed to such conditions. But Gvutvankik announced that he had no desire for any Minorun to fulfill, so in the event of a loss he would have to give him all his salary within 3 months. Minjun calmly listened to him and realized that he was only interested in money, but he was not even surprised. But the conditions of Minjun did not scare he, so he agreed. And Gvutvashik only mocked him, calling him stubborn. Donzin looked from the side of the altitude between Minju and Gvankik. Suddenly, Donzin decided to call Minjun, but Donjina interrupted the main one that announced the next group to prepare. The main asked Minjun and Gvutvashik whether they have something to put before the workout, in one voice of someone Minjun, and whom the Gvankik answered that they were not ready for training. The chief said loudly that everything was well and shouted to start the descent. With these words, the elevators of both participants began to go down to the place of workout. Arriving on his floor by someone, he realized that as a result he bought cheap provocations of the hut. In his thoughts, the Minjun realized that it was not good idea to stand out, but keeping his fist from malice, he knew that he was not mature enough to keep his hands. Looking at the door and releasing the dark energy of the Minjun, thought he would not be restrained in provocation. Looking at the screen, all those present began to rejoice because they heard about the couples between Minjun and Gvutvshik, but they did not believe that the Minjun would be able to win or at least destroy the monsters. But suddenly, everyone in attendance saw something strange on the screen, and the room was not expected to shake with an unknown force. The attendees thought that some strange earthquake began, but Donzin understood that it was wrong. On the screen, everyone saw that one of the monsters left his room on the other room. With whom the Minjun went forward, he felt a strange vibration that was near him. When the iron door opened, it was shocked by what he saw. The huge monster destroyed the little monster who was the first opponent of Minjun, by whom Minjun looked at them quietly but did not understand what was happening and why they were here in two. The monster looked angry at Minjun, who stood under him and looked angry. The monster encroached at Minjun, but he was jumping and getting off from the attack. With the serious face of Minjun looked at the monster and began to think about his plan of action. But in the thoughts of the Minjun mentioned that for dinner there will be a pot of chicken, and he wants to finish with it sooner and go to eat. Looking at the figure similar to the Minjun man, realized that it was a target for getting into which he was disqualified. Therefore, he should not shoot without a strategy because it will accidentally fall into it. The monster's angry was prepared for the next attack on Minjun against swinging his hand. But Minjun prepared to give him a striking blow to dark energy, but the Minjun thought why this monster was so well. And at the same time, the monster and whom Minjun connected their fists in a very strong blow. The dark energy of Minjun settled into the hand of the monster and he shouted in pain. Destroying the arm of the monster, Minjun was glad that he reassured him a little and he stayed to shoot him, but the monster screamed of pain for his lost hand. But suddenly the Minjun saw that something strange happens to the monster. His limb recovered and was like a blade and the monster was ready to attack again. On the screen before the audience, everyone saw that the image of the monster had increased, and this was not the case. Everyone wondered in the matter now in battle and what is happening there at all. The commander-in-chief saw this strange icon on the screen and was surprised and concerned. In his thoughts, the commander-in-chief remembered that the second opponent of Minjun should be a Cyclop. It is also known as the external demon, so as soon as the Cyclop receives the energy source, its regeneration and attacking abilities are significantly increased. But the commander-in-chief seemed a little strange because the cycle did not attack if his life was not threatened, and before he escaped from his room and the monster was angry after he destroyed another monster. The commander did not understand what could provoke a Cyclop. Thus, the time of Minjun enjoyed the battle. In his monster's attacks, he looked after him and cleverly flew around the Cyclop. Minjun was plowed by the whole situation and he spoke to the monster what he was active. Recharging his weapon of Minjun said that it would be easier to straighten the monster. But it was a small-scale training, therefore the Minjun opened a fire on a Cyclop. The Minjun struck the monster that he had lost the coordination of his movements. Approaching the Cyclop, by whom Minjun realized that his eyes react more slowly and time to end with it. Minjun from a low start went to the Cyclop to apply the last blow. But suddenly on the left of Minjun appeared the limb of a monster that grew and looked like a sword and was ready to strike. Minjun did not expect, but he was not very surprised by such a blow. He thought that the monster knew well where. The guests of Minjun suspected that the monster or still see or oriented on the sound. Although, despite the unexpected attack of the Minjun, was able to get into their own. But immediately the Cyclop gave the other hand on top to squeeze Minjun. Suddenly, Minjun easily raised his hand without letting the Cyclop make a final blow. With the force of the impact under the feet of Minjun, cracks went, and he began to say that the main ones would not use such a violent monster for training. And even more so, without sight, the monster knew where the Minjun was. Holding the hand of the Cyclop of Minjun, asked him whether his monster was feeling his demonic energy. In the meantime, some went to the floor of Minjun. It was the commander-in-chief that as soon as possible he wanted to save Minjun, and he wondered why it happened with a newcomer. The commander of the fault in this situation because the Cyclop that takes energy not at the same level, so that the simple ordinary can defeat it with a fire-free weapon. Running along the corridor, the commander-in-chief of Minjun was to hold on to his arrival. In the meantime, the Gvutvangkik was already joyfully running from all his feet to the finals. Looking at his watch, Gvutvik understood that he would handle for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And Gvutvshik was sure that Minjun had no chance against his speed. In his thoughts, Gvutvshik believed that Minjun lay down as he expected, and happily thought what would do with his salary. But when he came, Gvutvshik did not expect to see Minjun, who considered the red button. Returning his head of the Minjun saw that the hill came to him, with a joyful and abrupt smile by whom Minjun pressed on the red button, which meant his victory. Gvutvv shouted from his actions and could not believe his eyes. Meanwhile, the commander-in-chief arrived in the hall of Minjun. Looking at the destroyed body of the Cyclop, the commander-in-chief wondered how it was necessary to shoot to end it. At the exit, all present were delighted when the Minjun and the Bossel arrived. Everyone wondered whether anyone had given special shooting training more than 2 minutes. Under the applause, someone asked how Minjun managed to defeat the Cyclop on their own, because some even worried that an accident would happen. Donjun came up to ask whether everything is well with Minjun and whether he had been injured anywhere. Minjun replied that everything was well with him. Donjun asked with joy and enthusiasm. Minjun managed to defeat the Cyclop. Manjun modestly announced that he had been taught by Donjun that he was a little shaking. One of the audience reminded that there was a couple between Minjun and Gvankik, and it turned out that Minjun won. Suddenly, behind this man appeared Gvankik and gave him a slap on his head. With malice, Gvankik began to say that it was not an honest couple and it was cancelled, that everyone was not satisfied nearby. Blaming Minjun, Gvankik was convinced that he could not come later. Recalling the marks on the Gvankik panel announced that special shooting training is intended to defeat 2 monsters before arrival, and Gvutvshik fulfilled these conditions. Turning to her husband, Gvutvshik recalled that the Minjun faced with only 1 monster. Therefore, Gvutvangkik believes that it was not honest, as if the monster would be one he would come before. Turning to Lee Donzin, Gvankik asked if it was fair. Minjun simply looked disappointed, and Donzin did not know what to answer the Gvanka. Blurry Gvankik continued to press Donjin, saying that, let him say if he would regret his silence, by whom Minjun began to annoy it, and he believed that the Gvutvshik did not shine with a great mind. Recalling his battle, he thought that despite the unpredictable case, he was not in his own way that he had to defeat the Cyclops with his fist. Therefore, Minjun does not mind forgetting about the couple. Looking at the overpayment of the Minjun did not understand why Gvutvik broke into Dungin and not on him. Some people were approaching the conversation to them, and this mysterious man asked the Gvutvshik to be asked perhaps because he was more at risk. Gvutvanka said this question, and he asked what he had dared to say. The secret voice said that usually the Cyclops are calm, but when they mutate the danger. Asked by a bunny whether he thinks that those who are here are not aware of it, and do not understand that Minjun had a much more dangerous situation. Everyone turned and surprised to see who stood behind them. Not expected for everyone, it was Sergeant Lee Psycho that went to them forward. With a calm laughter, Gvankik did not even know what Lee Siho was answered to his remark. Not a competent answer, Gvankik tried to save his position, said, whether she was trying to boast of her status before the younger ones. With anger, Lee Psycho replied that it was Gvutvangkik who exposes his rank. Already with anxiety, the Gvankik understood the blame and asked to stop humiliation before everyone, and explained that it was not necessary to treat his little joke so seriously. Having hit the Gvutvevik, Sinho went forward saying that everything was happening for his plans for him just a joke, and stated that he did not change for Psycho Gvankik at all. But in any case, Lee Psycho said Gvankik that he has a higher rank of really very pleasant, because stubborn people who were previously his leadership became more obedient. He looked at the situation with a happy smile and smiled maliciously. The Gvutvangkik was very angry that his face blushed and the vessels had fallen. Turning to Gvutvangkik, Lee Psycho requests whether he has something else to say. Smiling embarrassed, he answered that he had nothing to say. Lee Psycho that it is properly more annoyed by the Gvanka. Shamelessly lowering his head, the Gvutvevik did not say anything, and Lee Psycho went on with the words that should be. In the evening, the soldiers were on the street cleaning the area, by whom Minjun asked Donjin that Sinho was increased by the 2nd rank. Donjin confirmed this by saying that it was a special case during which he received a higher score, and even if he could no longer be done, noting Dangjin's way to explain that this system was cancelled through the senior sergeant who received it, and then made an accident in the dungeon, so Lee Psycho was the last. By whom Minjun asked if there was no more option to get a special increase, but Donjin said that there are exceptions to save civilians during an emergency. Having thought of Donjin, he remembered that there was still an option to succeed in hunting monsters, but it is quite as subjective to Minjun. It is better to forget these options because there was no hunter who was so raising the level, having understood that Minjun thought that the last word would be behind the commander. Minjun understood even if his desire to rise very strong, he would not want to risk civilians, but despite all the stories here is very quiet, though the monsters appear every day at the border since the server Korea's army has been destroyed. Detailed from the work of the Minjun thought that 2 days in the role of ordinary for him is enough, and he really wants to increase it. Donjin, under the side, encouraged Minjun, saying that with his abilities, he would certainly be raised soon. With the opinion of Minjun, hoped that it would be good as a portal would appear near, but suddenly they and Donjin heard the sound of anxiety. The siren nearby announced that it was a speech from the command of the dispatch center, and emergency alarm began. They announced that a huge accumulation of middle-flying mice was found on the fuel warehouse, so all hunters need to gather there and immediately put a protective dome. Mind Juno was very pleased with this news. Medium volatile mice are monsters similar to ordinary mice because of the size of a baby and live in caves in large groups. One at a time, they do not show a lot of threat, but they are very interconnected. But in addition, medium volatile mice can produce fiery layers from the mouth. Therefore, the appearance of medium volatile mice in the fuel means an emergency situation in which the whole military camp can destroy everything in fluff and ashes. 2 soldiers were to protect the warehouse and tried to calculate how many monsters are nearby. One of the soldiers raised their weapons to give a blow, but the other stopped it, because it is impossible to shoot next to the warehouse. The first asked whether he suggested that they simply watch them. The second soldier replied that the monsters have not yet come closer, so until they simply oversee until they came to them. The first soldier asked what would happen if the mice set fire to the fuel warehouse before the protective dome was installed. His colleague replied that there would be a huge explosion, so it is better not to think about it. Looking as flying mice fly near them, they began to panic and think what to do. Suddenly, an unknown voice said he would take the monsters on himself. 2 soldiers turned to him. Soldiers were in surprise to recognize the recruitment from the second company of Kim Minjun. After shouting, they asked not to go Minjun to monsters without equipment. But Minjun went decisively because he did not have time for equipment. Looking at the monsters of the Minjun, thought he could not make guests who could help him in raising. When preparing his hand for the impact of the Minjun, thought he would get the status of a rank and file who stopped the emergency situation that could destroy the entire military camp. Minjun released dark energy from his hands, thinking that he would get all the points. When the flying mice felt his dark energy, they became angry and went on the attack. Minjun was satisfied so much and thought that it would be watched by monsters. Smiling and maliciously smiling in his thoughts, he stated that he would destroy them all. Nearby, the help was approaching and in a lot of hurry, but they watched the equipment from damaging. But as some soldiers came closer to the warehouse, those who walked behind began to be interested in why they were standing and looking at them. The fact that the soldiers saw them very shocked, and they also stopped. Behind these soldiers went Lee Psycho that made them a remark by asking what they stand, and let them immediately put a protective barrier. The soldiers explained that something was happening here. The soldiers said that Private by Kim Minjun was beating with monsters right now and right now. Lee Sai-ho-ho shouted in surprise and asked why they were just standing and watching when the newcomer took them. The soldiers apologized and started working. Who, meanwhile, destroyed flying mice one by one without great effort. Having thought of Minjun, realized that attacks were effective, but he would spend a lot of time whether there is some sense. Behind himself, whom Minjun heard the familiar voice of the screaming Minjun not to act without a plan. It was Lee Psycho who demanded from Minjun to bend and retreat back and asking why he without a bulletproof vest. But Minjun did not listen to Lee Psycho because he was already burning with the desire to destroy everyone and did not want to know them. Suddenly, the Minjun noticed that in the left hand the stick was like a weapon. Minjun seemed interesting and he sent his dark energy towards Sinho. The dark energy came to Lee Psycho and an unknown force seemed to hit him. Lee Psycho did not understand why his stomach was burning right now. Minjun approached Psycho asking whether all is well. Lee Psycho replied that everything was fine, but he fell to one knee through his stomach. Minjun asked Sinho's stick to use in battle, though he did not want to give. Minjun said confidently that he should not worry about him, and he would soon come back when he will deal with everything. The stick that was in Psycho was an electric hole. Now having the stick of the Minjun, a malicious smile was ready for battle. Going back to the monsters of Minjun was ready to start the battle. Minjun joyfully ran and waved an electric stick by drawing fatal blows by flying mice. Lee Sahoho stared at Minjun in surprise and oversees his actions. With the ease of Minjun won every medium flying mouse thanks to the stick. 2 military people near the equipment looked into the sky by seeing a flying mouse. The flying mouse looked at them from the air and was ready to attack them. The mouth of the volatile mouse was filled with fire by preparing it in the sphere to release. Lee Seo-ho immediately announced that the soldiers were shooting and he takes all his responsibility. Then the soldiers lifted their weapons to the flying mouse, preparing for the attack. But suddenly the soldiers noticed something strange and dropped the weapon a little. Behind the volatile mouse appeared by someone Min-jun, who addressed the monster with a question whether she heard that she was badly playing with fire. Struck by Min-jun with laughter said that you can get burns from fire. Thus, the Min-jun struck a volatile mouse with a fatal blow to defeat it. Everyone was surprising and surprised at whom Min-jun and his incredible victory, and howled the question of how he rose to such height. All the cooking barrier cookies ended and the last cables remained. After connecting them, the protective barrier was successfully installed. All soldiers rejoiced in the protective dome and cleaned extra cables and removed what remained from the flying mice. Suddenly, Lee Saiko turned a mysterious voice that called him. Lee Sai-ho-ho greeted her husband that was higher than the rank. The man asked where the monsters came from because they did not see them on any radar. The man complained about the unpleasant smell of monsters, asking who they won them and how many were in general. Lee Saiko replied that there was 30 flying mice, but he wondered himself with the question of what the next commander did if he did not even come to anxiety. The operative officer was Captain Dream Jungle. Lee Sai-ho-ho reported Jousik that the battalion commander will soon be here. Lee Saiko believed that even if Youngest did not specialize in hostilities not normal, that he arrived after the emergency situation was completed. Sinho suspected that Youngest simply looked at the monsters at the radar from the management center. The Dream of Jungle was convinced of the Sinho who defeated all the monsters and promised him to order a word about him in front of the battalion commander. But Lee Saiko announced that he was not him. It surprised Jousik, and he asked who did it and whether there was someone else in the battalion as a Watershed Electro-Odin as a Psycho. Seriously, Lee Saiko said that this man not only won one middle flying mouse, but he also won all the others on his own. Then Saiko asks to put it on it. Jungus thought Sinho laughs at him because he could not believe that one person defeated all the monsters, and if he was not, he who? At this point, someone was approaching them. The Mindhun greeted and said that he had come to return the electric stick, which he was borrowed. The Junk and Psycho looked at him. But scared Mindjun asked a Psycho or a very expensive electric stick because it was broken in his hands. The next day, whom Minjun was called to the office of the battalion commander. Mindjun was asked to say honestly whether he had reappeared. Mindjun clearly replied that no. Again asking Minjun, he was asked if he was mobilized or something. Mindjun replied again that number. The battalion commander resigned with his answers, but said the Mindjun never had to act so much again as yesterday. This time, Mindjun had lucky, but the commander warned him that as a hunter, he cannot know what would happen next time. Minjun just remained silent and listened to him, thinking that it was not good luck and why he should listen to it. The commander recalled Minjun that the Hunter's Corps is a special unit, and in other words, he has 4 battalions in the scale of divisions. It was concerned about the commander that there are much fewer people in the battalions than ordinary troops. The Minjun knew it, but did not understand why the commander was talking about it. Seriously? The commander asked Minjun whether he knew it was possible. Minjun just looked at him silently as if asking what exactly. Squeezing his hand, the commander said that this is a person awakened in the Hunter's Corps. Recalling all the soldiers, the commander agreed that not everyone participates in battles, and there are many officers specializing in the administration, or territory of monsters, or tactics, or weapons. Rising in front of Minjun, the commander said that all of them were awakened, and in the Hunters is possible only on the basis of his personal achievements and skills. Minjun thought that he was summoned to the commander in the morning, and he hoped for good news, but Minjun received his cognitive lectures. Suddenly, the commander asked Minjun or did not think that because he was summoned to him, he would get something pleasant. The commander simply said to keep Minjun because today is a special day. In the direction of the base in Chorvon, a car was driven by a special guest. It was a 104th Division hunter, and he destroyed the largest number of monsters. Arriving at the destination, the legendary hunter came out of the car with a willingness to visit the battalion. He was already waiting for the soldiers that they would accompany him. The first commander of the 2nd Battalion, Colonel Lee Jungar, greeted him. Also in the guest's office was met by the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company, Captain So Chonvun, operational officer of the 2nd Battalion, Captain Junshik, the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Platoon, younger Lieutenant Kimin, and Lee Sin-ho. Their guest shook Lee Sai-ho-ho's hand, praising him for yesterday's work. He heard that Sin-ho clearly and confidently coped. Lee Saiko thanked for the praise, and by whom the Minjun was also present, and looked from the side of thinking that their guest was a little angry. Minjun thought about how strong this 2-star can be from the hunter's body. The fighting man came to shake his hand and asked if he was. Minjun greeted and introduced him, by whom the Minjun paid attention that the guest had a very strong grip. Suddenly, their guest was rolling on his back and began to laugh that everyone was free, and they went to discuss the situation and whether they found out where the mice came from. One of the soldiers said they settled on a hill at a distance of 1 and 2 kilometers of the northeast of the battalion. Soldiers restricted access to and are now investigating. Their guest said when everything is completed to inform the commander of the divisa. The guest heard that they had a problem with the radar of his words and reported that the alarm did not work until the monsters were approaching. They confirmed that there are no problems in the equipped, but now they check whether they have blind areas. A violent man stressed that if the problem was not equipped with a large number of things, and it is necessary to attach it to the division center and to install 2 radars. The soldiers agreed with him. The man addressed Minjun, praising him for his courage and rapid reaction, but stressed that one should be careful and not forget about the equipment. The Minjun apologized for not caution, but thought that he had lost time to equipment. The whole battalion would be destroyed. The guest said Minjun that he should not apologize, and he just joked. The man said that he destroyed 30 flying mice alone and asked if the truth was confirmed. The guest understood as if the action of the ministry would be destroyed. All the soldiers were silently looking after them, and the situation is nervous and alert. Suddenly, the man removed from Minjun's sweatshirt, saying that he would make him a small gift. Earlier, Minjun had a single line and he replaced them by 2. The guest congratulated Minjun on the rank and stressed that in normal conditions, he would have to go through many procedures, but the soldier who achieved good success should be awarded sooner. Minjun expressed his gratitude to him. The violent man turned to the battalion commander and told Minjun a vacation for 3 days and 2 nights. The battalion commander said that everything would arrange, and the Minjun did not expect an increase so quickly, by whom Minjun was glad to grow up and leave that his military life became very interesting. When the meeting ended, Minjun sent with his colleague a soldier. When they walked along the corridor, he said that he did a wonderful job, and even if they did not say that Minjun had already risen, and he was also praised, by whom Minjun was happily and cute, smiled and thanked his colleague. The colleague wondered whether his first vacation was, and as Minjun plans to spend it. Minjun joyfully began to think about his vacation. Having arrived in the city of Kim, Minjun ran to the surrounding area forward among the usual civilians. A familiar computer club was visible on the street. Looking at him, the Minjun knew that the vacation would play his favorite game there. Minjun knew that even if he wanted to go home, he would have to penetrate the closed area where the internet does not work. The confident Shang Minjun went to the club thinking that the next 3 days and 2 nights, he will spend not waste time on the road. When the Minjun went to the club, behind him in a hurry was a man who went to his friend who was not far away. The man at the table asked his friend, he went there again. His friend answered that he did not even ask and named the soldier Stingy. The man said he was not going to go to the cave itself, but simply wanted to collect mushrooms in the area. The man was angry about why he was constantly stopped, although he received permission from the owner of the mountain and made a prepayment. His friend remembered that his other companion went there before the entrance was blocked, and he said that there was a strange smell. Continuing his story, the man said that his friend had a few days and should not go there now because there will be problems. The man screamed angry that he would wear a mask or something like when he went there. Suddenly, men heard the question where it is. It was Minjun that wanted to find out where they were talking about. 2 men saw whom Minjun looked at and thought. The men drove Minjun by car and asked if he would be able to find the way to the place. Minjun said that he asked him to land. Going out of the car, thanked them. Unfortunately, men will not be able to carry it further because the military will simply not miss them. But they asked whether the Minjun will solve the problem with the mountain. Minjun said so and promised that the restriction would be lifted tomorrow, and they would be able to climb the mountain. The men paid attention to his title on the jacket, mysteriously looking. Going back, the men told Minjun to keep themselves, and if someone asked them, then let them not mention them. Minjun agreed and said goodbye to them. Looking around, he felt a lot of dark energy from the mountain. Minjun decided to come to Kavichan instead of games at a computer club. But feeling the familiar smell of Minjun, realized that it was a dark demonic energy. Satisfied with whom, Minjun was looking up the mountain with the desire to pick it up. 2 soldiers stood at the entrance to the cave with weapons and gas masks. The Minjun looked at them with the thought that it was quite a strong guard of the entrance, but it was not at the dungeon itself. Concentrating his energy, Minjun decided to take advantage of his abilities, because he does not want to attract attention because he is only the ordinary first rank. It was not expected for the soldiers at once in both stomach, but they did not know what it was because of Minjun's ability. One of the soldiers looked at the other with the question of what to do. The second soldier at first said Zoe would endure his best, but then realized that he would not handle. The first soldier stressed that no one came here and suggested that he quickly go to the toilet and would not happen in 5 minutes. The second soldier agreed with him. 2 soldiers went to the toilet, leaving the passage to the cave unattended. At this point, someone ran quickly to the cave, left unattended, by whom Minjun felt a lot of dark demonic energy and joyfully went to the middle of the cave. But passing forward, Minjun surprised that he did not feel any monsters at all, and wondered where such a concentration of demonic energy was where here. All the same, satisfied and joyful, by whom Minjun decided to forget about it, by whom the Minjun simply began to absorb all its dark demonic energy. He was filled as his indicators increased. Looking at his message, Minjun saw that his demonic energy reached the maximum of his skill of the deficiency was increased, and after reaching the limit, he unlocked the skill of the Night Traveler, by whom the Minjun joyfully and a little angry looked at his characteristics, thinking who Minjun was happy to understand how lucky to find a place. Now, Minjun has a lot of demonic energy and has an additional useful skill. The skill of the Night Traveler allowed Minjun to cause a familiar, which he can cause. Since Minjun often had to use it in Ishard, he He knows well that he can destroy the enemies of hiding in the shadows. But in order to maintain the Aval Mindjun, it is necessary to feed the Night Traveler regularly with demonic energy. At this point, the Mindjun called his families. And here on the call of Minjun began to appear a dark families. A figure of a dark purple is like a gnome. Compared to the growth of whom Minjun, his families were somewhere on his knee. Looking at him was not a satisfied thinking that it was a fine for moving between the worlds, or because the level of demonic energy is very low. Behind the Mindjun began to rise the sun, and he thought how to use it. Familiara if he disappeared through the sun. But for a minute, stopping at the attorney, he thought about his new little friend. The families were not large in size and can hide in the shadow that inspired Minjun to one idea. Minjun's vacation was over and it's time to go back to the camp. Returning to his colleagues, the ordinary first rank by whom Minjun greeted his comrades. All those present approached Minjun and everyone discussed his rapid increase and that he received a vacation from the division commander himself, who personally awarded him a badge. The soldiers began to squeeze Minjun and say that they saw his talent in him. But Minjun looked away from them. From his bag, someone got some package because he brought the gift. The Mindjun pulled Donzin and said he had brought him a gift. Donzin did not expect it and was very grateful, though he said not to worry. Opening the Danzin package, saw a lotion there and said he would enjoy it with pleasure. They were joined by a Gvutvshik who was dissatisfied with Minjun sent abroad or something, but they had such a good friendship. Going to the work, Gvankik asked Minjun whether he brought what he asked. Mindhun said so. But in the face of the Gvutvonshik, Minjun was seen not quite what the first expected. After giving out a strange bags of Minjun, returned to Donjin, continuing the conversation. Suddenly, a Sergeant Cho entered the room and his colleague said that he saw the name of Minjun on the list of candidates for the raising exam. His friend was surprised because the period of submission of documents ended before the transfer of Minjun. The second Sergeant Cho angered this because Minjun does not even prepare because the year did not pass from his arrival. Sergeant Cho asked Minjun that the division commander helped him because not to look at the time. The surrounding soldiers began to discuss his words about Minjun's next increase in thinking whether he could handle. But suddenly by whom the Minjun interrupted them and attracted their attention to themselves. Minjun said that the battalion training center commander made him a special offer. All those present listened to the story of whom Minjun, what he told, how he got here. The Sergeant Cho was surprised that Minjun came here just because he wanted to take the exam a year earlier. The sergeant's friend noted that if Minjun was now increased, he will take his next exam. A sad Gvutvshik sat behind everyone, and everyone else was laughing and discussing that if Minjun passed this exam because he was crazy. Sergeant Cho's friend noted that those who pass the exam on this Saturday will be briefed on this Saturday and tomorrow's special training on weapons. They and Sergeant Cho decided to go to them to have fun. Sergeant Cho asked Sergeant Kima whether he was going to take the exam, and he answered whether he had a reason to stay in the army, and they went. By whom Minjun was interested in this special training in the use of weapons and whether weapons are besides firekeeping. The next day, Minjun came to the tomorrow's upbringing on the uptake. The chief declared the crowd that those who have already passed the exam should not be undergoing only because they know everything, and they should focus on those who passed the exam for the first time. By whom Minjun joyfully listened to the main thing that he told that the examination for the increase would consist of 2 parts of a written and practical test. Walking along the corridor of the Minjun realized that in the practical exam would pay attention to the possession of all weapons and skills of destruction of monsters. Passing this exam is easiest for Minjun, but he thought what bonuses would get for the highest score. Walking further forward, Minjun decided to take it very seriously. It is time for special training in the possession of weapons and containers nearby were varieties of weapons. The chief leader loudly announced the start of training to the soldiers. The soldiers in front of him stood in the ranks and listened carefully. The chief leader announced the condition that only cold weapons can be taken. All other soldiers heard him outly agreed and understood his words. The manager told the corporals to take his weapon and go to another place to train, and stressed that they would not be lucky if they would be lazy. Everyone else remained with the leader listening to him. The manager announced that he would teach them the main techniques of fencing from the combat charter of the Hunters, but stressed that they should be remembered that blinding the recommendations would not benefit. Looking at the listening soldiers, the leader continued that they would take the fencing of the Hunter's Corps as well as the soldiers need to adapt their own style. The chief leader asked all the soldiers whether they understood. The soldiers answered that everything was clear to them, and they would make efforts. The leader continued because the base is very important, they should look carefully and slowly repeat, and gave them a warning so that the soldiers do not look at the sides and focus. The leader began to show his techniques and wait for the soldiers to repeat. Minjun now understood why it is called special training in the possession of weapons. Having looked happy, he understood that in the end, it was risky to fight the monsters only with the help of a rifle. All the soldiers began to repeat, and not everyone was able to perform the exercise and understand how correctly. But in whom Minjun was all the first time and perfectly. According to Minjun, he believed that the Asharian fencing was better, and it all depends on how to use it. All other soldiers repeating their exercises did not properly, but the Minjun surprised them. All views were concentrated on whom Minjun and his actions. Suddenly, the leader declared all the soldiers to stop moving, and Minjun called on the podium. The Minjun did not expect such, but shouted loudly that he would execute the order. In a worry, the Minjun began to think that he did something wrong or the manager did not like his performance. Rising in front of everyone on the podium of the Minjun confidently went to the leader. The manager announced that everyone was paying attention, and from his supervision, he said that the movements of the military are still awkward and not good enough, so they should take an example from Minjun. Surprised by whom, Minjun did not expect to hear praise in the podium in front of everyone. Further, the commander gave the Minjun commands what movements he should perform, by whom Minjun performed each specified movement quickly and perfectly. All the soldiers looked at the movements of whom Minjun without taking their eyes and holding their breath. After all the exercises, the Minjun hid in the shadow because it was very hot, and he was tired of such a workout. Behind him appeared Commander, who called Minjun by his name. Looking for something in his pocketing, the commander praised Minjun for today's work. Smiling, the commander pulled Minjun's sock and said to eat him when he was alone. The commander went away by leaving the chocolate cupcake, and Minjun thought he wore him constantly with him. Someone else came to Minjun, calling him and descending him into the shadow. It was Dangan, and he said that Minjun's demonstration was incredible, and if he could not show Minjun during a break his fencing technique. The Minjun was surprised about such a request, but Dangan understood that it was his first training. Dangan explained that his main weapon is a sword, but it is still difficult for him to win monsters with his help. Dangan asked could not look at his equipment, by whom Minjun looked at Dangan happily and said that if he needed help, he was ready to come to the rescue. After eating his chocolate cupcake, Minjun looked at Dangan's technique and his workout. Looking at the movements of Dangan, Minjun decided that he was carefully training, and it is a direct example of fencing skills in the hunting building. Thinking about Dangan, Minjun knew that it was not in his movements with his sword. Seriously looking at him, he was convinced that Dangan lacked the self-confidence. Recalling Isgard, Minjun mentioned how he taught one of the boys to gain confidence. Therefore, Minjun believed that it was his specialization. The Minjun decided that not the time, but when it comes from Dangan, he would make a priority hunter. In his imagination, the Minjun already thought how Dangan would win everyone. The next day, all the soldiers rested and did their own business. Suddenly, the speakers were announced from the administrative office so that the hunters who were ordered to take the raising exam went to the military training ground, and this attracted the attention of all the soldiers. In the form and complete determination of someone, the Minjun rose and was ready to leave and become a corporal. All soldiers gathered for the military training ground in anticipation of the following instructions. The younger Lieutenant Seaman Lieutenant has been met by the commander of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Assembly of the 2nd Company, and today he will be their leader. After arriving at the soldiers, they listened to Chkolmina, and before he began to start making him about the number of people in each mouth. The bus arrived in them, and Chkolman brought the soldiers to tell them. Let them act quickly and organized. When everyone entered the Chkolman bus, he recalled that the rise in the rise will be held in the 105th Division, and now they will go to Kafan, where they will gather and get. The buses moved, and while they go, soldiers can get acquainted with the exam questions. All the soldiers almost did not speak and quietly enjoyed the trip prepared for the exam, but the attention of whom Minjun was attracted by the soldiers who said before him. 2 soldiers discussed that the 4th Battalion would come to the exam. One of the soldiers was ready to finally sway with his weapon skills that he practiced for girls all year long. Minjun was punched by their conversation, and they talked about plans to try to take their numbers. Looking at his reflection, the Minjun told himself that he needed to try to glory. An incredible lake on the lake opened from the bus, and the water was closer to the sun. The soldiers arrived in Kongaido in Kafien, where there was a 105th Division and divisional base. All soldiers came to the 7th room to write a written test. The manager announced that all of the Chonvuk from the 2nd Battalion passed the exam. It was the same soldier who wanted to shake in front of the girls with their skills. Chonvuk was disappointed when everyone else laughed quietly, and the manager declared all other than Chonvuk to the next part. Cho Chonvuk was very upset and embarrassed by his test result. When everyone went to the corridor for the next stage with laughter, the soldiers asked Chonvuk how he managed to fail a written test if he was lighter than the exam for the driver's license, by whom the Minjun did not pay attention to them and joyfully sang went forward. Behind the crowd, a female figure appeared behind them. It was a dream of Inzo that went with her folder, watching people nearby. Arriving at the hall where the exam will pass, they were greeted with the passage of the test part. Pay attention to all the examiners. They announced that the whole 105th Divisions are welcome. The man in the center was introduced as Lieutenant Colonel Lee Dolju, and he is responsible for the examination of the rank. Standing on the podium, he continued to say that their goal not only to find people worthy of raising from the division gathered here for a friendly conference, by whom Minjun and other soldiers were a little bored of his report. Lee Dolju announced that this year, according to the results of the exams, those who gave them with honors is the first class of the 100th of the 4th Division, by someone Minjun and the Dream of Inns. The Dream of Inns tried to stand quietly without showing her embarrassment, by whom Minjun just stood and smiled but thought there was another prominent person. Everyone continued to listen to Doljun, who asked or heard everyone about the 100th of the 4th Division and expressed not to create a misunderstanding. One of the soldiers was thinking that the truth is going out if you apply to the front with excellent grades, give special privileges. Another soldier said that he had heard when in the year of his reference there were people who received such proposals, but they refused them. The third soldier could not believe that there was already someone who became the ordinary of the first rank. All the soldiers began to look at thinking about it was someone. Inso's dream also turned to look at whom Minjun, by whom Minjun stood quietly, not paying attention to the fact that everyone paid attention to him and his badge. But it was not expected by whom Minjun in the dream of their sight. The dreams did not expect him to look at her and turned away from embarrassment, by whom Minjun simply did not understand her gaze and continued to listen quietly. Lieutenant Colonel Lee Dolji motivationally said, "Let everyone make every effort," and his speech ended. The word was handed over to the commander of the Joint Sanchol, and he announced that the test in agility and endurance would begin. Sanchol announced that the first would be the power test that would be quite simple. A man came out in front of the soldiers, and Sanchol said that the soldiers needed to push him so to move. The Minjun mentioned how the stone broke to check the question was why the exams were similar. Sanchol declared loudly that they have 1 minute for a minute, and will be estimated on a Stomby scale, and the highest score can be obtained for 10 meters. The examiner stood on the mark of 0 of meters until the strokes, and Sanchol said that those whom the names should immediately proceed to the task. The first was announced by a Jihyok of 100th of the 3rd Division and asked to go forward. The junction approached and struck his left shoulder of the exam, but after struck, the face of the Jihyos was red with severe pain. The examiner moved and the blow was reflected that the Jihyok rejected to the side. Sanchol announced that the Jagaiv received 0 points and was removed. The upset junction sat on the floor and listened to the results. Then Sanchol said that if the soldiers scored less than 40 points on this test, then they were automatically removed from participation in the rank exam. All the soldiers were already nervous and looked at the whole situation without knowing what to do. After several participants who also did not pass the Sanchol exam was very disappointed and did not know what to do. And then Sanchol announced that the next participant was the dream of an Inso from the 104th Division. When she struck, all the soldiers nearby were surprised by her abilities. The Inso stroke exam was 5 meters away. When the girl walked back, Sanchol announced that Inso scored 50 points for this test. One of the soldiers, seeing, was surprised and slightly blushed from her beauty. The second soldier remembered that he had heard about the fact that she was the daughter of a division commander. All the soldiers could not take their eyes off the Inso, realizing that the force in its genetics and marked what a sharp look. The dreams did not pay attention to what they were talking around and looked only in one direction. Looking at Minjun in the crowd, Inso went on her way, by whom the Minjun realized that she was the same military that received a special offer. Sanchol declared the next performer of the test of Sanchol from 104th and asked him to go forward, by whom Minjun went forward to the instructor who had to push. Recalling the test when Minjun was asked to move the stone and he destroyed it, he thought it was not necessary to repeat it now, but he remembered that if he pushed him 10 meters, then he would receive bonus scores. Straightening his hands forward, by whom Minjun pushed the instructor that was in front of him. Without hard efforts, Minjun concentrated his power and completed the task. The instructor did not expect such force and flew far enough. All the soldiers present were surprised and shocked by the forces of Minjun. From such strength, the instructor began to stop independently with his own ears and hands. He stopped with such a force that the ceiling under it was shaken by the pit's form. The instructor and Sanchol himself were surprised and did not expect such a result from Minjun. And after the shock, Sanchol announced that the Minjun scored 100 points, and even Ins could not look away. By whom Minjun went into place, disappointed by the fact that he was not given additional points, and the Snesso followed him with his gaze. The last participant of Yuchonad was 20 points and was removed. All the soldiers did not understand why the test was so heavy and many could not pass it. John Sanchol asked for silence and announced that the test was completed, and without interruption they would go to the testness test. The removed were asked to leave the hall under the guidance of the examiners in the queue. All other instructors began preparation for the next exam and took the grid. Also, 2 examiners took a car that looked like a machine gun. All the soldiers began to suspect they would be asked to evade the removal. Sanchol from the podium was satisfied that the soldiers would not worry, and it is not real, but rubber pullets. The soldiers were a little embarrassed by his words because Sanchol also stressed that if such a pult can be a little painful, so it is better to evade. By whom Minjun was interested in this test, and he thought it became more interesting. One of the instructors took the remote from the machine gun and was ready to proceed. Sanchol announced that the conditions of receiving the greatest score for the test should last for 1 minute, and you also need to stay in a special zone in the middle of the grid. Although this test of Sanchol's agility said that if the soldiers are confident in their abilities, there is an opportunity to get scores if they take a minute, which was very surprised by the attendees. And now Sanchol has announced the conditions for dismissal if the soldier leaves the special zone in less than 30 seconds, or they get a serious injury. Then Sanchol announced the beginning of the test Ada Minjun. Some came behind, by whom Minjun turned to the one who called him that he was surprised. It was a Donjin that smiled happily and waved Minjun. Something was very surprised by Minjun and Danzin if his reaction was too tasty. Danzin asked, not the Minjun thought that he would not pass the exam. Minjun said with an awkward laughter that it was wrong. Calmly, Danzin explained that all the ordinary first rank had once passed the exam for the increase, so they were not removed. And the problem was that the common score was higher, when compared with the time when they were ordinary. Why Donjin failed the test? But Donjin decided to give a hint of Minju, because these pools will fly at the same speed as the real So, should not rely only on vision to evade them. Paying attention to the car, Donjin continued to speak to predict the path of the pool. It is most important to follow any minor actions of the muzzle. When the first participant began to perform the test in a few seconds, everyone heard his cry. The pile hit very much that he fell on the floor. They announced that Private Yun China was removed and another examination helped Cheetah climb and led him to the infirmary. The Minjun thought that a lot of discharged on the results of the test, and now he is not surprised that the percentage of attacks is very low. But Minjun understood that the complication of the test is normal and necessary. The next participant of the ordinary first rank of Jin Enido was removed because he clung to the stand holding the grid and fell for the permitted area. Sanchol began to say that he was not satisfied with the current generation of hunters, and this is nothing compared to the exam in the rank of the sergeant, who is currently in the exam room alongside them. Giannato was sadly limping and embarrassed went to the exit. The next executor of John Sanchol was announced loudly. After a little, the dream went to a special zone near the grid and was ready for the test. All the soldiers present were worried about the dream of their Inso and looked at her actions when the first Pulfa flew. But the dream of indoors, calmly and without emotions, evaded all the detachment that was flying on it, and elegant movements of the dream of Inso lasted the selected time without catching a single pool. All present opened their mouths with surprise in its clear movements. Also, Sanchol began to shout what he needs to do and emphasize the soldiers an example of a dream. But Sanchol announced her wonderful result. After the performance, the dream went to her place, ignoring everyone. The angrily dream of the dream looked at Minjun that surprised him, and the soldiers could not understand what was happening and suspecting they were meeting. Minjun did not understand what the other wanted from him and why he looked so angry at him. But the next participant was announced by whom Minjun and he turned and went to the place of execution. Walking angrily, Minjun felt the look of the Snee without understanding what was wrong with her. Walking from her, by whom Minjun felt that he was not on his own. The embarrassed Minjun began to think about the other wanted him to praise her for a good appreciation and why she would not ask her family at home. But Minjun was ready for the task, and when the first pools flew, he immediately reacted and evaded. The dream of Snea opened her mouth with surprise and began to look behind Minjun. Hiding his hands in the Munjun pockets, decided to demonstrate the dream of the difference between the levels of their skills. All soldiers were also surprised and could not believe what was possible at all. With each pool of the Minjun moved forward to the machine gun, shattering from the blows. The dream of Inseen was very shocked by the abilities and movements of someone Minjun. But then the dream of Ins noticed that Minjun stares at her and still has time to grind the rojits. John Sanchol himself could not say the word because he was very surprised. Stopping the timer was announced that Minjun lasted the required time. Sanchol began to shout to stop the fire immediately and said that the Minjun received the highest score for the agility test. But at the end of his time, the Minjun was already standing in front of the machine gun, and he was satisfied with his test. All the soldiers to complete the agility test, and it is time to go to the next test, so they gathered near the portal. The soldiers were lined up in the ranks and expected the following instructions of the examiners. Going forward, Sanchol praised everyone for their efforts on the testness test and announced that it was time for endurance test. According to Minjun, endurance test is the lightest of all three proposed. The soldiers went to the portal and they needed to run inside the dungeon that was transformed in 40 minutes. San, I was put on the radio that all the exams entered the middle. Also, the condition for the soldiers is that they needed to get to the examiner to get the seal and run back to the exit and before the end of the time. Looking at the road of the Minjun knew that the only problem was that the examiners did not say what was the distance to the turning point. And Minjun thought how many soldiers they would have to run and noticed that no one would rush. All the soldiers began to run quietly and carefully oppressed Minjun, and he wondered whether there would be a problem if he was running forward. Suddenly, someone pushed Minjun into his left shoulder by overtaking him. It was a dream of Ano that turned angry to look at whom Minjun and he was asked what she needed again. The dream of Inso showed a gesture as if inciting Minjun to accelerate. And the dream itself ran forward by overtaking all other soldiers in her path. At this point, Minjun became clear that the dream of Inso decided to challenge him. With a low start of the main Jun, it accelerated by overtaking other soldiers. Some of the soldiers began to inspire Minjun to wait for him, but he did not hear them. There was no one before the dream, and she just flew forward. But suddenly In saw that there was a quiet run by her near her. Minjun happily said In so that it turns out nothing special. Inso did not feel him and asked that the Minjun said. Minjun said she would not pay attention, and he spoke with himself and could not resist. In the next second, the Minjun accelerated, and with a joyful face left Ins. Septeering, Inso thought, looking at how to run Minjun. But Inso knew that she needed to continue to run for her purpose. Recalling her past, the Indes returned to the time when she only arrived in the detachment. When Inso, everyone came to her attention and were glad to see her. The girls surrounded their Inso and began to say that she only came to the training center and was already able to meet with the battalion commander. The girls heard rumors and talked about the recruits with high rates and daughter of General Inso. Inso, a little embarrassed by their words, and she blushed, and the girls recognized her for her modest reaction. When Inso walked around the room, other girls discussed her that she would not be pleasant and arrogant because she was the daughter of a 2-star officer, but she did not seem like that. While Inso spread her things, the girls continued to say that she would envy her because her military life would be easy. Another girl answered her that little knows, but she is sure that Ins will be the best rookie in the year of their call. Ins did not pay attention to their conversations and continued to do her affairs, only remembering Minjun's stroke, with the thoughts that this guy was wrong. In the training of the women's battalion, Ins brought victory for her team. Returning to her joyful colleagues, Ins were liked as they. Their manager announced that the team of Ins won by capturing the flag of the enemy team in a record time, which was 3 minutes and 34 seconds, and gave them 10 minutes of break. The leader called to the losing team until the team went to the girl. The girl manager praised the girls for the new record of the center, also told them to calm down and relax. The girls sat down and one began to say that they were surprised because they did almost nothing, and the other answered her that it was all because of their best colleague and announced their applause. Ins were pleased to hear the praise and joy of others through her efforts and victory. A little later, all the girls rested in the room for their business. Suddenly, one of the girls entered the room very loudly by opening the door and attracting attention. Immediately, the girl announced that their morning record for the delight of the flag was beaten in daytime training. She continued to be astonished because the new record is 1 minute, and for 2 seconds, thinking how possible it is possible, and other girls were also interested. But when the girl said that Minjun from the 4th platoon broke the record on her own, and this news was interested in Ins. In the evening, during hygienic procedures, the girls discussed how the Minjun got almost the perfect result of shooting ism with poles, and is a new record of the educational institution. Ins nearby brushed her teeth and listened to them. The next day, they discussed at the speed of girls that the Minori from the 4th platoon ran twice and did not swipe. Ins went in front of them and listened. When the girls went to bed, her girlfriend remembered Minjuna saying that heard the Minjun destroyed in the dungeon of hound size, the size of an elephant, and Sins asked her to silence and fall asleep. Her girlfriend Jong Aram continued to speak, but the dream of Snee wanted to fall asleep sooner. The dream of Ins fell asleep and remembered how her father had once been going to service from their home. At that time, the dream of Ins was very small and stared at his father and then turned on her, sadly looking at the father's father and expected what he could say. The father paid attention to his daughter's dream of Insign and joyfully extended her hand. With his own hand, his father stroked the dream of an Inso on her little head. And then his father was time to go in the dream of snooing his gaze. But from the actions of her father, the dream of Ins was very happy and joyful. Falling asleep, she told herself that would become strong as her father. Recalling her meeting in the office of the Inso battalion, mentioned his praise for 4 Sundays. The commander said that Calicated Inso called her to talk to his daughter of his past leader. The dream of Ins was only a pleasure to communicate with the battalion commander. The commander asked whether to decide where to apply. As she had excellent results, she could get into any unit at his request for 107th Division, where her father. Then the dream of Ins decided to ask a question to a joyful captain. Inso asked where exactly the application was applied by a recruiter by Kim Minjun. Running on the route, Insi mentioned that she applied to this division not only to organize these children's competitions. Ins realized that Minjun provoked as a little girl only because she was evil, and now she understands his reaction. Having become embarrassed, Ino thought whether she was jealous of Minjun. Continuing to run, Inso decided that she needed to apologize to Minju. Speaking to herself, Ins said that she came here to become stronger without the help of her father and not to be the one. Ins realized that it would really face someone to be able to admit it and to make an effort to learn as much as possible. Finally, the dream of Insa reached the rotary point where the examiner was sitting and stood by Minjun. The examiner told Minjun to run further because now his record is incredible, and Minjun saw Ins at that moment, by whom Minjun was satisfied with the dream of a seal on his hand. Starting in the Minjun said Inso that he almost fell asleep while waiting for her to be embarrassed by the girl. The dream of the Snee only became more angry and gave adrenaline. Going to the examiner asked her to put her seal sooner. The angry Yang began to run back, saying that she would not apologize and how her face was beating. The exam approached the end and the soldiers were already completing their route. The Minjun was not tired at all while the Indo spent all its strength. John Sanchol announced that the time came out and the private by Kim Minjun took the first place with a record time 29 minutes. The tired and embarrassed dream of Ins listened to its time that Sanchol declared, and its time was 32 minutes. Sanchol came to Minjun, greeted him that he got excellent results on all tests, and Minjun expressed his gratitude. Also for all, Sanchol announced that today it is all in all the hunters who have passed the exam. Let them have lunch and then gather on a training platform per hour of the day. All the soldiers heard his words. Lifting her jacket, Inso paid attention to Minjun, who also looked at her. By whom the Minjun was satisfied with his victory showed the dream of a tongue. The dream of the ensign was very surprised and embarrassed by the gesture of Kim Minjun. Turning away from Ins, Minjun went to his friends, forgetting her. Inso was even a little scared of looking at him. Ins looked as Minjun cheerfully spoke with Donzun, discussing that they had passed the test together. Calmly waving her Inso, she gathered with thoughts and realized that in the end she was provoked. But looking at Minjun, Ins was a little upset what she lost. Inso smiled at the sun and even enjoyed her nothing. Wearing a jacket and her hat was ready to move on. Having moved from the place of the dream, she went to the side of the crowd to the next stage. Everyone came to the base of the 105th Division of the 2nd Practical Examination Center. The man in the center was surrounded by goblins and held a sword. The goblins had a stick and roared on a man and were ready for attack. This man was Donjin that was already sweating and gathering thoughts. One of the goblins began an attack on Donjin, lifting his stick. But Yonjin was attentive and noticed that another goblin had begun an attack. That is why Danjin was strongly at first repulsed the sword of the first goblin's attack. And then he pushed this goblin with his foot to hold his attack. And the second goblin was already behind the Xian, attempting. Then Donjin got from his unexpected attack and struck Goblin with a sword. This rejected goblin at a distance that was a little surprised by Donjin. He began to nervous and sweat in his face. The battle of Donjin with goblins watched the Neijin thoughtfully. The second part of the practical exam has already begun, which was called a special weapon that was easier than the Minjun expected. And also at the battle of the Zhengjin, all the soldiers present. Recalling the Minjun exam recalled that the soldiers only demonstrated the techniques that they learned from the Hunter's building, and then the test ended. The destroyed power of techniques was not important, and the soldiers needed to follow the instructions to successfully pass the exam. On the test, most candidates chose the sword, and in the middle of them was the ordinary first rank of Donjin, which received a fairly high score. But looking at the battle of Donjin Minjun, as expected, he was not easy in battle. The last part of the exam is called the skills of destroying monsters, where ordinary ones should defeat 4 monsters, while the first rank orders should defeat 3 goblins using the selected weapons. In the battle of Donjin, he was preparing to apply a fatal blow to Goblin. Goblin was shocked by Dangjin's force before destroyed. Chief Sanchol announced that Private Donjin completed his test for the skills of destroying monsters in 7 minutes and 52 seconds, and asked him to return to his place. Nervous and sweating, Donjin, when he heard his results, was disappointed. Dangan headed upset, holding his sword in his hand. Looking at Danjin, Minjun realized that he had many opportunities to defeat goblins sooner. But looking at his actions, the Minjun realized that Donjin had doubted somehow. Minjun wondered whether Donjin does not believe in his own strength. Looking at Donjin's floor sadly left the territory of the test. The next performer was announced by the Minchon, so he passed by Donjin. Sanchol asked Minjun to prepare what he did, and the Minjun thought that Donjin should not be despaired. The malicious smile of the Minjun thought that today he would become a corporal, and he would push Donjin to remove his stupid habits. All the soldiers were waiting for the fight of Minjun, and when he came out of them, surprised. The dream of Inso and Sanchol were also surprised when Mindhun came out. With whom to perform his test, he decided to choose a stick with nails to perform his test. Commander John Sanchol realized that Minjun received the highest scores on all indicators, but did not understand why he went out with a blunt weapon suspect that he would not be easy. But Minjun was confident and knew that a pair of blows had enough for this test. Then 3 goblins were released to the hall. With a malicious smile by whom Minjun was also ready to look at the monsters. The goblins lifted their sticks, ran forward to Minjun with the desire to strike. The Minjun quietly just waited for the monsters to approach him closer. But when the goblins were close to the Minjun in attempt, all over the hall the look and everyone looked at the silhouettes of Minjun and monsters. At one point, goblins were aggressively preparing for the attack of Minjun, and in the next moment, as if the bright light of the Minjun struck a fatal strike on the goblins. When the examiner stopped the timer time, Minjun was 4 seconds. All examiners were shocked by this result and were asked in the 100th 4th Division such a talented hunter. Another instructor noted that Minjun received the highest score for each part of the exam, and it is only a private first rank. All the soldiers who stood on the podium looking at the fight began loudly welcomed Minjun and Sanchol and Ins. Looked with open mouths, by whom Minjun was not expected to return to the Inso looking at her. Inso's dream saw Minjun's gaze on her and was embarrassed. Mindhun joyfully smiled with the thought, let everyone see his power. All the soldiers applauded the Minjun approach was asked why he had such a strange behavior. In the evening, all soldiers were assembled near the buses to take the results of the exams and then send to their divisions. Sanchol greeted everyone on the successful completion of the exams. The junior lieutenant of Kim Cholman joined the soldiers. Before the greeting of the Minjun, he almost did not say the ordinary but corrected and greeted the new title as corporal by Kim. Chikolman sickened Minjun on his shoulder, calling him a lucky and laughing that he rose so quickly in ranking that he did not have time to remember, but emphasized him to continue. Having lifted the thumb to the mountain, and with a smile, Chikolman said that he was worried about the only one of their battalion who got up this time. But the battalion commander is endlessly glad. But Chikolman mentioned that no ordinary first rank passed a practical exam. Other soldiers ran to Minjun and began to greet him, and glad that at least someone would be swore because the commander would scold them after returning. The soldiers began to ask Minjun that he would not be bored when he became a sergeant. Minjun joyfully thanked and agreed with them, but he thought a little malicious that he would look at how they would cope. By whom the Minjun paid attention to the Donjin that went behind him, and other soldiers began to go to the bus. On a friendly one, the Minjun took Dongjun smiling at his shoulder. Nervous and embarrassing Dongjun, he decided to contact Minjun as a commander officially greeting. Minjun was very pleased with Dongjun's reaction, and he decisively decided that when they would return, they would start training with their special weapons. But suddenly the soldiers who were on the bus began to look out the window by seeing something interesting. When Minjun had already gone to the bus behind him was a dream. The dream of others stood quietly and looked at whom Minjun seemed to be waiting for something from him. Minjun, however, sweeping a strip on her jacket, saw that she was too. Recalling the fight of the dream of Inso, Minjun noted that she did not cope with the test of the skills of destruction of monsters. But Minjun simply turned away from her, smiling and thinking that it was obvious that Inso would pass the exam. On the Minjun bus, calmly and with a light smile took his place. But looking out the window of the Minjun bus did some question. Behind the window on the street stood in the other that silently looked at Minjun, and the soldiers were looking at the whole situation. The dream of In's thought and was going to take advantage of this opportunity. Looking at Minjun, Inso wanted to apologize for her rudeness during the exam. But only Tessa was going to say something surprised what she saw, by whom Minjun leaned against the window by showing a strange facial expression. Majun showed her finger, let her read on her lips, and the silent phrase of the Minjun said, "Inso that if she will provoke it once again." It was a little scared and surprised at the dream of Inso, and it killed it in a stupor. Then the bus began to move, leaving the other lonely looking at them. The bus left the gate of the division and went to far away. Looking at the bus in which Minjun's son Inso told herself that this guy is crazy. With a good evening sunset, the bus was traveling on the way to the division. The soldiers began to ask Minjun that it was with the other because they thought that the girl was interested in Minjun and she could not take her eyes off. The soldiers were directly asked by Minjun, perhaps they are with their Inso. Nanjun was indifferent that Inso provoked him, so he mocked her a little. The soldiers immediately changed in the face of these words and fell silent for a moment. Having embarrassed the soldiers, began to ask the look of the sight of this provocation, and Minjun did something and how he could mock the most beautiful girl of the 100th of the 4th Division. Minjun annoyed their conversations more. Minjun confidently stated that Inso was not his ideal girl type that surprised other soldiers. One of the soldiers was angry at Minjun what girls he liked. The soldiers Lumi answered the soldiers decisively and cold-blooded. All the soldiers were asked who the girl is such a suspect that this can be. Minjun explained that Lumi is the most beautiful girl of his favorite game Dungeon Power Fighters. In surprise, the Minjun asked his comrades they did not know Lumi. Minjun's colleagues looked at him understanding whom he means. In the evening, when the sun went on, all the soldiers returned to their restroom. All the soldiers enjoyed the chicken and the room had a fun atmosphere. The soldier's hen brought a happy lieutenant to treat them. Sergeant Cho said to the sergeant of Kim that the first time saw the lieutenant so happy. The sergeant thanked Minjun because they received such a delicious dinner thanks to him. Noticing that Minjun in the jacket now 3 Cho strips said that at the same time, the Minjun would soon become a sergeant. The Minjun just looked at him by eating a hen and breastfeeding. Suddenly, Lee Sun-ho came into the room that held a box with bottles and announced that all members of the 2nd Department immediately went to the hall. Donzin immediately agreed and other soldiers began to be interested in what happened. Lee Sun-ho said that he had just finished with the administration's report on the dinner of their department, and also that one of the soldiers received the highest scores on the raising test. What attracted the attention of Minjun? Cho asked why the Sun host was drawn time and is his beer in his hands, by whom the son of H. Kima brought him only for himself. Lee Sun-ho announced that beer was a gift from the company commander for whom Minjun and others does not apply. Everyone started out nervously from the room and quarreled a little on Lee Sun-ho. The Sergeant Cho wisely stated that the son of H. Com knew everything from the beginning, and therefore he took the Minjun detachment immediately after his transfer. At night, when the majority went to sleep on the street, went outside, coughing up with whom Minjun decided to start his small plan. Having extended his hand forward, releasing the dark energy of the Minjun used his skill of calling a night traveler. After the call, his little black families appeared in front of Minjun. Minjun was glad to see him and asked how the family are of the case. Due to the not expected appearance of Familian Minjun was a little confused when he met him for the first time, but now he had an idea. Right now, Minjun needs a personal assassin, so he knows what role he will give. Looking at Familian Minjun, he knew that his families could collect information for him. Driving the attention of Familian Minjun gave him an order that if he sees someone high-ranking, let him follow him. Minjun also stressed the families that if information about the usual adventure, let him immediately inform him, and especially if the situation is related to demonic energy. Little Familiar extended his hand to Minjun as if asking him something. Minjun realized that the Familiar wanted and released a bullet of dark energy. Stretching the bullet to Familiar Minjun fed his little friend. The Familiar ran to execute the order of Minjun A. He screamed the baby so that he was neat and he could not be caught. Strictly looking as the little Familiar runs away with admiration, it worried Minjun, and if someone sees him, then the detachment will be introduced into an emergency situation. Suddenly behind Minjun appeared Lee Sun-ho, that asked him that he was doing here, that Minjun was very scared. After thinking, he returned to Lee Sun-ho, said that he had not drank beer for a long time, and decided to get out of the fresh air. Lee Sun-ho asked not to tolerate alcohol in Minjun, and the Minjun replied that this was not quite true. Having thought of the Minjun mentioned that, after all, the dark magicians could not completely drink from the word, recalling his life in Ishirdi Minjun so as not to drink even if it is a drink or poison, and as soon as it enters the body it is automatically cleaned. Lee Sun-ho once again congratulated Minjun on his rise and thanked him. But Lee Sun-ho emphasized that the Minjun would not relax and continue to work well. The joyful Minjun announced that he would try and make every effort. Turning from Manjun, Lee Sun-ho decided to go back with the thought that the Minarun would soon return, or otherwise his friends would drink his beer. Minjun exhaled, thinking that he had taken a very lucky son. Ho-ho did not see anything or heard. But looking at Lee, the son of H. Manjun thought that it seems like a soldier behind a textbook. Minjun decided to go back to the base with the thoughts that he did not mind the type of personality, as in Lee Sun-ho. The next day in the office of the battalion commander, two men discussed Minjun as if he was born ready. The commander thought that only one soldier was able to pass his soldiers because only one soldier was able to pass. But Minjun replaced everything with the highest score. His colleague said that this is the most amazing thing that Minjun set a new record for 4 seconds while performing a monster test. Recalling the battalion training center commander and their conversation on the phone, he said that he was very interested in having become with Minjun after Chikue's son, because he continued to praise him. The men also ordered the only one who defeated flying mice on the fuel warehouse, and it was he who was the first to start acting. For men, it was incredible that Minjun became a correspondent in less than a month and how it was not moved. Another man replied that the Minjun may be those who exceed all their expectations. Having think of one of the men happily said it was only a question of time when you learn about the Hinijun hunters, and when someone will happen to follow Minjun. Another man asked for someone he implies a special detachment of hunters and is really capable of this. The man replied that he was confident in Minjun and he was capable of it. The man began to think that many hunters saw, but there are scary people who call the legends of the hunter's army. And an unknown man stood in the middle of the desert, and the voice of a man said that a new legendary hunter was born in their ranks. In the desert, there were large lizards that were a body like humans. There were also stone people who glowed their eyes despite the sun. In general, many other monsters gathered, even goblins and huge goblins. All monsters surrounded a man standing in the center and holding a large stick. But despite the number and variety of monsters, the man who stood with the stick was the Minjun, who was not afraid of them. When Minjun returned in the evening after a night walk, his sleepy friends and tired gathered in his vacation room. Minjun returned as if she was singing a song from his soul to the room. The head of the Dangan was very painful, and one of the comrades noticed Minjun. This friend called Minjun and looked at him with a smile. With bruises under his eyes and in poor condition, his friend asked Minjun how he feels. Minjun was happy that he was feeling well, that he was surprised by his friend because he drank so much. Returning his head and looking at Lee Sun-ho, asked if he was feeling well. Wiping sweat, the Sun-ho replied that he was feeling well after sweating. Looking at the body, H. Minjun thought that he was a truly real soldier. The son of Kai asked Minjun whether he was already in the training room. Minjun replied that he had no chance for it. After turning, the Sun-ho said, now Minjun can use it as much as he is now a corporal. Finally, the Ho son said that the device of virtual reality in their detachment is very good, so Minjun should be tried. The surprised Minjun did not expect to hear about the virtual reality. In his head, a malicious smile of Minjun came up with a new plan to try the virtual reality of the Hunter's Corps, of which Minjun heard a lot. The next day, Minjun came to the laboratory with virtual reality. The joyful look forward to Minjun went to the middle of the laboratory. Looking at the cabinet of Minjun, noticed that there was no one and there was only a device. Going to the Minjun technique, he began to look at the capabilities of the device. Minjun saw that in virtual reality, you yourself have the opportunity to choose monsters and their number. Therefore, clicking on the Minjun panel wanted as many monsters as possible, but for its surprise, the maximum number is persons. But choosing all the monsters for the maximum number of Minjun rejoiced that we can choose weapons. When the election of Minjun ended, the widows of a special helmet of virtual reality. Having prepared because the Battle of the Minjun heard a message from the system that begins to initiate battle. At that time, the Minjun seemed to move to a desert with his chosen weapon that was a stick with nails, by whom Minjun began to look joyfully considering all the desert. And behind Minjun appeared giant goblins who were ready for attack. But even at the time of the start of Minjun, it was already liked as everything was done. Behind every blow of Minjun won all the goblins that were approaching him. But the program transferred all the senses for Minjun that he even felt his blow. The goblins were even more angry at Minjun's attacks and began to shout. This realism was very fond of Minjun, and he called the monsters to himself. When Minjun applied fatal blows to the monsters of their bodies did not remain but disappeared. The system announced that the Minjun completed the battle, and it was disappointed because it was very fast. But Minjun has a new idea for battle, so he added all possible monsters for 30 people and prepared for battle. Satisfied, Minjun was glad to start hunting for monsters. Due to the countdown, the monsters rushed to the attack before the attack. With a loud cry of lizards and goblins began to move forward to attack Minjun together. The Minjun announced that he was pleased to meet the monsters, also attempted. Smiling by the Minjun began an attack by calling the monsters little milashes. The Minjun began to beat the monsters one by applying fatal blows to them. Even the scary stone goblins were not for whom Minjun's problem. Minjun confidently moved forward, destroying all the monsters in his path. And quickly enough, the Minjun defeated all the monsters, so the system announced that the battle ended. Minjun touched his military helmet in virtual reality. This allowed Minjun to get out of the regime and return to the real world. The joyful Minjun believed that it was incredible, and in his personal rating this game is a friend after Dungeon Power Fighter. Minjun's personal system has announced that a basic solution with a dull weapon was created. Therefore, the Minjun checked his characteristics, where he had been taught that he had improved the characteristics for this workout. Having told himself, the Minjun announced that he did not even expect to see the arm skills, and it seemed fun to him. Based on the laboratory of the Minjun, thought he had no need to go on the dungeon to gain skills. With a good mood, the Minjun thought that it would be necessary to come again and try different weapons when there would be free time. In surprise, the Minjun saw Donjun, who looked at him, and in his hand carried a pack. As if seeing the ghost Donjun pointing his finger towards Minjun with fear, he wanted to ask something. Without understanding, the Minjun began to look at thinking that so scared Donzina. And then Minjun saw behind himself a plate that showed his results for virtual simulation. Not to mention a word between Minju and Donjun hung a awkward pause. After calming down Donjun, he asked Minjun once again. He defeated all these monsters from the results. A little nervous, Minjun thought of himself as if he would rather move to another topic of conversation when he suddenly had an idea. The serious face of the Minjun officially turned to Donjun and suggested that there was not a big conversation and was going to open the door to the laboratory. Donzina was a little excited and he asked why in the training room. Laughing at the Minjun, asked what was not clear Donjun and that he did not like in the training room. Having changed in his face to the malicious smile of Minjun, stated Donjun that he was going to train. Minjun began to push Donjun into the laboratory, but Donjun began to refuse because he still has a hangover and he is not good. Minjun stated that everything would be well and not worried. Also behind Minjun and Donjina, some people paid them, and the man went out after they went to the hall. It was a Gvankik, and seeing the results of Minjun on the plate, he was very impressed. The next day, by someone, the Gvankik came to the restroom of other soldiers. The soldiers of Kolho greeted the Gvankik when he asked where most of the soldiers and where are the Minjun. The rank of Kolho said that everyone went to the warehouse on snow removal equipment, and by whom the Minjun stated that he would be in the gym before their schedule. Suddenly he was frightened because he called Minjun in the presence of a Gvutvshik. The frightened Cholho already thought he would not be lucky, but the Gvankik just looked at him silently. Without a single reaction, Gvutvnkik ordered Kolho that he was saying to Minjun that he was looking for a platoon commander. The surprised Kolho did not expect such a reaction and immediately went for Minju, worrying that the Gvutvavik would change his reaction. The Gvutvnkik approached other sergeants who were in the room of wondering what they were doing. John Han Enan greeted the Vankik, and whom John asked where he was and whether he wanted to join them. Gvutvnkik looked at the piece of paper that was near them on which the pond and terms on the topic of how quickly Minjun would become a sergeant. By whom John laughed at John Han Jen because he put the minor on to become a sergeant in 6 months. Evil Chankan N said that he feels so and is sure that Minjun is far from the ordinary guy. Seeing the sheet of whom the Gvutvnkik plunged into his thoughts. By whom John laughed and provoked John Khan Anna, saying that he was angry because he would regret his decision, and the Gvankik wrote on the sheet of his pond. The spore between the John and Khan Enam stopped the Gvankik that laid a sheet and a pen to them. In surprise, Khan N was asked for Gvutvshik seriously and reminded that he would not be able to pick up his bet back. The Gvutvin simply went to the exit, waving them with his hand, and Khan Han again reminded that the rate was their monthly salary. Having looked at the Gvutvshik Khan N, he decided that he was even more crazy than he himself, because the Gvutvshik staged a bet that Minjun would become a sergeant in 1 month. In the gym of the Minjun lifted dumbbells that were made of red stones. Minjun used a variety of the most difficult simulators to knead his body. Such training has been ongoing in Minjun for several days, but it is disappointed that its indicators have not changed at all, and it was in vain. Remembering the characteristics from Eshuri Minjun, even praised them because they were not bad, and he likes the skills that improve with the increase in characteristics. Recalling the strong soldier of the Minjun thought, in their world, there is nothing like the power of the hero who returned. The disappointed Minjun exhaled and thought it was so difficult to raise its characteristics here. But suddenly the Minjun saw a message from his system that the skill of force was created and increased by 5. Minjun joyfully looked at his panel and was like, this basic skill, but nothing wrong because he had the opportunity to increase it. And then the rank of Cholho appeared behind him. Officially saying the rank of Kolho, he handed over to Minjun that his platoon commander was looking for him. The joyful Minjun returned to Cholho and said, well, in the eyes of Minjun, the joy of the new skill was read. Nothing understanding the act of Cholho, simply looked at Minjun with a question. Minjun, when he came out, pulled his shape and looking at him in the question of what was happening today with everyone today. Going into the Minjun office, he officially greeted and added that he arrived in the administrative office as he was summoned. The platoon commander greeted Minjun joyfully and was glad to see him. Coming out of his table, the commander said Minjun that nothing special happened and he just needs to talk to a psychologist. Friendly, the commander asked how his Capral life was moving in Minjun. because Sunday had already passed and the Minjun replied that everything is wonderful and he was having a good time. Paying attention to the hat of the commander of Minjun congratulated him on the increase that the commander pleased. The commander decided to sit on the chair and said Minjun that he was cited due to the fact that Minjun had set up an incident with medium flying mice. Sitting on a chair and sofa, the commander thanked the Amondun once again, and he replied that it was a little thing. The commander stretched the Minjun folder and announced that it was why he caused him today. The commander joyfully said that it was specially prepared for Minjun through the incident and for the highest exam points. In the middle of the folder, there was a reward for Minjun for outstanding achievements in military life, and also the commander apologized that there was no solemn issuance because they were trying not to hold many solemn events in the hunter's body. Minjun thanked the commander and he stressed that this award would be included in the Minjun resume. Minjun was interested in the words about the summary. Minjun joyfully asked if the commander of his possible unlawful increase did not mean, and the commander laughs and said a little confidently that everything is possible. But the commander explained that it is not easy to receive such a reward and not every hunter can get it so early as in Minjun, but even fewer those who received several such awards. Interestingly and inserted, the Minjun asked that if he received 10 awards or can he get up. The commander smiled in silence, listening to Minjun think of the awards like the coupons for a pot of chicken, and what he listened. Minjun continued to be interested in whether they had special suggestions or something else. A few days later, many soldiers gathered near the portal where they were asked to prepare their special weapons. The commander announced that their platoon was adjusted to clean the dungeon that before them. The soldiers gathered on confidence stood in a system of listening to the commander, that if they did everything as they were taught, he has no doubt that they would complete their mission without any injuries. One of the soldiers made some container, and the battalion commander announced that the soldiers already know some information. Some soldiers changed in the face after these words of the battalion commander and what they saw in the container. Stretching the gas masks, the commander said that their today's dungeon is a lair of rats, monsters, or other sewage, and this dungeon is not particularly dangerous. The second platoon of the second detachment went to the dungeon. A little split by Corporal Minjun walked together with Corporal Jong Hanun and the ordinary first rank of Lee Donson. In the second team, the soldiers complained to smell, and there were a second platoon commander, Junior Lieutenant, Hu Cholman, and the second detachment commander, Sergeant Lee Psycho. Suddenly, one of the ordinary raised his hand, attracting the attention of commanders and others. The problem of data dungeons was that more than 200 rats of monsters live here, and a narrow dungeon limits the use of fire, weapons. The soldiers looked around seeing something interesting, but all these conditions made the dungeons very not easy to clean. The commander announced that calling the side from which the soldiers came in this room, there's only one second entrance, so this place would be the best to lure the rats. So he was in charge of the order to prepare the bait. All soldiers should wear gas masks because of the horrible smell, and all gathered in the cave when preparing for the attack. The ordinary first rank of Ju Songa brought the commander a container with a bait. John Hanyun came to Minjun complaining about the smell and all the not pleasant atmosphere in the dungeon. The commander first put his hand into the container in search of the necessary bait. Due to the smell of Hanun and Minjun, they removed and realized that such a stench from monsters because they eat everything stinky. The commander began to give orders where to put a bait for monsters and emphasize, let them put more. One of the soldiers realized that he had come to something firm because he heard a sound. Looking under the feet of the soldier, noticed many bones belonging to the monsters of rats. The soldier was scared and he was going to convey this information to the leaders because it is a very strange situation. But not having time to inform the command of whom John emphasized that the monsters were approaching, the commander emphasized all the soldiers, waving his hand to prepare for the attack, and lined up in the line opposite the entrance. Everyone began to prepare for the battle where the ordinary was ordered to be lined up in the rear near the commander, by whom John and John Hanun decided to score a new couple with each other, that one of them wins less rats, he pays at the bar. Behind John Hanun appeared Lee Psycho, and shook him lightly on a helmet with the words that they would not relax, and Kanyun asked whether the detachment commander also wants to join. Donzin and Minjun were near each other and expected the appearance of rats monsters. Suddenly, the flow of rats monsters began to run towards the soldiers at high speed and could not be counted. The commander emphasized that all soldiers would hold positions and not even dare to break them. When the monsters of the rat were already near the Minjun, happily thought about how pleased his heart from this situation. The first to the attack was the correspondent of the second platoon and the second detachment by someone Meng, and he was handed by the sword. Minjun joyfully watched everyone looking at their movements and analyzing who was fighting. Not looking back at all, a bunch of rats mice flew to Minjun until he thought that everyone else was well. But Minjun did not even return to the monsters of the rats, but struck a single fatal blow with his nail stick, although Minjun continued to look at the situation of others. One of the soldiers responded incredibly quickly to the attack of mice using their sword. But Minjun was attracted by the deputy commander of the 2nd Platoon Senior Sergeant by Kima Mindy, and the 2nd Platoon commander, the younger Lieutenant Keeman, because they destroyed every rat who passed through the formation. Fighting and thinking of the Minjun thought that Mindhi and Cholman were incredible because they cover such a large territory on their own, and it indicates that it is impossible to become stronger simply playing Godor. But also changing the gang of the Minjun looked at some other, and it was very surprised. He attracted the attention of Minjun Donjin, who strongly destroyed the rats that went to him. Minjun pleased this because Donjin began to show the results of their special training. Suddenly, the soldiers who kept the shields announced that a lot of rats came from the rear. The commander voted all the soldiers to formulate the monsters on them from the rear. By order of the commander, the 1st and 4th detachment went to them to deal with rats. The ordinary was ordered to be carefully moved to the center, covering up with the shields and without bravado not to try to attack the monsters. Sergeant Cho Tevok stressed that they almost finished and not many monsters left. When Minjun seemed strange nearby, a strange but familiar smell seemed to scoop in Minjun, and it was strange to him. Looking at the Minjun realized that he could not feel it because of other smells and because of the gas mask, but he realized that it was. Suddenly, there were cracks on the floor of the dungeon, as if something under the soldiers moved. The hazard was approaching them loudly and aggressively. The unknown force came out of the floor by illuminating the dungeon and discarding all the soldiers nearby. All the soldiers were surprised because they saw them when the monster came to them. It was a special monster of a special class that also looked like a rat, but it looked stronger than its predecessor. Looking at the rat of a soldier who saw the bones of other monsters, he previously thought was the case of the hands of this monster. The soldier frightened that this special monster could destroy other rats and become so strong. Suddenly, the Gvutvanka fell right in front of the monster and he paid his attention to him. In the shock state, the Gvankit could not move and the huge monster of the rat was preparing for the attack. The commander, of whom Coleman understood that his ward is in danger, but he understood that he could not make movement. Behind the frightened Coleman shouted someone to take the Gvutvashik in his hands and flee immediately. But the monster had already swung on the Gvankik, and he could only do anything closing his hands. Suddenly, someone reflected the attack of a huge rat, because of which his sword flew to the side, but it saved Gvanka. It was Lee Dongjin, having reflecting the attack, immediately began to pull the hill from the monster. The Gvutvanka was very surprised by Dongjin's determination, and he asked him to stand up and run. But the monster was very angry and began to blacken the soldiers with his cry. The commander tried to give an order when the Manjun appeared behind him and hurried to help. In the flight, Minjun was strongly prepared for an attack on a giant monster. Looking at the face of the rat, he noted that he had unbuttoned eyes and not normal height that indicates demonic energy. From a very strong blow to Minjun, everyone was blinded by a glow and not everyone understood what happened. And then in the dust, everyone saw Minjun that showed the thumb up the mountain and said that Danjin tried very well. Donjin was very happy to see Minjun as well as to hear praise from him. Gvutavshik and Donjin ran to the safe zone and the captains asked Minjun to retreat. And Minty ordered Corporal to follow them and prepare others. But the Mainjin remained on the battlefield and continued to fight the Shatter. The attacks of the rat were strong and beat on the plane, causing stones from the ceiling of the dungeon. But Minjun did not interfere with it, and he even thanked the monster for such help. The monster made a strong attempt on Minjun, but he was ready for his attack. Collecting his dark energy of the Minjun worried that someone could see his special attack. And at this point, by someone, the Minjun made a strong blow to the rat. Using the Minjun shield, it applied remote attacks on a rat monster. Then with his fist, the Minjun struck a few strokes that were fatal for the rat. Without losing the time of Minjun, opened his hand to collect dark energy to himself. A large amount of energy was accumulating in Minjun in his hand, like a sphere of giant power. The system told Minjun that he had enough demonic energy and his figure increased by 1. The soldiers successfully completed the clearing of the dungeon and returned to the surface into their world. All present rested after a great battle and a good victory. Hu and John Kang Hanun discussed their couple and Hanun's programs, by whom Cholman spoke with someone on the phone by reporting that they met a special monster in battle, but everyone came out healthy from the dungeon. Paying attention to Minjun, Cholman said that the monster was won and defeated him by one of the platoon members, and therefore they invite an operational support group. Minjun was most concerned about the horrible smell that went from his armor through the whole fight. Suddenly, someone behind Minjun said that there were no ordinary living creatures from the little mosquitoes to the great monsters on the forefront. It was Hanwin that came to Minjun for saving them. Even when he saw that monster, he was shocked and could not move. Minjun said that it was little things and he would rather apologize because he acted without the commander's order. Sitting together on the grass, Hanwin said that Minjun should not be apologized because it was an emergency situation, and he is pleased that Minjun was reacting quickly and no matter how he and Donzin would be in that world. Carefully asked whether all is well with Minjun and whether there were serious injuries. With the smile of Minjun nodded, showing that everything is well with him and should not worry. Someone came to Kanyun and Minjun as a surprise and really no scratches on Minjun. It was Coleman that finished talking on the phone and looked at Minjun strictly. With the smile of Minjun replied that everything was well with him, and Hyenon was wondering whether the ordinary man of the Minjun. Commander Cholman said a little sad that they would return to the base of Minjun a small conversation, who Minjun was interested in what awaited him but decided not to ask now and just agreed. Looking at how the commander enters, Hanyun said that Cholman looks not satisfied. Departed from the soldiers Cholman, he kept behind his head and appeared behind him by someone who said on the phone. Minty added Coleman that all evacuated were not significant injuries, and Donjin had just completed the examination and returned to the base. Also, Minty said that Gvutvankik went up with a couple of bruises on his head and on the body, so they would return to the base tomorrow. Minty shook Chillin on his shoulder and he exhaled with a gap. At this point, Minty returned and called the whole second platoon, announced that due to unpredictable circumstances, they complete the execution of the order on the clearing of the dungeon immediately, so let the soldiers check their belongings because they returned to the base. Returning to the base of Minjun was called to the administrative office for conversation. Cholman said that the Minjun was caused by the reason for his report. Stretching Minjun's handle and Cholman's paper, asked him to write all the details of his battle with a large rat, and Minjun sat and thought how to describe it. The Minjun thought if he wrote that he did not work out a rat and he destroyed him with his fist or believe in his story. Cholman said that unfortunately he could not see everything because he had stones and dust. But Cholman asked by a serious face, Minjun had destroyed the rat with a stroke of kulak. This was embarrassed by Minjun, so he was unsure of laughter. He explained that this monster had a bush of energy and he had little time for reflection. Further, Cholman continued to seriously ask Minjun what the characteristics. Honestly, answering the Minjun said that he had the power of 65 and 60 agility. This surprised Coleman because he had a characteristic in the 40 area as a senior lieutenant, and it's possible that they have a regular soldier above 60. Rejecting in his chair, Cholman mentioned that Minjun's characteristics were twice as large as the sergeant's. Having said, Cholman announced that with the characteristics of Minjun, he would be taken to the military academy of hunters. Looking at Minjun Cholman, he remembered that by some data he was expelled from high school, and in any case it would not be easy to go there. Deciding, Cholman said that if Minjun plans to become a leader, he should try to go to the university. Minjun was upset by this proposal, and Cholman continued that when Minjun became a senior sergeant, he would be able to go there and study online programs, and he can help with it. The awkward Minjun replied that he did not like to learn, and he was enough to move forward with his achievement. Kalman said calmly that if Minjun made such a decision, he will not force him and impose it, but if he changed his mind, Choman. Minjun calmly thanked him. When the Minjun finished writing, Cholman said that he would complete the report and he could go to rest and he will not forget the merit of the Minjun. But when Minjun came out, Coleman paid attention to his hat and called Minjun. Cholman strongly said that Minjun saved all members of the platoon today, recalling that Cholman said that they could face a worse scenario because even he could not move at that moment. Commander Cholman thanked Minjun for his help today. With the smile of the Minjun replied that what was supposed to be like a soldier. Looking at Cholman, he also smiled at Minjun joyfully. When Minjun came out in his thoughts, he understood that he did what he needed to gather more demonic energy and increase the list of its achievements. With a confident smile, the Minjun walked down the corridor thinking of his following actions. But a day when everyone returned to the base of Minjun and Donjin, they met Gvanka. The annoyingly Minjun asked Gvanka whether he really wants to join their special training. A little confident and awkwardly, Gvankik replied that he wanted to join. Madzun asked how the Gvutvankik learned about their special workouts. Posted by his finger on Gvutvajik, Minjun said with a refusal, and how he thought he could train with them even more, so he has not yet recovered. The clumsy Gvutvankik pointed to Donjin that he had gone a long way and now he seems useful to him for a platoon. Therefore, the Gvutvavik, with an unclear smile, continued to say that he suspected this through training, so he thought to join. With whom Minjun he had kept his laughter that he had an eye. But the serious face of the Minjun asked whether the Gvankik thinks that they would just accept it. And Minjun also reminded that this would not be a violation of the rules for Captain Gvankik. The Gvutvshik from the embossing of Minjun sweats and naked not knowing what to answer. But remembering the past and all the fighting, Gvankik thought about his actions. Therefore, having worshipped Donjin, Gvankik thanked him that he had saved him and apologized to the fact that he had offended him earlier. Minjun was satisfied, and Donjin said that Gvanka should not apologize. Having thought of Gvutvshik said that he wanted to apologize for all the abuse of Donjin earlier during this time, and he is not sure that he will forgive him. But Gvutvankik said that he really wants to train because he has personal reasons to become a sergeant. Donjin for apologizing Gvanka and asking Minjun why they would not start training together. But Minjun was serious, and Donjin asked if everything was well with him. Calmly, Minjun thought invented a new plan and began to speak his idea. Minjun said that this was not normal for the ordinary first Nagu Donjin. The upset Gvutvankik understood his reaction, and he realizes that they are not pleased to communicate with him because of his past mistakes, but he is still grateful because he is alive thanks to them. Already leaving, the Gvutvshik was very upset, and Danjin wanted to stop him. Suddenly the Minjun said that he will have one in the language, then the Gvutver put his ear. Minjun said the word pigeon, and Gvankik did not quite understand what he was in mind. The joyful and malicious face of the Minjun said that if the Gvutvshik behaves like a dove for 24 hours and he can change his mind. This condition was very angry with the Gvanka before the redness of his face. The Mindhun asked the Gvutvankik changed his mind to train. With a red face from a malice, the Glek looked at the boys and said, "The Kirk." Donzina scared the whole situation a little, and the Gvankik continued to swallow the whole corridor. And the Minjun was angry but joyfully satisfied with his idea, and began to laugh from the Gvutvshik. Meanwhile, the castle of the Holy Girl vissled in Ishad and Ishad. A man with a knight helmet is something like a large box under a cloth on a wheelbarrow. Running to the holy girl behind the man stopped his wheelbarrow, waiting for her reaction. The white-haired girl returned to her husband and said that he did a good job and asked if there was something else he wanted to ask her. Not confidently, the man said that he just wanted to ask how much girl would still do it. Going closer to the husband of the night of the holiday, the girl answered what he did not know. The serious face of the holiday, the girl looked at something under the blanket that the man brought. The girl looked in the middle to look at the man brought her. In the middle, the girl saw the eye of the monster what a man brought, but it was not clear what an animal was. Departing from the monster of Swat, the girl hid him behind the fabric, and the knight looked what she would do next. Suddenly, having raised her hand and using her strength, the girl opened the portal that opened in the past for Minjun. The man in the helmet scared it, and the holy girl replied that it was a gift for the person who left them. And returning to the knight, the girl looked with a terrible look and said that for this man there was no such thing as a lot or not. After a while, the whole second platoon went out to work, and it was clear to the morning of Chotevok that it did not pass much time as they cleaned the dungeon, and they are already forced to prepare the area for splashes. Driving the land, the sergeant said whether they were rolled up with the monsters like that year. His friend, whom Mung said about his reflections or at all these camps help. Looking at the elders also engaged in preparation of the camp, all continued to work. Sergeant Cho Tevok did not find the answer to Mungun's question, and a car appeared on the road. It surprised the Tevok, and by whom the Mungers standing almost on the top of the mountain and saw the car. The soldiers were finally able to escape, and the Muns were glad that they finally brought the stone mate. Lee's psycho, and whom Mindy gave instructions to the soldiers and helped to get blocks from the car. The Jivuut Vin that carried the stone on the shoulders explained that these blocks call the soldiers with each other, because no one knows exactly what they are made of, stone or metal, and these stones are very heavy and durable. Seeing a soldier on top, he said that is why they use these blocks to strengthen. Walking next to Manjun, Gvankik said that he knows that this block is created from minerals found in dungeons, and when he wanted to say the name of the Minjun, interrupted him. Turning on the Minjun, strangely looking at the Gvutovshik whether he said something. Looking at Minjan, which carried 2 such blocks on his shoulders, the Gvankik was surprised because he carried only 1. Turning out, the Gvutovshik said that he did not say anything, and about the borders under his nose that maybe someone would be interested in this information. The soldiers wore blocks one by one, and only the Minjun surprised everyone with their abilities, because they carried 4 blocks right away and sang a song. After a while, someone announced for all soldiers a break of 10 minutes. But for all, there was a break of Mindy approached the commander of a platoon by Kim Cholmin. Going to Cholmin, Mindhai said that he heard something while he went on materials to the headquarters of the division. The serious face of Mindy said that the dungeon of hunting grounds opened near the territory of the 104th Division. Other soldiers heard this, and this was not led to them, but rather she scared them to ants. Suddenly, someone turned to whom the Mindy was behind with the question of this information. These were the Tevok, and by whom the uniform was asked by the Mindy commander not jokes, and asked not to do it. The Muns clung to Mindy's hand and said that if they went there, it would be them for the 3rd time. And Tevka kept behind Mindy's foot, saying that it was terribly, and Mindy answered that they would calm down, because now only intelligence goes. By whom Minjun simply watched and curious why they behave so much and what they don't like. Gvut Vuvik looked at the Minjno with a smile, and remembering these dungeons of hunting agreements, that hunters refer to special criteria. First, such dungeons are more than usual and can accumulate more monsters. Also, these dungeons do not have a boss of dungeons or other monsters of high risk. Such dungeons are an ideal place for hunters to gain real military experience, so they are used as places of division training before going to clean ordinary dungeons. Emphasizing, Gvutovshik said it was such a training of felds of hunters. Surprisingly, Minjun addressed the Gvutovshik, asking who he was talking to. Again, the Gvutovshik said nothing but thought it may be interesting to someone. But in fact, Minjun listened to him and thought about himself that it would be an interesting training of the hunter's field maneuvers. Although looking at others, he did not need it but for others, and their reaction thought it was so bad. The Tiok and whom the Muns complained to someone that it is difficult for them to dig them, but they did not want to beat that annoyed Minjun and Mindhi. Unable to withstand, Mindy took the Tevok by whom Kamen said that it would be a divisional workout, and it was an opportunity to increase the number of achievements. And when Minjun heard it about himself, something about achievements. After thinking, he was caught by the desire to get more awards for his achievements and receiving more. Minjun was happy to think that the front line was just wonderful, and there were so many opportunities here that is a great idea to go here. Suddenly, Minjun looked at his shadow from which his little friend of the night traveler looked. It is not satisfied with whom Minjun thought that his night traveler forgot here. With his foot, the Minjun covered the face of a night traveler so that he would not attract attention. Looking at the Minjun, he saw that Minty still listened to the boredom of the Tuk and Munga and had fun with them. Walking out of the Minjun was glad that no one noticed his night traveler in the shadow. Putting his hand to the face of the night traveler, asked what he needed. After listening to the information that the night traveler conveyed to Minjun, it surprised him. In the memoirs of the night traveler, Minjun saw that a highly set man and a woman discussed a request for reinforcement through a special monster. The woman emphasized that the request for reinforcement came from the intelligence that worked in the Yang area. The man asked her whether it was a dungeon in a military area. Holding her hat in her hands, the woman answered that this area is not a public settlement, but focusing on the data, two intelligence members did not expected consciousness during the battle, and such cases began more often. Therefore, the woman said the reason for this may be a dungeon that needs to be cleaned, but the man replied that the usual soldiers would disassemble with him and let all hunters from the yoga would return immediately. The man wanted this because the dungeons that appear in the area of Konchon, their priority task and all hunters need to be sent there. Not willing, but the girl agreed. Minjun was very surprised by their conversation, as well as a verdict of a high-ranking man, but with a smile he looked into the shadow and invented a new plan for himself. Rising from the place of the Minjun decided that he needed to take one weekend. The next day, Minjun went to a civilian city and dressed in ordinary clothes. Fashed on the black big lean, thought about the plan of his actions. Looking at the parties to the Minjun thought whether he took everything, but somewhat attracted his attention. It was a family photo of the commander-in-chief of the battalion, Kim Coleman. Recalling the moment when Minjun asked the original Coleman, he asked, because he was winged by Minjun Cholman, why he was wearing so much stone tays than others on the construction site. It turns out Minjun So tried to take the day off and Cholman praised him. Minjun happily answered that it was. Cholman noted that at the moment the address of Minjun in the Forbidden Zone and asked where he stopped last time. Invincible Minjun replied that last time he stopped on the internet cafe. Cholman answered with a smile that he thought and as if he had one idea. Having stretched Minjun, the key Cholman said that if everything suits him, he gives him the key to the place where the Minjun can accommodate. Explaining Cholman, he said that this is his parents' boyfriend, but now they went to the commander and the apartment was empty, and there is a clean because the commander goes there in his liberation days. Minjun was a little surprised by such generosity and said that it was not necessary, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket captain, by whom Cholman said that it was necessary. On the piece of paper, the address was written, and Cholman noted that it was a little far from the camp, but still within the Convono, and it was the best internet cafe. Minjun thought that if it is in a sneezing, it is not so bad for him. Walking into his office, Cholman said let the Minjun just take the key, even if he did not stay there and wished to relax on his weekend. Minjun was very surprised by such a generosity and reaction of Commander Coleman. In his office, having fallen on the chair, the commander of Kimon, exhausted with the gap, Charlemagne looked at his table on which Minjun's dossier lay, and it was stated that his parents had disappeared. Minjun stood in the middle of Cholman's apartment, plunging into his thoughts, but it was time for him to go. Walking on the civilian street of Minjun thought about the next plan of his actions. Walking in the hood of Minjun surrounded the noise of a civilian city and cars. Remembering the information of the night traveler, Minjun knew that the dungeon he needed was in an abandoned school in the ultrasound yoke, and there would be protection. Many soldiers surrounded the perimeter of the street, showing that there is a forbidden area. All the military were with weapons and with cars without missing anyone. But Minjun did not stop because he decided to move to the desired place through the Krisha. Having gone through all the soldiers of the Minjun got into the forbidden area without drawing attention. Hiding behind one of the pillars of Minjun saw what he was interested in. In front of Minjun was a portal about which he heard and saw defense. Recalling his little night traveler, Minjun thought he had to find out that there was a monster in his type there. Having entered the portal of Minjun said that if the situation is very dangerous, he would just run away. Arriving at the Minjun dungeon got into something like a dark forest. Looking around the Minjun thought about how damp in this forest. Under him, the Minjun found a pen from the sword, but the blade was broken, so it meant that there was a fight. Suddenly, the Minjun said that some are very highly stand out for him to get better. A giant goblin or a kobold came behind Minjun and was also saturated with dark energy, getting on his feet, by whom Minjun thought why this goblin was so great. In preparation for the Battle of the Minjun, thought the intelligence was able to return to the living with such a great monster. And here Goblin jumped into the sky, making an attempt to get used to the attack on Minjun. But the paint managed to jump to the side and did not affect Goblin at all, by whom Minjun struck Goblin his bright blow to the fist of blinding him. But looking at the state of Goblin, it did not give the results, so Minjun struck a second kick. Fleeing from Goblin, Minjun thought he was strong because he kept his strong blows. Goblin still continued to attempt Minjun, and he only had to get over. Suddenly, Goblin's foot was stuck in the ground because Minjun used his skill of defilement on the ground. Then Minjun rolled into the stuck Goblin to strike more to win. Minjun made many fast blows with fists and wondered that Goblin did not even block him. But suddenly Goblin decided to repel Minjun's blow, which led to the fact that he flew to the side. Although Minjun was not injured and Goblin was landed well. Suddenly the Minjun noticed that he was left behind and had an idea. Turning to Goblin, Minjun stressed that all whom he met were only at the level of ants. But now Minjun compared Goblin with the Japanese beetle Rhino and Minjun in his hands that remained from his sword. When Goblin grabbed Minjun for his head, he said that he was a beetle in Africa. Turning to Goblin, Minjun asked him how he was going to pay for the harm that he did. The upset and angry Minjun asked how Goblin will pay for him for new clothes that he only purchased. Then the Minjin struck the goblin fatal blows that it remained from the sword as well as its physical abilities. Winning goblin Minjin began to collect all his demonic energy to himself. Looking at his new characteristics of the Minjin saw how his characteristics have increased, and new skills of Dark Arrow and the foundations of fencing, and improved the skill of a night traveler. Looking at the top of the Dark Arrow, he was glad that he now had a long-range attack, but he thought why he got a fencing skill. But remembering his attack by the Minjun sword, he understood why he was given this skill because he struck a critical hit. Although Minjun thought whether Goblin was wounded before the Minjun came. Slightly looking for the Minjun mentioned that he saw something silver on Goblin. The fact that Minjun found him very surprised him, and he did not believe his eyes. Half of the manga. Looking at the fact that Minjun found it was a strange fragment similar to the tip of the boom. Looking closer, he changed his mind and decided that it could be a sword's bell and thought it was a matter of intelligence, but this piece was very familiar to him. Suddenly, the Minjun heard the animal sound behind itself, and it was a few more goblins. Hiding a metal piece in the pocket and climbing to the Minjun's feet, said they just in time because he wanted to test his new skill. He looked at the goblins with a smile and asked them to approach him. These goblins were not as strong as the previous one, but they clenched their teeth when preparing for the attack. The Minjun raised his hands and was ready to attack and began to collect dark energy in his palms. Deciding Minjun wanted to use the power of the rank skill right now, releasing the dark energy as if she had rushed to the goblin arrows, inflicting 2 fatal blows. The Minjun Forceful said that even after completing his mission, he could have been delayed for longer and putting order here. The last goblin that remained by feeling Minjun was very frightened. Looking angrily at the monster, he asked where his friends went. After what time, the Minjun in the hood went out of the portal to his native world. With a smile, he went out of the Junju, said that he had cleaned this dungeon. Minjun had so much dark energy for the shadow that his eye was purple. And then Minjun said it was time to play his favorite DPF game. When Mindhun returned to the army after their weekend, the platoon went into a new adventure. Near the soldiers were already tired, and Minjun thought about how well he went through his weekend, that he had time and get even more dark energy and play in his favorite game. But when Minjun with a light heart returned to the camp, mood in the platoon was bad. Hanun immediately underbigged to Minjun, telling that their next dungeon is the Dungeon of Hunting Agreements, and will be sent there. The dungeon map indicated that each platoon will start in a random place and will move to the center of the dungeon. Commander Cholman pointed out the platoon and all obediently moved behind him. Suddenly, Commander Cholman heard strange sounds in front of him and looked forward. Ahead of the troops, something moved in their direction, so Cholman ordered everyone to prepare for battle and take positions on the top of the hill, right at the course. Minjun liked this training because they are in real conditions at the divisional level, including responding to numerous unexpected situations and joints with periodically appearing monsters. The soldiers moved dark balls that were completely black and had only their mouth. Cholman saw them, declared all the soldiers to remove special weapons and prepare for the use of firearms. All the soldiers heard the order of Coleman and began to prepare for shots and attacks. Minjun also got his machine gun from his back and was ready for attack. In his thoughts, Minjun thought that on his expectations it would be the most fun workout. For all soldiers, Cholman ordered the defeat of their opponents. Then all the soldiers began to shoot on the monsters and they began to burst like balls. Minty announced that dark balls have strong skin, and they can fly them so difficult to hold them from weapons, and they need to destroy them all before they approach. With their shots, the soldiers destroyed dark balls and did not allow them to approach the army. Suddenly, Cholman ordered to stop the fire and prepare all the soldiers for the melee. Driving the attention of the soldiers, Cholman said that there are 3 monsters left and it will be difficult to stop if they attack someone, so everyone should be careful. Having thought of the Minjun, suspected that the game would end as soon as someone attacks, and if many soldiers will suffer, then their platoon performance will fall very much. The soldiers have not yet had time to prepare for melee, and one of the balls was very close and preparing to attack. After running forward, the Minjun thought that he could not allow them to lose. Running to a meeting of the Dark Ball of Minjun was not expected to seek Sergeant Lee Psycho. Reflecting a dark ball as a football ball of Minjun increased the distance between it and the soldiers. Donjin and Gvutevshik were surprised by such actions by anyone. He thought about himself that it would be a little easier to shoot with dark arrows. Then the soldiers understood why the Minjun did it and began to shoot in the sky to get into a dark ball. As well as the first Minjun, 2 other dark balls so that they do not approach the soldiers. The Cholman commander liked the actions of Minjun and he ordered the soldiers to prepare for the attack on dark layers in the air. Having destroyed all the dark balls, the soldiers gathered together for the next discussion. Cholman announced a break for 10 minutes and said until everyone resting, let everyone check their personal equipment and check whether the victims are available if he should be applied. Going to Minjun Cholman, he shook him on his shoulder as a sign of ingenuity and respect. Donjin and Gvutevshik also showed Minjun fingers to the mountain showing his support. Cho Tevik, and by whom the Mungers nervously fell to the ground for rest. The Tevik asked if the Mung had such a feeling as if this training is a little more difficult than the latter, and did not remember how many fights they had. The Mung replied that he was not sure but heard rumors that it was not a dungeon of hunting grounds. A surprised Tevik asked the Mung that he was referring to, and the Mung said that the dungeon was a boss. But when he heard from the gossip, Munga said that some have won the monster and they took him alive, With tears, the Hmong said that the boss was closed in the storage area because they were afraid that the dungeons would be clean. While the Tevik and the Hmonging were crying behind them, the Minty, hugging them and calling them the laziers, announced that the break ended. Minjun looked at their cute situation with a smile, and the Tu and Hmong began to prepare. But from the gossip of Mungamunjun realized that the one who defeated the boss was 2-star from the hunter's body. The platoon went further along the route. Aminti still kept the shoulders of Tevik and Hmong. Suddenly, before the platoon in their way, the commander Cholman saw what was very surprised. All platoon soldiers also paid attention to what was happening and who met in their way. Minjun also drew attention to what stopped them and was also surprised without believing in his eyes. At the bottom of the mountain, they walked on the ground, quietly sat by a man. It was a 2-star hunter waiting for a platoon with a smile, and on his neck was a sign of showing that he was the victim. Meanwhile, his grandfather was sitting in the shadows in Ishad and smoking his tube, when a man with a knight's helmet came to his grandfather suddenly and looked at him. A little surprised by his grandfather said that if a man of the night so quickly returned, it can say one thing. My grandfather asked a man. He broke him again, and the knight was a little embarrassed. Realizing his grandfather, he said that it was not important, and thinks that it was because of the orders of the holy girl. Then the man knight stretched his grandfather's sword. Looking at his grandfather's sword, he said that he looked very sad because there were not some pieces of blade on the sword, and asked the knight hunted for demonic monsters. At the central collection point, the commanders discussed that there were much more monsters in the dungeons than expected. Kongkol, commander of Lieutenant Colonel from the 104th Division of the 3rd Battalion, said that he hopes everything would be without events. The commander of Lieutenant Colonel of the 104th Division of the 1st Battalion of John Singen said that the division commander that the average combat capacity is gradually declining. But Chanchol denied that they seemed too far. Colonel Lee Chunb, a 104th Division and the 2nd Battalion commander, found in the tent. Hello on all, Chunbi asked whether they did not know where the division commander went. Chanchol did not know what to say until the Singun rejected in his chair. Singuna was surprised by Chunbuma, and he answered that he knew what division commander and no one would stop him. Surprised by Chumb asked why he was involved in training and why he and his people to go there. Suddenly, Chonghol rose from his place to answer Chunbum. Recording his glasses, Chonghol said before his exit, the division commander said that there was a soldier who wants to see with his eyes. Returning to Minjan's comrades, they were all surprised by those who waited for them. Cholman could not say anything but mentioned that there was punishment for some actions with the victim. But Cholman did not expect to see the role of the division commander who was already approaching them. In his thoughts, Cholman thought why the victim was played not by any of the heads of the division headquarters, but the commander himself. The commander of the division looked at the commander Cholman. After showing his plaque of the victim, the division commander asked him to take care of him. It was not expected and knocked Cholman out of his alarming reflection. On the nerves, Commander Cholman officially greeted the division commander and accepted his words as an order. For the wounded, the soldiers have a special carry, but they were not sure that they would be able to carry it. Minty asked the division commander to sit on tolerance. The division commander strictly looked at the soldiers, thinking what to do next. Going even closer to the division commander tried to mention the sergeant, and by whom Minty once again introduced himself. Taking into his hands the transfer of the division with all his strength and anger, the commander of the division squeezed her, asking Minty, did not know what he is for a man. Mines and soldiers were surprised, and the division commander silently departed from them, wiping their hands. Nervous Minty wanted to deny the commander because there were certain rules during training, but the division commander said there would be nothing to do, and this is his extreme word, so let them continue training and do not pay attention to him. Suddenly, the division commander noticed that Minty almost wept, and the Minjun stood aside and looked, seeing by whom Minjun, the battalion commander, met with him and broke up in a smile. With whom Minjun also looked at the division commander and smiled happily, thinking that this workout was very fun. And then the fun for Minjun continued because at first they met more monsters of different types. The soldiers also met various devices that prepared the division by simulating different situations. And even when everything was at the same time, Minjun had fun even with the battalion commander on his shoulder. But after all the situation, the soldiers were already demanded and tired, that even the commander of the rank Shulman was breathing hard. And in front of the soldiers stood the next enemy similar to the frog, but stood on 2 legs. But Shulman was able to defeat the monster by inflicting monster frogs a fatal blow. Then Captain Shulman fell to the ground, fainted without strong. But the second similar monster of the frog was not expected to appear, which was ready to attack Shulman. In a timely manner, inflicting the Minjun won the monster, using all the special skill by owning a sword. Minjun thought that although this is a primitive skill, he thinks that it pumps his strength a little. Having extended his hand, Cholman Minjun helped him to rise until other soldiers fought with the monsters. With a tear in his eyes, the tired Cholman thanked Minjun for his help. The serious face of Minjun looked at Choman and analyzed the situation. Jumping in front of Minjun made fatal blows to all the monsters who met in his way. Looking at Minjun, the division commander remembered that he had heard the rumors that these field hunters' maneuvers are the hardest to date. And behind the division commander appeared another frog of the monster ready for the attack, but not having time to approach the division commander as if he just raised his hand up, but as if he had thrown the monster away. Commander Cholman announced that they would make an interruption and let everyone try their best to the end. Minjun asked if everything was well answered with him that he lifted his finger up. The division commander thought it was undoubtedly an unforgettable impression. At the same time, there was also a fight between soldiers and monsters in the northern part of the dungeons. It was a female guard that fought with dark balls with their special weapons in melee. The girls were already soaked but still stood on their feet and tried to fight. But they turned out to win in the dream of slicing fatal blows with dark balls. And when all the dark balls were destroyed by the girls were able to exhale in the dream of their... One of the girls said Inso dream was incredible without noticing what was happening behind her. And behind one of the balls, the girl was unnoticed by the girl, and the dark ball was ready to attack. Suddenly, the unknown force rejected the girl aside, but it was not a ball because the girl was not injured. Turning back, the girl was surprised by seeing the monster. The dream of the other pushed the girl that she would not fall and reflect the attack of a dark ball. But the dream of Ins did not calculate the power of a dark ball, and did not notice that there was a break behind her. In the division in which the Minjun was already calm, all the soldiers communicated and rested. The division commander approached Mindy and Cholman with the words that all the platoon members were able to overcome this path without serious injuries. With a smile, the division commander praised Coleman that the platoon commander knew his work exactly. It was a little scared of Cholman and he was asked what was happening. Looking back behind the back of the division commander, Coleman saw what the Minjun and other soldiers did. Despite the task of the Minjun continued to conduct special training for Donjin and Gvanka. With a smile, Cholman looked at them and said the division commander that it was all thanks to their prominent soldiers. Taking Cholman on the shoulder, the division commander said that it was also part of their professional competence. Smiling, the division commander stressed to try and further with the end of the workout. The guard commander sharply returned to Mindy, who just stood and looked somewhere in the distance. The guard commander grabbed Mindy on his shoulders, asking what was wrong with his balance. Mindy did not expect or understand such a gesture. Looking at the commander and Mindy, Kanun turned to Corporal Sonva. Hanyun specified the other field maneuvers of hunters in Sonva. He confirmed this information. Hanyun said whether he could ask something, and asked Sonva not to ask questions. Despite the refusal, Hanwin pointed his finger aside and asked what it was there. There was a pit with a sign not to go, and then Sonva said that it was a hole. Suddenly, Commander Cholman announced that they were entering and ordered everyone to be lined up. Hanyun caught up with Sonva and specified what he had under the name of the hole. Sonva asked in surprise. She did not know what a hole in the dungeon was, and I ironically said that Hanjun was seen all that they told about the dungeon. Having corrected Sonva glasses, said that in general, not much about the phenomenon of dungeons. On the example of the imagination of Sonva, he explained that according to the hypothesis, it is a space that is associated with a different dimension. That is, with the help of such holes, you can find yourself in another world. Taking a sun, he asked whether Hanyun thinks that such a perfect connection with the endless space. Continuing to explain, Sonva said that the dungeons not only have their limits, but also places where the ligament breaks off, and it is like random spots where this happens. Salted Sonva said that this is called a hole in the dungeon, and Hanyun showed him his fingers up for explanation. When Hanyun thought, he asked what could be if he goes beyond the swords or get into the hole. Taking himself for the chin of Sonva said that he did not personally believe it, but there is something. Showing a joyous explosion of Sonva said that he may be transferred to a random place in the middle of the dungeon itself. Suddenly, all the soldiers stopped and looked at something on their way. Commander Cholman and Minjun came to find out what happened and why the soldiers stopped. What they saw Cholman and the Minjun surprised them and understand the soldiers looking at. On the road, their troops were lying in the dream and it looked victim. When the dream of Ins came to her senses, she was allowed to drink water, and the Commander Cholman spoke to someone in the radio. In the victim, the dream of the sides was calmly watched by the guard commander. Commander Cholman addressed the Inso, saying that he put the situation of the 4th Battalion, so she should not worry and rest. Nervous Inso, she turned to Cholman or could confirm that all her comrades are in order. With a smile, Cholman said that everyone was safe and very much worried about her. Also, her team stopped the training to find Ins, but Cholman is sure that they would return to the execution after his report. Calmly waving her, thanked Coleman and very glad that all her companions are all well. But paying attention down, the girl saw that she was crossing her leg. Minty approached the Inso and said that it would be difficult for her to continue training with such a foot, and said that for hunters, worrying about herself is also important as improving her own combat skills. Since Cholman contacted the staff of the apartment, the support team will soon arrive, and unfortunately this workout for the Sins will be completed. Initially, the Dreams wanted to deny the Commander Cholman with the desire to continue training, but looking again at her foot, I decided to remain silent. The division commander decided to approach them and asked how I feels. The dream of Insa recognized General Major and the commander of the Divan Sogon division and wondered what he was doing here. Cholman has made that all the good and serious external injuries have no well, but there is a suspicion of a fracture of the left leg, so she will not be able to complete the workout. Sadly, looking at the Sogyeon said that it was very sorry because there was very little left and asked to tell what happened. Officially presenting and calling her name, the dream of Inso told that she fell from a break during a battle with a monster and lost consciousness when the girl came to herself. Threaded Sogyeon asked whether it had fallen in the face of the dungeon, whether it was a hole, but also said that, well, what they found it. but as if the lightning was somewhat shaking the Sogyeon and he was not expected to think. Sogyeon asked how the girl's name is, and the dream of the dream was officially greeted. Sogyeon was surprised to look at her and asked that she was from the 4th Company of the 4th Battalion, and whether she's the daughter she's the dream of Teko. Embarrassed and slightly blushed, the dream confirmed the information of Sogon. Quickly, the Sogyeon hung in the dream of the victim and began to look around while others were looking at him. He continued to conduct special training for Donjin near the Minjun. Suddenly, Sogyeon's so-called Caprala Minjun to himself, and he turned. The Minjun approached them, and the dream of the Snee, when she saw him, decided to hide her face. With a red face, Ins looked through her fingers, thinking why Minjun was called. The Sogyeon-du loudly ordered Minjun to immediately lift the dream of the Snee in his arms. In surprise, Minjun looked at the Sogyeon commander as if waiting for explanations. A crowded malice, and with a red face, Sogyeon said that the Minjun lifted his Inso because she was injured. Surprised by whom, Minjun looked aside to the dream of Ins sitting on the ground. The embarrassment of the dream of the other still hid her red face, and on her neck was a sign of the victim. The Sogyeon's speech is a desire to convey the dream of an Inso when Mindy asked him to calm down. Minjun joyfully recognized Ins, and completing the situation he agreed to carry the girl. Surprisingly, she looked up at Minjun when he approached her. Sitting on the knees of the Minjun let him say in his back on his back, and Ins were very surprised. The serious face of Minjun looked at the Inzo, saying that if she wanted to fail the workout, it is her business, but she would not be credited with her. Having thought of, she analyzed the situation and once again asked that she would choose. After thinking about Minjun's words, she agreed and asked him to take care of her. Minjun was very pleased with her determination. Other soldiers looked and surprised that Minjun still had so much forces despite everything that was before. Commander Cholman walked next to monitoring Minjun and Ins on his back. Kalman was caring for Minjun to move for Mindy in his tail, and if the Minjun gets tired immediately. The malicious look and the smile of the Minjun said that this would not happen, but I thought of himself. That Cholman was clear, Minjun confused thoughts with words. The joyfully and evil Minjun returned to the Ins, and she did not quite understand his gesture. But when she met with Minjun, Inso immediately turned away and blushed a little. Immediately conceiving something to be an opportunity, he was very pleased with such an opportunity, and he believed that it was his true achievement. Not expected, Minjun ran forward that frightened Inso, and in Minjun caused laughter, and all the time they looked behind the Sogyeon. Going to Sogyeon, Mindy said that others may think that Ins got a special attitude because she is the daughter of the 2nd Division commander. Seriously, Sogyeon said that there is no order that denies assistance to the victims, and this is part of the training that Mindy understood. But Sogyeon emphasized something because Mindy misses something. Mindy returned in surprise to Sogyeon. A serious and evil-faced Sogyeon said that a true bad man is the father of Ins, namely the dream of Teko. A little wounding and blushing, the dream of Ins tried not to show her worries looking forward. And other soldiers sometimes turned and looked at the Inso, sitting on the back of Minjun. Looking back, Ins saw serious Mindy and joyful Sogon. She was worried about the fact that she was not very comfortable because of all the attention from others. Inso turned to Minjun, saying that if he was tired, let him tell her it is important, and she can just surrender. After answering, the Minjun said that everything is well, and it is easier for him than a stove that surprised her. Continuing to say, Minjun suggested that Inso probably weighs about 50 kilograms, and Sins asked him to stop. Other soldiers pretended not to hear their conversation. Told what she said to remain silent, and asked Minjun to do the same. Seeing that Minjun fell silent as he asked, Ingo surprised her. When he came out, she said that she would once be able to pay off Minjun for his help. Inso sat quietly on her back without seeing Minjun's face, and Minjun said Inso would look forward to the evil smile, and in his thoughts, he thought that it would be even better as if the father of Thoko himself would pay with him. But suddenly the Minjun smiled at the same time. He decided to continue the conversation about the weight of the dream of Inso, and behind them were Mindhee and Sogyeon. Maljus began to knock Minjun on her shoulders, and Mindhee and Sogyeon stared at them. Suddenly, Mindhee and Sogyeon, hearing their conversation, looked at each other without saying a word. Without saying Mindhee and Sogyeon, they understood each other at the point of view and smiled a little, blushing slightly, looking at Ins and Minjun. Already at night, when the soldiers of the platoon of Minjun went tired and falling asleep, Commander Cholman led a platoon on instructions and a map that had with him knowing that they had not been completed. The Tevik pleaded that any monsters did not meet on their way, and by whom Jong replied that they got to hell. But remembering the commander of the Divan Sogon division who joined them, the John thought who could change the level from normal to hellish, and the Tiuk began to cry again. Walking next to the commander, Coleman announced that the remaining 2 kilometers, so let the soldiers keep the concentration and do not lose their vigilance directly until the end. Looking back, Cholman asked Capral Ikchun and Sergeant Lee Guy to convey to everyone who goes behind, but suddenly Ikchun and Guy saw something strange ahead of themselves and paid attention then. Looking into the sky, he shouted that ahead of the platoon flew monsters that strained Coleman. The commander Cholman declared all the soldiers to prepare for battle with monsters ahead, and the type of monster is airborne. The platoon flew monsters like birds, but they looked scary and had a big mouth. Commander Cholman saw them closer to realize that it was black rowing and wondering why they flew right now. Looking from the side, the Sogyeon commander paid attention to monsters and actions for soldiers. In his thoughts, Sogyeon realized that the platoon went all the way, having coped with all the difficulties of having a real wounded. But at the end of their journey, they were not very lucky. Sogyeon realized that black rowing was small monsters in size from a sparrow, but their claws and teeth are sharp enough. Although monsters do not inflict fatal blows to the soldiers, but it will be painful, and an additional problem is that the monsters are very viable. Looking into the sky, Sogyeon was not happy because he could not see the monsters in the dark, and said that his vision may worse. Meanwhile, the soldiers went to battle with monsters using their special weapon for melee. While all thought the role of Minhee was to defend the wounded, and he could not join the Manjun had to keep his inso on his back. Sogyeon said Minhee that a bad basis, and from the point of view of the head of training, and the acting role of the wounded reaction of their soldiers is a conclusion to reduce their points. Looking at the Minhee soldiers, they understood that they could not reference that they were tired, and they had limited visibility because they are hunters first. Nervous Minhee thought to do him, even if he leaves his post and run with the help of Little. Paying attention to Coleman, Minhee understood that even leaving his line in his post, he himself can bring a loss of points. Deciding, Minhee looked at the worried Commander Cholman, thinking that it is better to trust him and wait for his order. The Minjun also began to be nervous that was concerned about Inns, but was only worried about the loss of their points. Suddenly, the Minjun was running forward that scared Inns, and she asked him to wait, and asked where he gathered. Quickly approaching Coleman, Minjun asked him to try himself in battle until Inso fell off his back. Because of the surprise, Cholman was scared of what Minjun thinks at all, and how he could talk about this when his back is on his back. But Minjun was red in the eyes of the desire not to lose points, and he said that everyone on the verge and they could not continue so. But Minjun is confident in their abilities and knows what would handle. Surprising at Minjun and thinking Cholman agreed and asked what Minjun plan was an action plan. Whispering in the ear, Cholman Minjun told him his plan, and the dream of Ins heard him because it was very close. The plan of Minjun was surprised by Cholman and Ins so that the girl asked Minjun what he said at all. Raising her hand to the mouth of Ins was a little frightened by the words of Minjun, but did not want to shout and respond so loudly. But Cholman for a few seconds plunged into his thoughts analyzing the plan of Minjun, which he only heard. Having made Cholman's decision, Minjun easily knocked on his armor and said that if his plan did not work, all the soldiers immediately retreat, so there will be only one chance that Monjan will retreat. Minjun was glad that he was given a chance to try and was ready for action. The worried dream of Ins thought about herself what a sense from the plan of Minjun in such a situation, and what is not so with the commander and Minjun. All monsters climbed into the sky to prepare for their next attack, and the soldiers thought what to do next. Commander Cholman wanted to quickly pass on to him and the wounded, but Minjun said Cholman that now there is no time, so let Coleman fulfill the plan immediately. With malice, Cholman wanted to deny Minjun because he orders when he was a commander, but understood that now is not the time, and Cholman is not in that position. Immediately, Cholman commander ordered the soldiers to stand behind Caporal Minjun and prepare to open the fire, and the Minjun, meanwhile, ran forward with his Inso on his back. This order was surprised by Sogyeon, and he thought of the soldiers decided to shoot monsters from rifles. Having charged his rifle, Minjun turned to the Inso and ordered her to keep stronger. Inso, the Minjun, was nervously explained that he did not want to lose a wounded soldier from his back. At this point, despite her embarrassment, the dream of the Snez was harder to Minjun and closed her eyes thinking that Minjun was crazy. Minjun's eyes began to shine with purple, showing his willingness to use dark energy, and thought about himself that as a dark magician he was familiar with darkness. Then the black rowing was prepared for their next attack and began to fall rapidly in flight to soldiers. And Minjun was already ready to attack that he is also familiar with the hunting lands of newcomers since the beginning of his favorite DPF game. Having concentrated the dark energy on the trigger of his rifle, Minjun first decided to use the skill of a dark arrow. Having shot, no one noticed anything because the Minjun knew that the skill of a dark arrow could be safely used on a long-range weapon. The dark pool flew on one of the black rowers, and even if the monster wanted to get into it, it did not work out, and the attack applied the monster's fatal blow. Raising his head to Mount Sleep, it was surprised that one of Minjun was able to destroy one of the black dams. Minjun smiled maliciously as Inso on his back looked into the sky with an open mouth, with surprise and thinking how it turned out. The burning eyes of Minjun looked into the sky, thinking that the monsters were difficult to bow from the remover to the size of the cannon nucleus through the surrounding demonic energy. And the Minjun was sure no one would notice it, because in the darkness of its dark energy was not visible. Therefore, quickly and rapidly, Minjun began to shoot all monsters approaching him, secretly using dark energy. Using the monsters began to fly only to Minjun to revenge on their comrade from the herd, but they did not have time to approach the Minjun successfully in them, and made fatal blows. All the soldiers looked into the sky, opening their mouths and without being able to say something. It seemed to them that the Minjun had played in the rain and their actions were incredible. But when Minjun returned, his eyes still burning purple and joyfully smiling at his comrades. After completing with the Monjun monsters, he announced that he had won all, and the dream of Indico was embarrassed and wanted to hide on his back. And all the soldiers thought together that the Minjun was too strong. All the soldiers continued their journey, discussing what happened, and continued to see the central point. When they came to the central point, they were expected by examiners and other soldiers who applauded their platoon. Having registered and recorded their data, the Minjun platoon arrived in the central center after completing his testing. All the soldiers were very tired and were finally able to exhale from all the fights and adventures in the dungeon. Hanyun could not even believe that he finally ended. When Minhee came in, the last examiner announced that all members of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company and the 2nd Platoon passed the exam. Hearing this at last, everyone relaxed and smiled, including Minjun that was still with their ins. The joyous smile of the Minjun thought everyone had passed and hoped for the good results of his platoon and for his awards. The examiner caused a special carriage and doctors to take away their inso and care for her and her injuries. Commander Cholman announced that it was a good job and thanked everyone that the soldiers did not lower their hands and kept until the end. All the soldiers joyfully thanked the Commander Cholman and sang each other that all the young people. Joining Coleman Minhee, he announced that none of the soldiers would relax until they do so. They would go to the barracks and rest until they were given the command freely. While all the soldiers went to the barracks on vacation, the Commander Cholman turned and somewhat attracted his attention, by whom Minjun did not let go to the doctors because he asked them when he was rewarded for his achievement. Commander Cholman shouted Minjun and attracted his attention. Turning to Minjun, Cholman praised him for his good work and stressed that he was commendable that he was the first to start acting and did not retreat even in the face of danger. Minjun thanked for praise, though he was a little awkward. Suddenly, Ins asked Minjun to lower her to the ground that attracted the attention of everyone. When Minjun planted her on the transfer of Inso for the inconvenience she may have delivered them to a platoon, and thanked them for her help. Commander Cholman said that he was only glad because the Sins and their platoon were able to complete the workout, so that is not worth thinking about himself as a burden. With loud laughter, they approached the Sogyeon, shouting about their incredible exam. Minjun was even a little scared. Smiling widely, the Sogyeon praised them for the whole platoon was able to successfully complete the workout. Very happy, Sogyeon wanted to hug Minjun, but when he tried to make it, Minjun was able to get into the gaze. But when the Sogyeon noticed that he did not work out and Minjun escapes not to see him and try again, all those present looked at them in surprise trying to laugh, but it looked strange. Starting a conversation with In's, Commander Cholman frankly said that everything is thanks to Minjun and his power. Inso agreed with Coleman. Suddenly, someone came to the Sogyeon that he wanted to hug Minjun by saying greeted from the side. Sugarily, Sogyeon returned to see who was still holding Minjun next to him. It was a colonel of the 100th of the 4th Division and the commander of the 4th Battalion UG. The nervous Sogyeon released Minjun while Jihyas passed them, and Minjun surprised it. Looking back on Ji, Minjun did not know who she was and why Sogyeon calmed down as soon as she saw her. When she approached the doctors with her caringly, Jihy asked her injury. Inso, she officially greeted and put anything serious with her with the exception of injury to her left leg. Jihy said that Ini was very lucky because she fell into the hole of the dungeon and ordered the doctors to carry ENSN very care. Then Inso was taken to the medical center. A Jihy returned to the side of looking at someone. With a serious face, Jihy asked Sogon how his observation was trained in the training that scared Sogon. Small smiling, Jihy asked if they could talk about it on one. I was reluctant to ask whether right now, and Jihy said so. Nervously, the Sogyeon asked whether it was right now. It began to annoy the Ji, and although she smiled with the evil aura and said she wanted to talk immediately. The next day, Minjun was sitting in the dining room and wearing an incredibly large portion of delicious food. An employee of the dining room approached Minjun and asked if the mina run was desired by a fried hen. With a glitter in the eyes of the Minjun asked the employee, or normally that he would eat all the fried chicken. Looking around, the employee said that everyone is sleeping now, so he does not think that someone will come to eat at that time. With joy, the Minjun said that he could not allow work and such a delicious food to disappear, so with happiness will eat everything. The employee said whether the Minjun from the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company was heard, that Minjun became the best in the division during training. Minjun became fascinated with a hen and did not even believe this rating. The employee said that he had heard it from the management, and the battalion commander noted the merit of Minjun and asked whether Minjun himself destroyed Black Rowing on the night. The Minjun confirmed this information, and the employee said that the Minjun is incredible. Continuing, the employee said that this stage was considered the worst stage of all to date. He also heard that about 70% of the ordinary failed this test, and so the employee continued to gossip with Monju. And at this time, Minjun worked only one fried chicken that was incredible in taste and had juicy meat. At this time, 3 commanders went quietly and silently along the corridor. One of the bottom was the camp commander and somewhat attracted his attention. Looking out the window, the commander did not see anyone, but there was good weather and silence outside the window. One of the men who walked nearby stressed that the soldiers gave their free time in the morning, as the commander ordered the majority to sleep now. With a smile, the commander stressed that the soldiers would be worth waking up and having breakfast. The commander stressed that everyone worked well in this training, and the division commander was very impressed. With a smile, the first company commander said that he heard that Sogyeon personally overseeing the second platoon of the second company, and An was captured by Sogyeon and considered it a cool, but not his own commander. The man flicked in the middle and as if he had coughed, so Anuing asked whether he said something wrong. Then the man explained that the case was not in the Abud, but remembering what happened after the return of Sogyeon, and their conversation with Ji said that Ji-hee was very concerned about it. Nervously, the J-man asked and how he could say something negative commander of the Sogyeon division. Exhaled by the man explained that Ji was not right, because they could not even say any fact against the fact that Sogyeon left a post without a word and warning. Understanding the situation of Abud, he looked at the floor continuing to listen to the man's explanation. The man noted that even he considers the commander of the 4th Battalion Ji a little scary, but changing the topic, the man said that everything was thanks to whom Minjun and other men supported him by calling Minjun incredible. Annie even noted the capable skills of Minjun that he was able to demonstrate the Sogyeon division commander, and the man stressed that he could not wait for the approaching monthly meeting. Meanwhile, on a sunny day, the headquarters of the apartment of the 104th Division. Looking at the notebook, Sogyeon put on his glasses reading the text that he was presented with. Near the Sogyeon, Ji-hee sat quietly and drank hot tea on the couch. After reading all the information, Sogyeon removed his glasses and began to analyze. Turning to Ji-hee, Sogyeon said that this graphics would be enough to clean the dungeon, and asked her as an ordinary first rank of dreams. Putting her tea on the Ji-hee table, she replied that I do not fracture and her recovery is going well, so tomorrow she will already complete treatment and return to her duties. Noticing the Sogyeon said that the dream of Inso was very similar to her father. Suddenly, he called the phone and lifting the tube of Sogyeon greeted waiting for the answer. He was not greeted very joyfully and not pleased to call Sogyeon, who asked who it was. The secret voice asked the Sogyeon forgot him and paying attention to the Sogyeon room. Suddenly, Ji-hee was alerted and began to nervously through this call of Sogyeon. In the office at that end of the phone in his chair sat General Major Sun Tiko. The Taeho's dream commander of the 107th Division is who called Sogyeon and began to demand a duel. The Sogyeon's malice began to shout into the phone on Taeko, calling him and asking why the Sogyeon's Taeho's phone just humiliates him. The confident Taeko continued to humiliate Sogyeon on the phone and continued to talk about the battle between them and wanted to take Sogyeon on a weakness. Taking his head, Sogyeon tried to reassure his nerves, but it was difficult for him and he asked Taeko, as he behaved so much because his daughter Snung was injured in his workout. Having heard Sogyeon's conversation and Taeko nervous, Ji-hee drew attention to Sogyeon's stress in his statements to Taeko that he is not a soldier and has no right to be called a general. Sleeping Taeko confidently said that he was a soldier and the general, but he wanted Sogyeon's workout a little, and comparing Sogyeon with Rusha, he stated that he would be stronger than a boxing pair. Taeko comments were only more annoyed by Sogyeon, and he called them the children's children, holding his phone stronger. On the side of Ji-hee, he simply looked at the quarrel on the phone, and Sogyeon said he was sorry for the dream of Inso's daughter Taeko had been injured in the exam, but he should understand that it happened in training. Ironically, Taeko asked that Sogyeon was generally understanding if he could not get married. From this question, Sogyeon squeezed his phone with such a force that a crack appeared, and immediately demanded Tahos to say where he was right now. Ji-hee began to scare such Sogyeon aggression, but she was still looking silently. Sogyeon with a red face continued to shout and ask what he silenced, and said whether he was in Daejeon now and demanded to stay in place. Angrying, the Sogyeon's strength increased even more, and an even larger crack appeared on his phone, as Sogyeon was crying that he could really marry but simply did not want it. Deciding to intervene, Ji-hee came to Sogyeon, trying to reassure him by putting her hand on her shoulder. But Sogyeon was crying and starting to beat the table, asking Taeko what he was silent. Ji-hee explained to Sogyeon in a calm voice that Taeko apparently put the phone and therefore did not match the Sogyeon. The angry Sogyeon still squeezed the phone by force and cracks appeared even more, but he looked at him to confirm the words of Ji. Looking back on Ji, standing nearby and looking at him and saying nothing. If he had a Taeko number and let her call him immediately. Ji-hee listened to a calm reaction of the present and exhaled with preparing to tell him something. Starting to say, Ji-hee asked Sogyeon to calm down, and it really seems to her that General Taho has every right now to merge right now. Having lost her red face but still a wicked Sogyeon asked Ji-hee. She was on the side of Taeko and whether Ji-hee told him about his daughter's injury to his daughter. At the expense of injury, the indoor Ji-hee explained that if I was taken away for treatment, then she was sure that the hospital contacted her father, Taeko. Also, according to Ji, as the father of Ins, General Taeko has every right to know what happened to his daughter and what she had injuries after training, and the interior gave special permission to complete the training before transportation to the hospital. Smiling, Ji-hee said that Sogyeon was worth explaining what happened to the training, or even apologize Taeko because Sogyeon intervened in the exam, because he wanted to find out the possibility of the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Platoon. After calming down, Sogyeon agreed with the words of Ji-hee because she described what he wanted to look at how soldiers would really respond to the wounded, and Sogyeon decided that he would explain his decision. At this point, Sogyeon showed his broken phone and leaned out to Ji-hee waiting for her mobile phone to call Taeko. Extending for her device, Ji-hee said Sogyeon that calls Taeko and put their call on a loud connection. Jika quietly started a call, and while the answer from Taeko was expected to put her phone on the table, and Ji-hee herself sat on the sofa. The Sogyeon came to the table and moved on the sofa that was opposite Ji. Sitting opposite Ji-hee on another sofa, Sogyeon began to look closely at the call on his phone until Taeko raised the phone. Taeko asked, "What is the reason for the Ji-hee call, and is she right now with Sogyeon?" Greeting officially, Taeko Ji-hee apologized for a long time, but Ji-hee explained that Sogyeon's phone was broken, so she had made it off. Sogyeon began to explain in a calm tone that he could not inform Taeko earlier because he was busy, but there was an emergency during his supervision of his platoon. Of all his forces, Sogyeon restrained his malice and also nervously before the following words. Song-no exhaled quietly that a little surprised Ji-hee, sitting opposite him. Putting his hands on the Sogyeon table stated that he was careful and said that even if he did not have his own child, and if someone gave her such special permission from Sogyeon, did not stay away. Sogyeon apologized that I had to develop independently. Jiaz, joyfully looking at Sogyeon, smiled because it seemed to her that the situation was under control and everything went well. But suddenly Taeko asked Sogyeon what he was saying at all, and in the office between Ji and Sogyeon, silence hung. At that end of the call, Taeko, he kept the phone nervously saying that the Sogyeon was very frightened and recalled that the Sogyeon did not forget about the duel. But Taeko also demanded to say the unit and the name of the soldier that carried him his daughter in his back on his back. Nervously, Ji-hee did not know what to answer, and the Sogyeon put his hands on the sofa from the nerves. Tahoch strictly asked how the Sogyeon dredged at least for a minute to allow someone to carry his daughter in a inso, because Taeko himself could not remember when the last time she lifted her. Again, he reminded Sogyeon about the battle Tahoki. He asked the name of the soldier. In a panic, Ji-hee took her phone while Taeko continued to humiliate and call Sogyeon, as if in the fear of Ji began to cover the dynamics trying to remove the sound. But Taeko was heard, and sometimes there was a feeling that he was growing into the phone. Looking at Sogyeon Ji-hee, she saw that he was in a germ and very much restrained his emotions not to break into Ji. Nervous and stretching her hand, Ji-hee wanted to stop and reassure Sogyeon. Squeezing the sofa in his hands, the Sogyeon was on the verge of disruption, but said that Ji-hee would prepare the car immediately. Ji-hee asked Sogyeon in surprise where he tries to go and why he needed it. Already a wicked Sogyeon with a red face from malice said it was better to cancel all plans by the end of this day, as they immediately go to Taejeon. The frightened Ji-hee looked at the inso thinking about everything is really going on and what Sogyeon and Taeko are not smart. Meanwhile, Minjun in the territory of the camp of their platoon quietly walked along the corridor, singing a song. But when Minjun passed the cooler with water in the shadows, his little friend of the night traveler appeared. Feeling the presence of the night traveler of Minjun returned to him in surprise. The night traveler happily greeted Minjun and he looked at him in the shade in surprise. Majun looked at the night traveler and immediately grabbed a night traveler and hid him in the Minjun pocket. Running to the street of the camp, looking for a cozy place and looking around without unnecessary eyes. Make sure that there was no one around anyone, pulled a night traveler out of his pocket and put him in front of him. From the very beginning, the Minjun asked a night traveler what he did and reminded that the Minjun ordered the traveler to stay in the shadow. At first, the night traveler looked at Minjun in surprise and then started waving his hands with his hands trying to explain something. Going to the knees of the Minjun agreed with the night traveler that no one was near them but asked or did not think the night traveler that he could angry with such actions. Feeling his guilt, the night traveler lowered his head and began to wipe his fingers sadly. A little nervous Minjun breathed out and began to collect dark energy in his hand, which informed the sad traveler to lift his head. Having pulled the dark energy of the night traveler, Minjun decided to feed him to cheer up, and it worked. Already with the smile of the Minjun, seeking how the traveler was eating that he had this time. The night traveler dragged his finger to Minjun that surprised him, but it was necessary to convey to Minjun information that the night traveler collected. Seeing the memories of the night traveler, Minjun saw a destroyed civilian place, thinking that maybe there was a basis for monsters, and there was a suspicion of demonic energy. Looking all the memories of the night traveler, Minjun surprised that all Podi was happening again in a whole. In surprise, the Minjun could not believe that the night traveler had overcome this way to find this information and put Minjun, for which he praised him. After thinking, the Minjun decided that the night traveler deserved a reward and threw another ball of demonic energy. Rising to the Minjun's feet, began to think of what excuse he needed to invent to get another day off. Returning to the door of the hostel, Minjun thought it would be very suspicious if he suddenly leaves and disappears. But on the other hand, he would lose the time of response if it was only suspicious. Opening the door of the hostel, Minjun thought it would be good to get the day off as it was last time when he was in Young. As soon as Minjun entered the dormitory room, all his comrades began to shout in honor of Minjun, and in the center of the room was the commander Cholman. Minjun was very surprised to score the room and did not understand what was happening. Commander Cholman appealed to Minjun with greetings and announced that the Minjun was elected as the best soldier of the division in the field maneuvers of hunters. He answered with her thanks. Continuing Choman, he announced that for this, Minju was a necessary reward. But Choman thought he really was gathering awards as coupons. But Choman thanked the Minjun because thanks to him, the whole platoon will receive a day off. Hearing this information about the award in the eyes of Minjun stars lit because it was his opportunity. Without ceremony, Minjun asked Coleman whether he could use his weekend tomorrow, which was very surprised by all the people present in the room. A little awkward, but with a smile, Cholman answered Minjun that it was not expected and asked for something wrong. A joyous smile, and as if glowing from the happiness of Minjun, replied that nothing wrong was happening, and he just wanted to get his weekend tomorrow. Cholman tried to keep a smile with a clumsy laugh, but said to Minjun that he could do what the Minjun had thanked him for. All present in the room were also surprised by his actions. The next day on his weekend, he went to Kavachon in search of dark energy. Near the soldiers, women processed the territory and land with special cleaning devices. But the sad Minjun looked and looked at them, asking them what happened and did everything gone without him. He was also surprised why there were so many hunters here. Recalling his little night traveler, Minjun merged and wanted him to return to him the demonic energy that Minjun gave him. But suddenly a familiar voice appealed to Minjun, shouting him, and it was a dream of Inso that shot her mask. A few minutes before the meeting of Ins and Minjun on the outskirts of the district of Anshon in the civilian zone of pink hair, the girl complained to her girlfriend and wondered when their work would end. The girl's girlfriend answered her that their platoon received bad results on the results of the field maneuvers, and because of this, the battalion commander was angry and remembering the face of the company commander. So she did not joke, so they should stop grunting and working more actively. The girl said that she was tired and wondered why the monsters came out of the gate when they completed the workout. The girlfriend answered that they should be grateful that they were not from the assault team and advised to keep their tongue behind their teeth because some lost their home here. The girl's pink girl continued to be angry because of hard work, and her black hair turned back because her attention was attracted by her attention. Behind them, the dream worked with her device and she felt well despite what happened in training. Black hair decided to approach their Inso and asked her whether she was well and not strained. This attracted the attention of Ins and she turned to the girl. Officially saying greeted with the girl and turning off her accessories, the dream of Inso reported that her well-being is in order. With a smile, the girl praised his Inso and said that she was very quickly recovering, and it was incredibly but reminded Inso so that she did not strain and hurry. The dream gladly answered that the girl was so worried about her, and though her smile was felt in the mask. Suddenly, the girl's black girl and Inso were distracted by the screams of other girls, and the attention of women was attracted by a man who was in military uniform. Turning the black hair, the girl wondered who could come to them in this territory, and the dream of Insign recognized the man in the form, but thought what he was doing here. It was Minjun, and the women saw his marks that he was from their division, but they thought from which the Minjun battalion? Until the Minjun just looked around. And then the dream of Ins came to Minjun, which caused him not a pleasant reaction, and he began to ask the question of why Ins are here too. Everyone surrounding the girl still did not know who he was and why he was here. The Minjun just looked at the surprised Ins, who also wondered why the Minjun came here. And so, she asked Minjun that brought him to them as much as she knows, only their battalion was sent for help and cleaning of the area. I was annoyed and an annoying dissatisfied that he had a response, so he had come. Inso annoyed the response of Minjun and his manner to respond maliciously answered. Not confidently asked or lied to her Minjun because then why he arrived in his weekend in his military uniform. Then Inso began to suspect Minjun in deserty. Then Minjun silently pulled her pass. Looking at the artist, I was surprised that Minjun was really a response. The irritating Minjun asked Inso whether she had any problems with trust. Returning Minjun's piece of paper, I asked why he came here and did he not know that it was a forbidden area. Minjun did not know how to explain the Inso his arrival because he could not say that he had come to get demonic energy. Inventing the story of Minjun said that he had some cases in Hanchon and he heard that there was an emergency here, so he came to see if he could help. And while everyone was looking at Minjun, behind the people began to appear the portal that he saw Minjun. With the smile of the Minjun was glad to see the portal, realizing that the information of the night traveler was not false. The other girls began to shout that the gate began to appear, and Inso turned to see them with their eyes as the Minjun smiled wisely. The pink hair of the girl began to scream a portal as soon as they completed the cleaning of the area, and they would have to clean another cleaning. The black-haired girl began to pick up pink hair. Starting to shout, the black-haired girl first announced that everyone needs to evacuate and attach information to the platoon commander, and ordered everyone to immediately go to a safe platoon. While all the girls began to flee, I thought how to act her further, and the Minjun walked silently past her. Noticing that Minjun passed through the Inso, the girl began to shout that they needed to be evacuated, but was immersed in his thoughts. With an evil smile, Minjun did not listen to Insia, thinking that he was expecting him from this portal. Suddenly, the Minjun turned to the Inso, saying that the monster should appear soon, and Ins awaited the next response to Minjun. Returning to his Inso, the crazy smile of the Minjun said he would remain and win a little time for them. Returning to the Minjun portal was strongly ready to go forward. Surprised by Ins said that this was absurd because no one knows who would leave the portal, so they are better in hurry and escape. But the Minjun reminded Inso that the attack group has already left the scene, and if the monster appears in danger. Having listened to Minjun's, Inso understood their difficult situation. With the smile of the Minjun said he would retreat and runs if the situation came out of control, and asked to do not worry, and if I have some of the outfit of the Gonjun, asked to share and let it enter. The frightened NVCE tried to deny Minjun, but Minjun asked her leg and whether she had not yet recovered. Therefore, Minjun decisively ordered him to flee and not interfere with him. Inso just looked at Minjun anxiously. The words of Minjun were right, so the sneezing lip decided to fulfill his request. But before running away from her back from her pocket, she had a dawn. Having stretched Minjun, then Inso said that if it becomes very dangerous, let the Minjun run away immediately. The help was surprised by Minjun. Leaving the place of danger, Ins shouted that she with a platoon would return to Minjun as soon as possible. After standing in front of the portal, he expected, because among the monsters there are such, that they do not like to get out of their comfort zone. Approaching to the portal and pulling the knife that gave Inzo reflecting the Minjun said that if this portal leads to similar monsters that remain inside the dungeon, but there are also those that can come out of the dungeon. Approaching the portal of the Minjun knew that if the monsters come out of the portal, then they do not come alone and come with flocks. At this point, a monster like a boar came from the portal to Minjun and was crowded with dark energy. Seeing that the monsters began to leave the dungeon of the Minjun, now knew that he was expecting him from this battle. The boar herd began to emerge one by one from the portal that was before Minjun. Standing with the Nesian knife, he looked as a monster like a boar shouted, and saliva poured out of his mouth. Closing his nose with the hand of the Minjun, knew such monsters that looked like boars called red boar. When the red boar began to run to Minjun, he began to wave his hand and say that the monsters were so felt after getting dark energy. But the Minjun did not wait for the monsters and prepared for the attack on the boar. Having extended his hand forward, Minjun used his dark arrow skill to injure the red boar. Seeing that the dark arrow did not become a fatal blow to them, was a little surprised that he failed to hurt. But without scared by the athletic, he jumped to the mountain to get off from the attack of red vertebrates. And already in the air of the Minjun looked as some of the red lapiers faced each other. Turning to the monsters of the Minjun, asked what was still in red vertebrates, in addition to their high protection. After inflicting red ropes of strong strikes, the Mindhun said to the monsters what he knew about their strong skin, but asked how they had with the internal organs. Having released his dark energy, the Minjun began to use his skill of defilement to use it in the plants. Under the screams of the monster, the Minjun asked them what happened, and did the red vests do not like its demonic energy to taste. The red ships had already lost their strength, but tried to repel Minjun, but trying to strike him successfully from them. But over time, the Red Navy went to the world, and then the opportunity to collect all the demonic energy from the monsters was opened from Mintajun. But the monsters of the remaining Mindjun decided to destroy by using a knife, because their protection declined rapidly after his attack. The Mindjun system began to declare that thanks to the absorption of the large amount of energy, his skills began to increase, but Mindjun did not want to stop there and was going to go to the middle of the portal. Approaching the portal of Minjun said that all the monsters inside and already wanted to go to the middle, but behind him someone began to shout him. Annoyed, Minjun turned to see the one who broke his plans to go into the middle. In surprise, Minjun stared at the women's battalion that rushed to him, and the Minjun was amazed that the help arrived so quickly. The unknown girl for Minjun ran to him and grabbed her shoulders, specifying whether he was really corporal of Mindjun. Nervous for Minjun, a girl who was called, or Ain, and she was a senior lieutenant in the 100th 4th Division of the 4th Platoon Battalion, and began to ask as Minjun's body and whether he had injuries. Still holding Minjun for the shoulders of Ain Triosla, asked him whether it was true, and said that the minor should be applied as soon as the portal opened, and asked why he remained here. Minjun replied that he did not know what monsters could go out, so he wanted to win time to evacuate his comrades. Surrounding the girls, they were delighted with the actions of Minjun, which caused redness on their faces except the Ins that calmly looked at the situation. In his thoughts, the Mindjun was annoyed that they came so early and ruined him. At that time, Ain asked that Mindjun did hear and what his unit in response was introduced, and showed his pass. Looking at Ain's piece of paper, she believed that Minjun in a review, and Minjun corporal from the 2nd Company of the 2nd Battalion. Strictly, Ain asked Minjun why he came to them here as soon as he went out to his day off, clarifying his house somewhere nearby. Mindjun calmly put Ain that he had here because he had some things in Kvachkone, but he heard about the appearance of the portal and came to see if he could help something. While the girls were fascinated by the Mindjun near the Inso, she looked nervously for the situation, and Ain suspiciously analyzed Minjun. Having agreed with the situation, Ain turned away from Minjun and announced that everything was good without casualties, and with all the monsters completed them, so their platoon goes away and the intelligence would soon arrive and deal with the situation with the assault team. When Aang departed from Minjun having a conversation, all other girls of the soldiers ran to Minjun and began to admire him and ask how he managed to defeat the monsters with only one knife and praised the strength of Minjun. Turning to the soldiers of the girls who surrounded Minjun, Aang was surprised, and the dream of Ins was still silently looked at their situation. All surrounding the girls and in general, the situation with questions and admiration began to annoy Minjun. While the girls next to Minjun laughed at the admiration and joy of themselves, to dream of all them to leave him immediately. Meanwhile, in the administration of the Camp Minjun, Commander Cholman spoke on the phone and was given about the actions of Minjun, and his colleague listened to the conversation. Cholman listened in surprise to what happened and confirmed that Minjun from their battalion and had a day off today. Cholman, with surprise, went from the place of interest to what happened in Hanchkone that even scared his colleague from the words that Minjun independently destroyed the Red Boar and voluntarily went to work. But who called Cholman was Ayn, and she put that the portal is blocked, and now they are disinfected by civilian houses that have fallen influenced. Ayn also said that Minjun voluntarily asked to help, and she was surprised because she sees it for the first time. The black-haired girl who looked at Minjun said that she heard that Minjun had a day off today. And the pink-haired girl standing nearby and looked in love at Minjun was in amazement. He asked for him to help him when he had a day off. Her girlfriend was only interested in how he was able to defeat the monsters using one, then a pink-haired girl thought about what Minjun was cool. And the black-haired girl knew that if you get under the bore of the boar, it was the same as getting under the truck. Meanwhile, Minjun thought to himself that Red Viprians are guilty of all. But such a voluntary activity was annoying, but it would benefit from his image before he leaves. Suddenly, Inso's dream came to Minjun. Turning to him and from the unnecessary, Minjun was frightened of her appearance. After calming down, the Minjun said that he wanted to shoot from the disinfectant in the inns, and these words were Ange. Walking past Inso, Minjun asked her to leave his road, but I wanted to continue the conversation. Looking at Minjun, I thought what to say further and analyzed her actions. She turned to Minjun calmly and asked him whether they could talk. There was a cool night in the yard and a full eel was visible in the sky and the wind played with the hair of the jockery, standing in front of Minjun, getting ready for conversation. None! Minjun looked at the sneh but asked that Inter wanted to tell him, and was ready to listen to it. Not confidently, Inso corrected her hair and decided to start mentioning the day of their joint test for promotion. Recalling all the joint moments with Minjun, Inso asked him or did not curse her on the windows. This question was surprised by Minjun that he did not understand the image that he was asking him. But remembering the moment when Minjun sat on the windows and rolled up the grimace, he realized what Inso said. With the smile of Minjun said that he did not curse Ins, but only told her through the window that if she would provoke him again, then the sneeze would not be lucky. But Inso embarrassed such an answer, and she said that it was terribly, and these words are the same as the curse. But thinking, Inso analyzed the situation in the sky and began to understand Minjun. Having put her hands in front of her and tilting her head, she said that she recognized Minjun's provocations that day, but realized that she apologized a little late, but announced that she was very sorry. Seeing the apology in his thoughts, Minjun suggested that Ine was living a very tired life. Sadly, Inso lifted her gaze on Minjun without thinking that he would be able to forgive her behavior. But when I had asked, she asked if Minjun had an apology. The calm tone of the Minjun replied that in general it was not necessary to apologize and suggested just to forget about it, and if Inso no longer said he was ready to go away. Trying to stop Minjun, Ino asked if Minjun knew that there was only one case when the private first rank was given the highest rating for the examination, and this attracted the attention of Minjun. Turning back to Inzoun's Inso, he said, "Are not talking about him." Denying Inso explained that she was not talking about Minjun because he had another prominent soldier. Therefore, there are now two unique cases. In surprise, the Minjun wanted to hear the continuation of the story and asked who was. From her mouths, In said that it was her pope, but after a moment she decided to change the wording a little. She said with a smile and pride that this outstanding soldier was her father's division commander, Teko. Looking at Dal, she said that Teko was the only one who received the stars starting from the ordinary, and therefore Inso wanted to become her father and enrolled in the job. This story lit Minjun that the stars of admiration appeared in his eyes and in his thoughts. Minjun thought that Taho was very incredibly the first to reach Minjun's goal, but somewhat in this story was also interested in Minjun because he was somewhat shaken in these details. The shocked Minjun said that the army of hunters was formed when portals began to appear, and Minjun was 7 years old at the time, and it came out that Teko Ri joined the service as an ordinary after he became awake. Recalling the children's photos of her father, Tekso, denied Inso explained that in Teko's youth was rather weak physique, and because of bad eyesight and other problems, Teko was released from service in the army. In surprise, the Minjun asked, after the awakening and improvement of physical abilities, Teko independently enrolled in the army. She confirmed with a smile and joy, and stressed that Teko often said that he could be glad because he could protect her and her mother. Relaxing Minjun with a smile said that looking at his inso, he had a desire to meet her father Teko personally. She said with a smile that if Minjun succeeded in meeting Teko, she is convinced that her father will be very pleased to get acquainted with the hunter Minjun, because Taguho is not ordinary craving for strong soldiers. In the same evening in Daejeon, at the headquarters of the apartment of the 107th Division in the hall, only for the hunters stood a noise de Taho said Sogyeon, waiting for him as soon as he called, and asked whether he came to him only in the evening because he was afraid. In the hall there was a frightened Colonel Lee Songin of the 107th Division and the commander of the 3rd Battalion. The G was also present that calmly exhaled, and Sogyeon shouted Teko that there were no lazies in his division, and he never heard the word fear. Without stopping to provoke Sogyeon, he wisely asked why such a busy Sogyeon drove such a long way to him, and asked me just to say the name of a soldier that carried his daughter Inso, and to tell the name of someone. The fact that Teko already knows that Minjun's nose was surprised by Sogyeon on his back, and he asked how Teko learned. With laughter, Teko said, if Sogyeon thought that if Sogyeon did not tell him, then he would not know. Between Sogyeon and Teko continued a fight on the fist when Sogyeon asked what was planning to do Teko with Minjun. Taiko asked in surprise that Sogyeon was worried, and he should do his job better. The frightened Sanjin did not know what to do and realized that Sogon's fight and Teko was not a joke, and it was not known if anyone would be able to stop them. But when Sogyeon and Teko wanted to make a few more strokes, a little strange. Jihi ran to them and became between Teko and Sogyeon to stop the fight between them. Sogon's fists and Tengo stopped right in the face of Ji, and she said that they had been over for 5 minutes, and they needed to stop immediately. With bruises, Sogyeon and Teng stopped, and they asked each other or became easier for them. But Teko said with a smile that if he needed so little, he did not start this fight. The maliciously understood that Teko was holding the image that the whole conflict is almost untouched by a gym for hunters. After calming down Teko and Sogyeon, they went outside to sit on the bench, and Jihi next she received a message from the commander of the 3rd Battalion that the portal of the Red Vertex was cleaned. Tiredly, Sogyeon replied that he received Jihi's message and said that she and the commander of the 3rd Battalion were good. Without giving the details of Sogon and giving the honor and saying goodbye to them, Jihi decided to go. Turning, Jihi left Sogyeon and Teko, sitting on separate benches. The calm tone of Teko asked what the real reason for the arrival of Sogyeon to him was suspected that he came not only to wave his fists. Looking into the sky, Sogyeon answered Teko that he was going to lift Minjun in ranking to the sergeant in a rapid manner. Using Teko, he cried out. Sogyeon decided to sway that he wanted to lift the guy Minjun, who clung to his daughter, Inso. At that time, Sogyeon explained that Minjun did not cling to the Ins, and in general, the Teko should be thanked because the Minjun helped Ins. For a minute, the Sogyeon and Teko were silenced to calm their nerves and not start to shine again. Recalling that Teko learned about Minjun, he asked if Minjun had already raised twice recently and what Sogyeon thinks. Cooking the Sogyeon explained that he wanted to lift Minjun as soon as possible to the officers. With fun, Teko said that such a rapid increase in Minjun would attract a lot of attention to others. Recalling the officer's staff, Teko asked Sogon. He thinks that Gu Kokchol would remain in the direction, but if the Minjun receives his recognition, Kokchol exactly wants it. Tetsuo and Sogyeon also mentioned other members of the officers who were stronger. Sogyeon's serious face said that it was because of this that the first whom Sogyeon told about his plan and asked for support in the future. With a smile, Teko said that he could not simply believe the words of Sogon, so Teko should be seen in person. Looking at the Sogyeon moon, he asked if there was a Thatcho of his own motives at the Minjun's account, but did not respond Teko. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Kavachkon, Minjun was very surprised that he felt a demonic energy nearby and was frightened by what he saw. A man in the hooded cape was near the Minjun and the demonic energy floated from it. A wicked smile, not showing his face but lifting his head to Minjun, showed his smile and said that he finally found Minjun. But returning to the Minjun and other platoon girls gathered at the bus for a while. While the girls got to the bus, those who were already sitting thanked Minjun through the window for today's work. And the pink-haired girl looked out of the window and looked at Minjun too. Thanks for today. The girl's pink girl offered Minjun the next time to go together, until the black-haired girl behind her began to merge on the action of her girlfriend. At the moment when the girl's pink girl wanted to tell her number, her girlfriend closed her mouth and said that they needed to keep the formalities when they were externally thanked for the hard work. The girl with pink hair began to merge with her girlfriend and beat her on her shoulder, and the Minjun was closely overstated for his sidening behind the girls. With the wedge, Minjun smiled at the end, drawing his gaze. The bus began to go and the Minjun stayed at the stop with his gaze. With the gap and the smile of Minjun turned from the bus because he is glad to stop alone. But suddenly the Minjun saw something and blows very surprised from the unnecessary one. His night traveler appeared in front of Minjun while waiting for him. Without saying nothing by the Minjun, a serious face looked at the night traveler as if he were burning very much. Having extended his hand to Minjun, a night traveler seemed to ask him for dark energy. This gesture did not like Minjun, and he strictly said that the night traveler spoiled everything and asked how he could so shamelessly swear demonic energy. It upset the night traveler. But suddenly the night traveler began to wave his hands as if trying to say something, and Minjun asked him something happened. Thanks to his power with demonic energy, the night wandering began to report Minjun what happened. After receiving the information of the Minjun, realized that a creature with demonic energy appeared in their measurement, and did not even use the portal from the dungeons and arrived on its own. The Minjun thought the creature was found so fast because his night traveler skill rose to the rank, and understood that it was his specialization, and not the destruction of others. With inflammation in the eyes and the frightening smile of the Minjun, asked the night traveler where this creature is. Night traveler and Minjun went deep into the forest, looking for a mysterious creature with demonic energy. Throwing a night traveler by a ball of dark energy, Minjun said whether he was feeling the creature here. Suddenly, a sphere of dark energy appeared in front of Minjun and Night Traveler that attracted their attention and scared a little. After releasing dark energy from the sphere, a man with long white hair appeared in a hooded cape. The disgusting Minjun looked at the man who stood in front of him, holding back his emotion. The man lifted his head and was visible to his face, so it was visible that he had a gray long hair and blue eyes. Suddenly, having moving from the place, the gray man began to run towards Minjun with tears, and call the Master Minland that scared Minjun. But not having time to reach Minjun, the man stumbled and he fell hit by his head, surprised by the Night Traveler and Minjun. In a worry, the Minjun approached the man who fell and asked whether he was in order, and the Night Traveler said goodbye. When the fell, the rise of the rise said that he ordered the man to forget him and live his life further, and asked why the man came here altogether. With sad eyes, the man looked at Minjun as if he would now start crying again, and continued to call Minjun Monal. Sadly, he looked at the poor man, plunging into his thoughts. Once upon a time, a gray man found himself in the desert, almost invalid and breathing hard. Then a monster like a lion and Scorpio in the monster was prepared for the frightened gray man. But when a gray man had already moved off with the defeat of the monster's sphere of dark energy, and an unknown came to them. It was Minjun that in surprise asked where another man appeared here in this desert. Keeping the dark energy in his hand, the Minjun approached the gray man lying on the sand. The gray man was very frightened and could not answer Minjun. And Minjun looked at the man strictly and was convinced that he was almost destroyed. Sitting to the gray man of Minjun was interested in the question of why he seems very attractive to Minjun, and it surprised the man. The Minjun asked why a man did not speak, but not having time to contract the man with request whether Minjun was Master Minland. In surprise, Minjun asked where the man knows him from. With tears in his eyes, the man said that Master Minold was the hope of all the dark magicians, and once again asked if the Minjun was Master Minland. Anagun was annoyed by such a reaction, that this man was also a dark magician. Getting on his feet, he asked why a man is so weak, or he thinks that it is normal. The gray man tried to climb on his feet. Walking away by the Minjun ironically laughed that he was considered hope, and let the man not speak any nonsense, and recommended that if a man is so weak, then he should not go to such dungeons. But suddenly the Minjun stopped because he was somewhat interested in, and the man surprised it. Turning to the gray man of the Minjun, seriously asked how to call him. Sadly looking at the sand, the gray man answered Minjun that he had a name. With the laughter of Minjun asked this truth and said that the man was not only weak but not a name, and decided that he would give him a name. Finishing their past, the gray man returned to the present time and was holding a man by his shoulders. Minjun called a gray man named and called him Li Bong. While Minjun Bung shaking for his shoulders, he asked him whether he went crazy and why Bong moved to another dimension. Tired Bong said that the Minjun threw them with leaving only a note and continued to call it Master Minolde. Bong said that their cult was on the verge of destruction and asked Minjun how he could leave them. Mazun began to shout why their cult arranged a circus in his honor, and did they think he would want to talk to them before his entrance. Rejecting the tired Bong after crying, the Minjun said why Bong continued to follow him. On the lap with the tears of Bong said that Minjun was worth bringing with him, at least his right hand. But these statements only annoyed Minjun. But no matter how Minjun had merged on Bong, his difficult condition worried him, and he did not want to hurt him. Having extended his hand, Bong Minjun began to share with him dark energy, and asked why the condition of Bong was very heavy, and it is very shaking. Not expected for Bong from Minjun, he got enough dark energy so that he immediately feels strong and completely healthy. Attaching his hand to the heart of Bong, leaned and thanked Minjun because he again saved his life, so Bong was ready to pay Minjun for his good, his life. Immediately, Minjun told Bong to tell how he got to his measurement with all the details. Starting his story, Bong said that this miracle, which was created by his trust in Master Minold and his desire to be near him and help. Dissatisfied, Minjun told Bong to finish with formalities, but Bong said that it was the pure truth of his heart. Strictly, Minjun asked how Bong managed to penetrate into another dimension with his weak skills, and emphasized to tell the truth, specifying the holiday of Bong's holiday, sent here. Certainly Bong said that they were not obeyed by the followers with the exception of Master Minlin. Majun maliciously told Bong to figuratively express himself and start telling the truth. Starting his story by Bong said that he really oversent the holy girl after the entrance of Minjun because of strange rumors, and that was interested in Minjun because he did not hear about some rumors. Continuing, Bong said that the case was that Minjun joined his world happened a little strange. One of the basic abilities of Bong is to turn into a crow that did not create problems with the problem of the holy castle. Hiding behind the columns of Bong looked at the situation because every night from the holy temple there were strange sounds. Men saw that men with knightly slips were carrying unknown big things on carts. In these things, Bong saw a large number of monsters that were saturated with dark energy and brought to a holy girl. Sealed in the middle of the room where the holy girl lived and where they took the monsters of Bong was surprised by seeing and understanding why the monsters simply disappeared and there was no trace from them after getting into the temple. The holy girl ordered men to attribute the monsters to the portal to send to the world Minjun, so there was nothing left of the monsters. Therefore, at the time of moving, the monsters of Bong joined them in the portal, and also decided to move into the world of Minjun. Explaining the Minjun situation, Bonga said that he suspected the holiday girl sent monsters to Minjun, and at this moment, the Minjun grabbed Bong for his clothes. Majun asked Bong, or all his words from the story. Bong replied that he would never lie to Master Minolda. After calming down, the Minjun thought the holiday girl was so offended and wants to play with Minjun. Having released Bong calmly, Minjun decided to continue their conversation by analyzing the situation. Having taken out of his Karman, the metallic object of Minjun asked Bong whether he could know what it was. Looking at the Bong of Bong, he replied that judging by the shape, it was very similar to a sword fragment that the temple defenders use and asked, or remembered, the weapon of the weapon. Majun mentioned men with knightly slums and their swords that surprised Bong, but worried by the Minjun asked how Bong managed to run to the temple, and that he did as if the portal was not where it was needed. Also, reading Bong Minjun stressed that Bong could suffer when he was moving as if even late a step and stuck between the worlds. He replied with the laughter of Bong that he didn't even know about such details. The disappointed Minjun looked at Bong and said to himself that all his cult colleagues were never normal and adequate, but looking at the slice of the sword of Minjun, asked himself what their purpose of the holy girl could be. Returning into the past 100 and 224 days before the Mindhun returned to his world on the ground a holiday, a girl stood on the street near the cathedral. Looking at the distance, someone called the holy girl asking what happened, and it attracted her attention. It was Minjun who addressed the girl who returned to him and asked the holiday why she called Minjun to such a place. The girl said kindly and with a smile of the holiday, whether or not it sometimes to go outside and feel the wind, and asked Minjun whether he did not consider it. Majun looked at the holy girl and tried to keep his nervous smile. Not satisfied by Minjun told the girl that he slept on stones every day, so he did not understand what she was talking about at all. And the holy girl began to get a little nervous because of his response and reaction. Sadly looking at Minjun, the girl apologized because she did not think about his life because she could not leave the territory of the temple herself. After calming down, the Minjun, still not satisfied, the holy girl again why she caused him here. Turning to Minjun, the girl said that she had rumored that some of his comrades were injured in the Farkas dungeon and recalled the name of his cult, which was called Lumi Nuno, a favorite character. While interrupting and denying, the Minjun said that these people are not Minjun and a cult of this name, but continued to explain that they were monitored by Minjun because they wanted and injured themselves from faxes, but they were cured, so no one would die. With the smile of the holiday, the girl specified in Minjun whether he does not call faxes in her world dark hounds. Going closer to the holy girl of Minjun said that in his world there were no such monsters in his world at all, but explained that those whom they called the cashier in his world, the names of pottery and the faxes of Minjun himself, decided to call dark hounds. With the serious face of Minjun said it was not important and he decided to ask the holy girl because it does not give him rest something. The Minjun asked the saint whether there was no connection between Isgard and his world and the monsters that appear there. With a strange reaction and as if a little nervous girl, the girl answered Minjun that there was no connection. Recalling the monsters of the holiday, the girl said that portals and monsters began to appear in Isgard 100 years ago, and if there is something similar, only that both worlds are experiencing a common problem from a common phenomenon. Calmly, the girl understood the suspicion of Minjun because in the world of Ishad, the same monsters that are in his world, and even more so, he also came to Isgard through the portal. But the holy girl explained to the Minju that the adventures between the worlds is not something that could be done very simply to move Minjun. She needed a lot of time and a lot of preparations, and to move a bunch of monsters and create a dungeon is very difficult. Listening to the holy girl of Minjun, suspicious of her looked, but he had nothing left to believe her. Turning on the Minjun, decided that it was time to go and told the holy girl that when it would all end and it was time to return him home, he ordered the saint not to change his mind. But turning away from the girl of Minjun did not see that on a truly holiday the girl smiled malice. Returning to this day, the Minjun was still in the mountains on the outskirts of Hanchkon. In his reflections, the Minjun knew that the saint was not worth believing, and he knew in the secret that Ishard was suffering for a long time through portals. But Minjun was convinced that moving something from the dungeon to another world is not possible, but not just even for a holy girl. In his reflections and memories of the fighting of Minjun, he wondered why right now the holy girl is spending a bunch of holy power to send monsters to his world. Recalling the holy girl of Minjun thought whether she could not use the holy rainbows and whether she did it to catch Minjun. Suddenly, Minjun came out of his thoughts and returned to the real world because something began to happen before him. Rising on the knee of Li Bong that was before Minjun told him that he was ready to accompany him in this world until he was killed and asked Master Manolde to accept it. Taking the head of Minjun realized that he would not be able to return Bong to Ishard and corrected Bong because in this world he was not a Master Manolde but called him by someone. Initially, Bong did not correctly name the name of Minjun, calling him a Minjun king, and stressed that he would serve him. Minjun annoyed it, and again corrected Bong by calling the name correctly, and asked Bong whether he could use the skill of imitation. Bong said that thanks to the demonic energy of Minjun, he was overflowing with force, but strictly Minjun said to stop lying because he almost touched Bong, and the demonic energy in Minjun is not enough. With his shining eyes, Bong apologized and said that now all that he was able to turn into a small animal, but gladly said that it would be enough. Lifting his head to Mount Minjun told Bong to try to turn into a crow, and asked if it was possible. At this point, Bong began to use dark energy to turn into a crow. Very glad, Minjun said that it was wonderful and emphasized bonging to be with a night traveler and waved his finger, causing him. The head of the night traveler looked from the shadow of Minjun and he was not very pleased with the new colleague. With an evil face, the night traveler approached the crows of Bong and the lightning of the negativity ran between them, and the Minjun told them to finish immediately. Raven Bong began to be kicked as an animal. A Minjun stressed that he could speak human. Looking at the night traveler, Raven Bong said that he needs to put a hierarchy as the right hand. But the malicious smile of the Minjun interrupted him and ordered both to shook his hands in silence and to live in peace. The night traveler and Bong still were not a lot from each other and they wanted quarrels. But they could not but listen to the order of the ministry and the night traveler and Bong their hands and reconciled. Continuing, Minjun ordered Bong to ask a night traveler what to do to him. And the night traveler Minjun ordered that if Bong was doing something dangerous or noticeable, let him stop him, because safety for them is most important. Having given them the orders of the Minjun, release their friends and let them continue their work. The night traveler was hidden in the shadow of the Raven Bong, and at that moment they said goodbye to Minjun. Rising into the sky, Raven Bong flew away, and Minjun looked after them and the full moon was visible against the background. The calmly leaving the Junju was able to calm himself down, but at that moment he rapped his stomach, which meant a time to eat, and his plans were to eat Jeanmon and go to bed. A few days later, at the Minjun camp, Gvankik ran into a hostel with the words that something happened. All those present looked surprised at the Gvutvankik, waiting for him to tell them. Sinho asked if Gvutvshik went down, and John said that a few days ago, Gvankik ran around and pretended to be a dove, and this caused laughing. Going to Gvutvshik Tevik and Mungi asked what happened and what the Gvutvankik would tell them. With a malicious smile, Gvutvankik announced that the quarterly performance of the platoon was hung in front of the administrative office. Almost all soldiers drew attention to this information by the Gvanka, absorbing in their thoughts. While Sinho dressed, he heard the Mung asked whether the Minjun was in the first place, because there were many training and raids in this quarter, and the raids recalled that the Munga had previously told him praise. Trying to say quietly, Gvutovshik announced that Lee Psycho got 75 points in the quarter, and it surprised the Tevuk that it was not possible, and he accurately received the first place on a platoon, or even in his mouth. And the Muns were upset because he would have been happy as if he received at least more than 50 points, and would not receive a fine and restriction. But Gvankik said that the Sergeant Lee Psycho was not the first, but the second. It surprised the Mung, but also pleased Tevuk because it was wonderful news, and the Mung asked who could score more than 75 points in their platoon. Then the Minjun entered the dormitory room and officially greeted all those present because he just returned from the weekend. While Minjun and everyone greeted, the Mung asked this was Minjun, and that Suvshik confirmed that he took first place and scored 9 points. Hearing that Minjun scored 9 Tevuk and Munga points were incredibly surprised. At this point, Captain Cholman came to the dormitory room and asked if the soldiers liked the soldiers, and everyone was officially greeted with him. Cholman joyfully addressed Minjun and asked how the weekend had passed, and with the smile of Minjun said that everything went well. And here, Cholman asked if the Minjun saw what he had in his hand. All the soldiers present opened their mouths with surprise when they saw that he brought Coleman. In his hands, Cholman kept a new sticker for Minjun, which spoke of his not expected increase. Yong could not believe that this raise one of the soldiers was frightened by the Minjun again received an increase, and Tevuk was already scratching that Minjun had an increase again in a short time. Explaining the situation, Cholman said that today the official letter came to the headquarters that Minjun was elected as the best soldier of the division on the results of the field maneuvers of hunters, but he also received recognition for voluntary assistance for his weekend. While Minjun was very happy, Cholman, he continued to say that this was a special order from the commander of the Sogyeon division and greeted Minjun by changing his sticker on his jacket. All those present began to applaud Minjun and scream greetings and rejoice in him. Behind everyone stood the surprised Hanwon could not say a word and remembering something. From his pocket, Kanun got a piece of paper that they recently filled with the boys with bids. And at that moment, Gvutvshik approached Hanjun because he turned out that he had won, and Gvonchik said that he would dispose of money for a reason and a mercy with the losing Hanwin, let him take everything. But suddenly, the angry Minjun pulled out a piece of paper from his hands and looked at what they were talking there. The Minjun turned to Gvutvshik, or for sure he realized that Minjun now became a sergeant. For fear, Gvankik said he understood everything. With the playful smile of the Minjun said that Gvankik was engaged in very interesting things, and asked if the Gvonchik won. He confirmed his victory. When Minjun began to think about how much money he would get on his face for fear, with an evil smile of Minjun hinted Gvanka that he was definitely pleasing to him, but in his face it was seen that he conceived something. The joyful ministry stood in the gym overflowing the pride of his new mark. Nerve, Hanun, and Chan stood next to the Minjun in the gym. And next to them, the Gvutvavik with a red face and afterpower suggested that Minjun give 30% of his victory. With a smile, the Minjun asked what the Gvankik said in general, because surrounding people can think bad about Minjun, and he does it for the sake of money. But Minjun tries to fix him for the Gvankik while he performs the exercises. And the tired Gvutvshik suggested 40% of his winning. The malicious smile of the Minjun reminded that everything is not because of money, but what the boys did on Minjun pawns at all did not care. The Minjun asked a tired Gvutvshik as he thinks he was lying, and Gvonchik answered that he believed to him. Pressing his finger on the dumbbell Minjun dropped it even lower, and the Gvutvev began to talk louder about what Minjun believes. And then the state of the Gvutvanka began to frighten the boys near his face that it was no longer able to withstand. But at this moment, the Minjun took a dumbbell from a red stone from Gvutvankik, giving him a rest. The frightened Hanwon worried about the Gvankik, and John was surprised that the hardest dumbbell Minjun was lifted with only one hand. Turning to the Gvutvshik, Minjun said that he wanted to train back, and Minjun trains him in this way. Returning to Kanun and John, that Minjun thought who would be the next client for training. But starting to wave Hanyun and John, they began to refuse training and invent different excuses. Hearing their refusal to be at a light smile said that they were very sorry that they refuse. Kanun thanked Minjun for the proposal, but he very much wanted to leave the premises, and the John supported Hanun. And when the men had already turned away from Minjun and approached the door of Minjun in a terrible voice several times, that he was very sorry. Lifting his head and showing his terrible smile, Minjun said that he was very sorry for Chan and Hanun, because they think that they have the opportunity to give up training with him. These words were scared to the ants by Bon and Hanyun, and they did not know what to do next. After a while, the Gvutvankik still could not rise, and John and Kanun, after Minjun's workout, fell on his knees from fatigue. Turning to John, that and Hanjun Minjun said that time is possible not very suitable, but he has a request for them. Chonu was a frightened one at the request of the request, and Hanwin said nervously that he would do everything that Minjun would say, and if only the conversation does not go about physical training. The serious face of the Minjun announced that those who lower than the ranking of the ordinary first rank cannot visit the store, cannot use the training room, also cannot go to the computer office. Hyeonun and Yang did not quite understand what the Minjun was in the way, and he continued to say that those who below the sergeant could not use the phone and annoyed all these bands. Understanding what Minjun says with a serious face, Hanwin said that it was not very reasonable and fair, but John said that such discrimination was still existing at their time. Hanyun addressed the John asked whether he thinks that these rules need to be removed, and John agreed with him, having suggested to score a new couple in which he would win the one who would destroy more rules. Strictly, Minjun ordered the boys not to overdo it, and John and Yang agreed with him. Having made his hands, he said that he would try to talk to the sergeants, but he puts everything else on Hanun's shoulders and Yang. Hanwin said a serious face not to worry and asked if he was free. Also, the serious face of John said that Minjun could count on them, and also asked if he could go. Having waved his hand, he showed that Kanun and Yang could be free. The frightened Hanwin and John ran to the door to get away from Minjun and Gvonchik behind them, just could wake up and saw them going. When the Gvutvshik thought he would also be able to escape with them and climb to the Minjun's feet. The frightened and tired Gvankik returned to Minjun, who said that the Gvankik was moving to the second platoon after the Rus extraction of a personal composition. Therefore, Minjun emphasized that I would always want to train with the Gvankik, what he brought him to tears. A few days later, a mine appeared in the field, and these monsters are very similar to the snake, but they live more often underground, and they differ from snakes on the ground, because they are not dried, but when they are destroyed almost immediately. But the soldiers knew that before destroying the snake, it is better to leave them without a tail that can be considered detonators, because otherwise they can cause a reaction. Also, it is best to clean such a dungeon of Ming Snake, not a large group of professional hunters, so a platoon of Minjun with Commander Coleman arrived in such a dungeon. But suddenly the soldier who was near Kama felt some strange actions behind him and turned. Turning, the soldier saw that he was already flying a snake in preparation for the attack, and he understood that he would not have time to get. But almost a mind of the snake flew to the soldier. Someone was not expected to grab the snake by his tail. Among the soldiers was the one who caught a dozen of such minds of snakes, and it was Minjun and his alone to protect his colleagues. And it was Minjun who grabbed a snake by his tail and took it from a soldier. Calmly, he looked at the soldier and Minjun who saved it. Looking at his tablet, Cholman announced a good job and announced a 10-minute. While all the soldiers were resting and engaged in Minjun's affairs, checked their characteristics. By clicking on the Minjun panel, he raised his skill of agility to 5 and thought it would be great to gain a class skill. But it was all so pleasing, and it turned out that this dungeon could still be considered a treasure. Suddenly, the Minjun heard the voice of Bonga, that he had noticed the demonic energy of a large number. In surprise, Minjun began to look around trying to find a Bong and understand where he is. Minjun joyfully asked Bong where he is right now and where this demonic energy. With a smile of Raven, Bong told Minjun that was an Incheon that surprised Minjun. Therefore, a few days later, Minjun took the day off and went to Incheon looking at the civilian house. Raven Bong flew to Minjun and he asked the crow as a setting with dark energy. After adding Minjun information, Bong said that he executed the order of Minjun and did not acted ill, advised and only oversee. Because Bong did not feel the presence of any monsters at his discretion, it can be a dungeon product. Asking Minjun asked how many people in the house, and Bong replied that there was no one before yesterday, but now one person in the middle of the house. Bong began to say that Minjun could arrive yesterday, but it annoyed Minjun, and he said that Bong was thinking that it was very simple for a soldier because he was difficult to go on a night trip. After that, the Bong silent and the Minjun continued to say that they would do can seem an invasion of a foreign territory. Wearing a mask on the face of the Minjun said that they just want to take dangerous objects from a civilian house. Approaching the house of Bong agreed with Minjun, and Minjun said that Bong should be careful and not fall. Bong opened a window for Minjun so that Minjun was able to climb into the middle of the house. And then, having gone to the living room of the Minjun, saw crystals in the capsule where the demonic energy was very felt, but it did not harm the body of people. Trying to take a capsule with the stones of the Minjun, thought the dark energy in the fireplace could be cleaned, but suddenly a female silhouette appeared behind Minjun in the darkness that ordered Minjun not to move. It was a dream in home clothing and stood in the battle pose ready for a fight. Although a few minutes before she was sitting in her room in her phone and copied with her mother, and she said that together with Teko they got out of the night session and went home and mom wore, or a dinner. With a smile looking at the phone, Iso wrote that the perfect Tahoe's father could be sweet enough, and my mother wondered if she was all right because she is completely alone in her weekend. When Inso wrote to her mother that all is well and tomorrow, Inso was going to go to Tedjon in the morning. Inso heard some sroper and decided to check out of her room. Going down to the first floor of her home, In saw an unknown male figure that walked around her home. Because of that, Insor decided that it was thickened. It was Minjun that stood in his back and approaching stones with dark energy. And at that moment, her went to the thieves of Minjun, telling him not to move, and she doubted that at their time there were the thieves of homes. Therefore, she asked who he was and why he climbed into her home. Looking around, he saw that it was In, and it was very surprised and made him think. Thanks to telepathy, Minjun said Bong and a night traveler that he came in search of a dungeon product producing demonic energy, and he spent pure accident in the house. Bong began to justify television that he knew nothing but the first this energy was felt by a night traveler. Looking at them, Minjun thought that if it was the house of the Thako Division Commander Thotko, then it was clear why such stones were here, but he was wondering what a chance was what Inns were at home today. Minjun also mentioned the meeting with Inns and Hanshin, and began to merge and think that they really had any happy relationship. The strange reaction surprised the interior standing behind. Starting shouting, she announced the thief to put her head behind her head and stayed in place and warned him. Then Minjun dropped his hands in his pocket to get something and think that he could not go with his empty hands all the way. Decisively, I decided time to attack and started shouting Minjun that she warned him. When Inso struck her foot again, she told Minjun not to move, but he quickly got from her attack. No matter how many times the Snee did not try to hit Minjun quickly and had time to write a message on the sheet. Turning for Inso, Minjun realized that she had good movements and quickly lifted her to the sergeant. But when her hand was very close to Minjun, decided that this fight was time to finish. And then Minjun calmly grabbed his hand, surprising the girl and stopping her attack. Holding his hand, Minjun realized that her skills are far from his own. Looking at the thieves, I did not realize that it was Minjun through a mask, and then Minjun did not say anything in her hand with a piece of paper. Having taken her own hand, Inso began to shout and ask what he was doing and whether the thief is mocking her. And then, thinking, she realized that a man was not exactly an ordinary civilian, and his movements reminded her of someone, but she realized that her husband was awakened in front of her. At that time, Inns were forced to move away from the stones in the glass sphere. The Minjun rapidly began his attack on Inns, preparing to knock the girl off her feet, but Inso realized that she would not be able to get away from his attack. But at the last moment, Minjun stopped his attack bypassing his Inso, and grabbing stones in the area jumped into the open window. The surprised Inso looked out of the windows to screaming to stop and wait, but without turning to the Minjun and his comrades fled. Inso was surprised to say she had never been able to hit him, and noticed that a piece of paper had a piece of paper. After spreading the paper, she read that the bite was written in a piece of paper. Evil Inso began to shout all over the street and call the thieves of Minjun that fled from its territory. And Minjun and Bong, meanwhile, ran down the street looking for a place where you can stop and check the stones what they got. Coming to the dark and without a crowded park, Minjun began to inspect strange stones. Inspecting the Minjun realized that in this stone there is much more demonic energy than in most monsters, and in addition, if the 2-star Teko from the hunter's body holds it at home, it means that it does not affect the body. Bong, who held his head in the ground, said that it is believed that crystals belong to the monster, but Minjun interrupted him by saying that he did not allow permission to speak. Bong was apologizing, and Minjun said that he knew the crystal of the monster. Looking at the crystals in the field of Minjun, understood that even in his shot he did not see such specimen. But the Minjun heard about the monster crystal that meant that these are minerals that rarely occur in the middle of monsters, and these crystals can differ depending on the age of their carriers and the level of danger, but they all retain Manu. Throwing the crystal on the land of the Minjun thought that such crystals among things that can fall out of monsters, such crystals are the most valuable material. Having pulled his hand to one of the crystals of Minjun, thought he had never even heard about crystals from demonic energy. Taking the great amount of energy of Minjun, thought that there was no imagination as such. A crystal was on Earth in a house of civilians. But looking at his promotions and the characteristics of Minjun, thought that if he did not want to make participation in the games of the Holy Girl, then there is no extra time to consider every little thing. The system has told Minjun that he had 2 new skills, that is the uniqueness of demonic energy and the delight of demonic energy, which was pleased by Minjun. Clicking on the Minjun panel said that it was very great that he got more skills and decided to test the uniqueness of demonic energy. The description to the skill said that the demonic energy of Minjun loses color and smell and does not affect the environment. It was also stated that Minjun has the opportunity to switch on and turn off this skill when he desires, and the Minjun knew that the more demonic energy he has become, more difficult to keep the growing energy in the middle of the body. Minjun said he was concerned about how his dark energy would influence others, and this skill will help him perfectly. And Minjun also decided to try the skill of delighting demonic energy and extended his hand to a night traveler and Bong. Using this Bong skill, rose uphill and immediately found himself in the hand of Minjun, that he decided that it was a good effect. But unfortunately, there is a weight restriction, and Minjun's skill in search of the remote, because of this force, thanks to this force, could attract the baked. The Minjun released Bong and the Night Traveler caught him, and the Minjun announced that he had a new task for them. Minjun calmly said that the task of Bong and Night Traveler is to find information about the dungeons and their byproducts in which demonic energy is possible. Officially, the Bong leaned, and the Night Traveler as a soldier accepted the task of Minjun, and they will start performing. At that time, the Minjun turned and threw 2 balls of dark energy of a Raven Bong and a Night Traveler. When the Minjun turned away, the Night Traveler wanted to pick up his ball of dark energy from the Bong. But when the Mindhun returned to them, the Night Traveler and Crow Bong happily hugged. Then Minjun asked Bong with a smile, or he had already tasted Korean food. After a while, Minjun and Bong arrived at the cafe that was called the Supna Ariar, and sitting at the table of Bong wept with happiness. The waiter's woman who was near them and Minjun was surprised by such Bong reactions to food. After eating delicious Bong dishes, he did not stop thank Minjun for dinner, and he had never eaten such dishes by Minjun before. Let Bong or cries or eat, and Bong tickly tasted dishes thinking about himself kimchi. And the Minjun remembered their past suggested that Bong and Ishad ate only strange galleys, and it was clear to him why in Bong such a reaction to delicious food. Then Minjun's phone began to break from the messages because he managed to remove the ban on the use of soldiers' phones, and for the 2nd platoon of the 2nd company created a separate group, but the Gvankik wrote most. After a while, the Minjun and his platoon came to train awakened soldiers who were able to exceed the restrictions of ordinary people, and called such training guerrilla training. When the exams went all the soldier, it was not just to perform all the exercises, but it did not concern Minjun because he was easy and fun for him. When there was the 3rd stage on the 3-channel bridge of the Minjun shined with joy and as a bird running through the rope. And having passed almost all stages of difficulty appeared only in the gases, with gases where the instructor looked at the platoon. Looking at how it is difficult for soldiers and some crying, the instructor announced that they would assume that they sang a national anthem for the 4th verse, and assuming that the detachment studied the military oath of the Hunters of the Hunters. When he appeared in the detachment, in the opinion of the Minjun, thought that despite the fact that guerrilla training still enjoys a stupid glory among the soldiers, some of the soldiers just decided to sleep in their free time, and some decided to eat as a sad Hmong and the Tevuk that wept looking at their food. With a strip of tevuk, he took a spoonful of rice and said he didn't think he would eat it in his last year here. Sadly, Mung said that in his opinion, the division commander did not get him and wondered if the Mung did something wrong. Next to them sat by the Anjun and silently enjoyed the food. And tevuk said Mung that he had never seen him so unlikely. But the hatred of the guerrilla training of soldiers was because they had to sleep and eat in non-convenient field conditions. Surprisingly, the Tuka paid attention to the moons and asked him whether he was going to eat. Frightened, Munga removed his food and said with horror that if you eat a lot, it would happen something. In horror, the Mung explained that if you eat after a while, you had to go to a terrible joint toilet. At that time, Captain Shulman and Captain So Chanvon came to their tent from the 100th 4th Division of the 2nd Battalion and was a 2nd Company commander. One of the soldiers rose and officially greeted the command by announcing that the 2nd Platoon is currently spending his free time. Cooking Chanvun began to make that they had worked well today and the instructors will take a strand and perform all their duties so the soldiers can rest. Listening to Chanvun, Minjun knew that the main goal of guerrilla training of hunters was considered a trenches, and Chanvun reminded that the soldiers did everything possible on tomorrow. The next day, the training of trenches began and the soldiers supported their colleagues, and Minjun was introduced to the rules. On the field without any weapons, 2 detachments face themselves in battle in their hands, and exclusively with their physical forces. Actions occur in a square arena that resembles a trench, and need to or throw opponents over the field, or defeat them with force. At this point, one large man threw his enemy outside the field, which meant his losing. When a platoon of large men threw away all his opponents by the field, and the instructor announced that the test was completed. Raising his hand to the mountain, the instructor announced that the 16th Round and the 3rd Battalion won the 1st Battalion of the 2nd Company of the 1st Platoon and the 1st Detachment. Satisfied, large men with a malicious smile looked at losing opponents. And Minjun explained in his thoughts that in the guerrilla training of hunters, this trenches have special attention for 4 battalions of the 100th of the 4th Division. Division commanders looked at the soldiers and some were not satisfied with the results of the battle. Colonel Lee Chunbom from the 100th of the 4th Division and the commander of the 2nd Battalion said that a prominent guy won in the battle and as if last year he won him. Colonel John Singen from the 100th of the 4th Division and the commander of the 1st Battalion confirmed his words. But then he was a corporal and now a sergeant. Chunbom said that even in the last round, where he immediately went to 10 platoons, he pushed everyone alone in one, so he was interested in what he had. The conversation was joined by Lieutenant Colonel Chonchol from the 100th of the 4th Division commander of the 3rd Battalion, and said that a special soldier was a Sergeant Chakve Son recently passed the exam for promotion. And continuing, Chonchol said that he seems to have contributed to the Singen, and this angered Kunboma. Turning to Singyun, Junchol Chonchol said the truth, and he specially did so knowing this about this preparation, because no matter how he was upgraded, he could not participate in the trenches of battles. Denying the Sun said that this was not true and he could not even know that it would happen. Maliciously, Sun said that he could first assume that everything would happen in such conditions, and then shouted until Chonchol was satisfied with the conflict between the commanders. Sun said that it was not necessary to say so, and Chonchol added oil to the fire and removed Kunboma. And next to them, Colonel Yu Ji sat silently from the 100th of the 4th Division of the 4th Battalion. The instructor then announced that he should go to the fight and go the 4th Company, 4th Platoon. In his thoughts, the Minjun realized that these competitions partially turned into battle between battalion commanders. Jihi began to get nervous because the number of her platoons from the 4th Battalion reached this round. It was a platoon of Inso and her girlfriends, and it was said that the platoons that demonstrated unsatisfactory results and the intensity of their training would increase. Not far from the platoon and Minjun himself, he just sat and expected his turn to be a son. Looking at Minjun, Sinwa decided to approach him and turn. With a joyful smile, Sinwa asked Minjun whether he was a famous hunter who rose very quickly and whom they talk about. In surprise, Minjun returned to his son and confirmed his suspicion that he was by someone. He was happy to say that he was very fortunate to meet such a star as the Minjun, and told rumors that he was more likely to receive the title with sergeant. The calm of Minjun did not know what to say, but simply thanked his son while his colleagues were discussing something nearby. But suddenly his son changed in his face on an evil smile and said that he had very great expectations from Minjun, but in his opinion, Minjun was really dull. Hearing the words of Sin, Han Yun and Gvutvshik immediately stopped their conversation and looked with anger. With shouting Han Yun and Gvutvshik, they asked that Sun had just said Minjun, but at this point her son grabbed Han Yun and Gvanka by sending them back to their place. In a calm tone, but an evil face, Sun said that he did not want to talk about it in his voice. The strength of the sun surprised the Gvanka and Hanun because they could not even move. Release Hanun and Gvanchik, still with the evil smile of Sun, said that he was very sorry that it happened. With these words, his son went away and returned to his comrades, and the Minjun just remained silent. Evil Hanun began to call his son, and Gvanchik asked Minjun he was not going to do something. Lifting his finger to the mountain and as if smiling calmly, he replied that all was well. The wickedness of the Gvanchik began to shout that nothing is well and he is ready to go now and give a special lesson. But looking at Minjun on the body of the Gvutovshik ran around the ants, and the horror appeared on his face that he could say nothing more. Minjun's face was red and overflowing with malice, but he said that everything is good because it would soon face the sun again. The 4th Battalion of the 4th Platoon of the 4th Platoon was sitting in anticipation of the girl under a canopy. Corporal Chad Marie's pink hair asked, what is the point of workout at all? And not only gets tired, but they also need to touch others that Marie is just awful for Marie. Black hair Corporal June Hedge agreed with Marie because they compare the strength of the battalions and humiliate them if they do not cope, and asked the question if this truth is necessary to choose a king guerrilla. Marie anxiously turned and said that their platoon was the only battalion that reached this stage. But looking at the rostrum, Marie thought that the commander of the battalion, Jihi, is probably in the spring. While Jihi's colleagues were discussing their gossip from Jihi, there was a negative energy of annoyance. Scarily Marie, when she saw Jihi, realized that she looks very evil. Behind the girls appeared their colleague that had very strong hands and blonde hair. When the instructor was announced by the girls' detachment, Sergeant O. Setbell and the platoon commander went forward and announced that they only needed to win and pick up the title of King Partisan to himself. With the beginning of the fight, the hedge struggled with the enemy, and Marie was running away from her enemy and screamed to stay away from her. And the ordinary Kim Non and the ordinary Hajironi fought with one enemy. Going behind the enemy Nyun and Jia, the Setbell was not expected to throw away the enemy. And even if the enemy did not fly behind the field, Setbell continued the attack. And at the end of their battle, Setbell rejected the enemy outside the field. Turning, Setbell drew attention to Marie, who still ran away from the enemy and shouted, and the enemy could not catch up with her. And at the moment when the enemy thought that Marie's catching up, she grabbed his hand and the enemy did not expect it. Throwing with ease with enemy Marie, she was satisfied with herself. But Marie's malicious smile stressed the enemy that she warned him from her away. Then Maru paid attention to the hedge that still kept her enemy and could not do anything. Then there was another enemy behind the hedge, approaching her for the attack, and began to shout that he saw the vulnerable area, but he was not lucky because some grabbed him. It was a dream that, by her force, rejected the second enemy without allowing him to attack the hedge. Thank you, the hedge continued the battle and finally could find a weak zone of the enemy, squeezing his hand and scaring him. When the girls thrown out of the field, only 2 enemies remained, and they mocked their colleagues who could not push at least 1 girl for the field, because they did not overestimate the expectations, but they were shocked. Dissatisfied colleagues just looked at the boys and they said that now they were able to throw their girls and they should look and study. But starting to run on girls' men said that everyone was just talking about Shua Sun, but this year they want to become stars this year. But when they almost reached the girls, Setbell grabbed both of them, stopping their speed. The men began to make fun of Setbell, asking she wants to defeat them on her own. But they were very surprised when the Setbell could easily hold them, and even able to shrug them. Setbell asked the men with a smile from what they decided that she would fight one, because at this moment Marie and Inns and Hedge ran to them. They were also joined by someone Non and Hajao, and all the platoon began to put 2 men out of the platform. When the girls successfully won 2 men, the instructor announced that in the 16th round of the 4th match, the 4th Company Battalion of the 4th Platoon and the 4th Platoon won. The girls' platoon was glad to win his victory at the podium while everyone else looked after them. But Minjun also looked at them and said that the women's battalion has good teamwork as well as excellent skills. Raising Hanwin, he announced that this platoon is not bad. With a malicious smile, Gvankik said that a female platoon would come out in a quarterfinals against the Chawe's team, and this time they would see how the Sun loses. Hanyun said it was not possible because the Sun should reach the finals, because they would not be able to beat him, and they need to give him a lesson. And Gvankik replied that he was still unknown if they would reach the finals. Chanjun said confidently with them Lee Psycho, and whom Minjun is so he is sure that they would not lose even if they won. And here Marie paid attention to the Minjun sitting next to Hanyun and Gvonchik under the canopy. Mary joyfully started waving her hands and shouting a hunter by whom Minjun hello. But the attention was paid to Marie and Gvudvshik that they looked at her in surprise because they did not hear that she was saying. Waging out, Gvankik asked Marie waving them and began to correct his clothes, and confidently Hanwin said that he seems to be looking at him. So far, Marie joyfully looked at Minjun, and her girlfriend Hedge thought that he was wrong with Maru. Suddenly, Hinun's serious face said that if he thinks he is not ready to give someone a lesson. Having agreed with Hanjum, Gvutavshik said that sometimes people can be a little arrogant, but it seems to him that he will be able to forgive Chchua's son. Hanyun said that it is a pity that he would have to postpone the lesson, and he would continue to ache for the 4th Battalion, and the Gvutfev supported him. The Minjun looked at Hanun and Gvanchika and said they were stupid. Meanwhile, Chanchal said in the podium that he had high hopes for a platoon. The joyful Singwin exhaled and laughed, stressed that it was a wonderful match. Turning to Ji Singun said that she should be proud of her battalion. And here the instructor announced that the 16th 5th match will soon start, and the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company will be involved in the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Detachment, and their opponents will be the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Mouth, the 1st Platoon of the 4th Detachment. It attracted the attention of Jihi, and she knew who would go to the platform now. Recalling Sogyeon and his behavior with Minjun, he was interested in whom Minjun. While they walked, Hanun addressed to Minjun, asking if he heard that the whole detachment would receive a day off if he received 1st place in the competition. It was not satisfied with Minjun that he was not burning with the desire to spend his free time with them, and Hanyun said that they did not have to win in the competition. But with an evil smile, the Minjun replied that they would simply be able to do their business separately from each other. Two detachments, 6 to 6 people stood in 2 lines opposite each other, and between them was an instructor waiting for the moment to announce. Lifting his fist, the instructor shouted to the soldiers to prepare and start a fight on the whistle. When the whistle signal sounded, the soldiers began to run in front of their opponents for the attack. For most soldiers, their opponents were easy enough. But since Lee Saiko was considered a strong rival, 2 opponents attacked him and wanted to join the third, but did not come out because the Minjun came out with a smile. Looking at the opponent of the Minjun, thought he was perfect for him to test new skills on him. When the enemy wanted to attack Minjun, he prepared dark energy, and Minjun thought that he had not all perfectly well with control. But Minjun could break the balance of the enemy. Therefore, when the enemy almost approached Minjun, he grabbed him by the demonic energy, because of which the enemy stumbled and was able to grab him by his head. When the Minjun struck the enemy, he was puzzled and did not understand how he could stumble, but continued his attack on Minjun. And then the Minjun tried to pull the enemy with dark energy by the hand, because of which the enemy lost his balance again. The opponent did not understand anything at all, and the Minjun thought that it was impossible to allow any suspicion to his side and to be completed. The enemy again wanted to strike Minjun, and Minjun easily got from his attack and he bypassed his enemy by grabbing him by his back. The enemy was very surprised, and then Minjun could easily lift his opponent and threw it off the battlefield. After a while, as expected, the squad won their opponents and they reached the final round. But when the Minjun saw the evil face of the Gvutovshik, and Kanun Minjun understood their reaction, because they did not want to, but they failed to oppose the 4th platoon of the 4th Battalion. The instructor announced that the last round began and invited 2 teams to the arena. Looking at the son of a wickedness, Kanun asked if he did not engage his son's struggle, and Gvutovshik told that his son was engaged in a fighting school, and later he had to go through the awakening of his forces. Hanyun said that looking at the Battle of Sun could be noted his good abilities, and Gvutvankik told the gossip that said that the son always won in all the competitions that surprised Hanyun. Evilly, Hanyun asked how a son could be dirty with his excellent abilities. Gvutovshik and Hanun as if burning from malice on a son, while Lee Sisno held them by trying to calm them. But Minjun knew that the reason why Hanwon and Gvutovshik were so evil, precisely because it happened in a quarter of the final. Recalling that happened to the Minjun knew that the case was not because the platoon of Chitwa's son won, but the matter in how they did it. Setbel stood against her son, but it was no longer strength. When Setbel wanted to put a son of Minjun's son, that the result of the battle was 6-0. Setbel was easily thrown over by completing their battle and taking a victory for his platoon. But the horror is that the platoon of Sinhwa did not throw any girl outside the field of the arena, so they all won girls physically. Minjun understood that it was not a sporting competition, and it was rather combat preparation. Returning, the Yamandujan thought that the guilt of Chua-son was not in the fact that he won simply by following the rules and did not strike. Looking at the platoon of the girls of the Minjun believed that only those who lost being too weak. Suddenly, Gvutvankik shouted to his son that it was time to study him and all his comrades. The disappointed Minjun exhaled with the words that they still study and study. But remembering the behavior of Sin Minjun with a smile, realized that if Hanyun and Gvutovshik, such evil, they should go to battle and win this battle, but did not understand why they were so tense at the beginning. Hanyun asked a malicious smile, and he also plans to defeat them on his own. Sonu was confidently said that he could not do it until they are a sad, well-known Sergeant Lee Saiko, and asked who he addressed him. The maliciously asked Hanjun he thinks that he could win him as if they were fighting each other. It said Hanyun and he wanted to approach his son, but Lee Saiko stopped him. While the hair of the Gvutvavik looked like a hearth from the anger, Sinhwa paid attention to Minjun. Looking at Minjun's maliciously, he told him that he thought that he would be able to take Minjun if he destroys his girlfriend, but he was surprised that Minjun did not care. It surprised Dangjin and Gvutvshik and other soldiers nearby, but was most surprised by the Minjun without understanding what he was saying. Recalling the past son, he saw Marie Waha Minjun and thought that the pink-hair girl from the 4th Battalion girlfriend Minjun was very pleased to see him and cheered him. Angry Gvutvshik said that Marie waved not at all to Sergeant Minjun, but he is not sure, but it was simply not possible that was his opinion. Having joined the conflict, Hanwon said that Minjun is generally purple, on girls not counting Lumi with Dungeon Power Fighter. With laughing son, he could not believe that Minjun Fanat NPC from such a bad game, and his platoon comrades began to laugh. While Sun and his friends laughed from Minjun and his love for Lumi's comrades, Minjun looked at the Minjun himself. Laughing to his son, he said that he only heard of the Minjun, and he turned out to be a pathetic and failure of fictional characters. Then the instructor came out and told the teams to prepare, and the battle would begin when the sound of the whistle sounds. Wiping tears from laughter, Sun said that he would be softer with Minju, because he still needs to return to his girl, Malishka Lumi. At this point, everyone saw that the instructor raised the whistle to his lips, preparing to give a signal. And when the sound came, 2 platoons began to run to each other with the desire to start their fight. And the Minjun just stood in place while his son was still running to him and shouted that Minjun was counting the crow and preparing for an attack. But when his son was close enough to the Minjun, struck his head. Such a blow was surprised by all those present, even the division commanders who looked at the battle. Also surprised were the colleagues of the Menduzna and the instructor who controlled the battle. Minjun himself showed surprise and said why Sun began to run to him that they accidentally faced his foreheads. Holding his head with a sun, he wisely said that he was accidentally glowing and saying that it was better to close his eyes. The instructor did not know whether the battle was finished, and the Minjun simply waved his hands while his son looked at Minjun. Turning to the division commanders, the instructor was waiting for the instructions, and the Singun waved him with his hand, showing that the battle continued. With the warning, the instructor said that there were no needed strands because it is forbidden to beat each other. Looking angry at Minjun, Singun said it was very cute on his side, but now he would not give Minjun a surrounding indulgence. The Smile was surprised with the smile because Singun considers him sweet and gives such strong promises. While the instructor announced that the fight continues and 2 platoons started the competition again. Having said Singun that Minjun had not yet completed to be a cute, Minjun ran away from the Singuna, away from the other direction, and it surprised the Singun. The Singun was surprised and thought that Minjun was going to run away from him, but the Minjun rapidly ran to other opponents and his comrades. And then Minjun began to throw away both opponents and his comrades for the field of competition. The cry of Singun asked why the Minjun pushed his friends too, but Ohinjun did not listen to him and did his business, pushing everyone on his way. The latter remained another enemy in Lee Psycho when they were rapidly running by Minjun. Lee Psycho called him crazy and stood in a special pose not to fly away from Minjun's gust, but it did not help the enemy. The worried Single did not understand what Minjun was doing, and when Sinho did not want to leave the field after Minjun's run, he took a Psycho in his arms and rejected it on his own. Seeing the malicious passion and desire of the battle of Minjun, Singun did not understand what he called him and called him crazy. The Singun commander rose from his seat and indignant in such a battle and said that it was worth stopping the battle for his actions, but Lee Chum denied because Minjun did not violate any rules and asked what they would stop the match. The Singun was asked maliciously. They consider normal that Minjun specifically throws away his comrades. Having thought of Chum, he wondered what Minjun did because he could no longer invent his excuse. The Singun asked Chunbam very loudly whether he was ready to take responsibility if someone was injured. The calm voice of Jihi replied that the instructor will handle everything in the same way as in past matches, and remembered how brutally beat her girls. When the Singun was silent, he understood Jihi's anger on Singun, so he decided not to continue this topic. When there were no opponents and platoon of Minjun on the field, then Minjun himself and Singun began with each other. In his thoughts, the Singun did not understand that he did not make the match one-on-one and now he wanted to fight with him at first. But Singun believed that Minjun made a mistake and acknowledged that Minjun was strong. But Singun knew about himself that power is not all that is needed in the struggle because the technique is also important. And then the Singun tried to overthrow Minjun. Suddenly, to the surprise of the Singun, he did not even manage to move Minjun from the place, and the Minjun, without losing time, lifted the Singun to his hands. And then by whom the Minjun did not throw the Singyun behind the battlefield, and he lowered with force to the ground. Looking at the hit, Singyun Minjun ordered him to climb immediately, and the Singun was surprised that his equipment did not work. Trying to stand up to the Singun felt the power of blow and realized that Minjun was very strong. And when he saw Minjun Singun's malicious smile, he realized that Minjun was a very dangerous guy. Trying to talk to Singun said Minjun that he understood everything and seemed, but Minjun did not listen to him, and again struck him. Lifting the Singuna again and again, Minjun said why the Singun decided that he had the opportunity to give up. In a panic, Slayun began shouting what he seems and agreed to retreat, but Minjun attracted his attention by mentioning Lumi Nuna and the fact that she was not an ordinary fictional character. At that time, Minjun lifted and threw the Singyun several more times, despite his request to give up. This battle surprised all the detachments and all commanders, and even the dream of Inns could not tear his eyes away. When Minjun already understood that there was no point in lifting the Singwon, he said Lumi Nun was his favorite. The tired and losing Singun could not move, but he still heard Minjun and thought of himself to do him with the fact that Minjun had told him. Then the instructor announced that the match was completed and wins the 2nd Battalion of the 2nd Company of the 2nd Platoon. The 2nd Detachment wins, and the Minjun was proudly standing on the field. When Minjun descended from the field of Hanun and Gvankik looked dissatisfied with Donjin, and Lee Saiko was angry. Invincible Minjun honored his head, wanted to apologize, and said that he was a little fascinated with battle. But Minjun did not have time to complete his opinion. All of the platoon came to Minjun and began to greet him and ask him how everything turned out to even sweat at all. Gvut said fascinating, that it was the most exciting battle that he saw in his entire life, and the same Sneesun lost in battle one-on-one. Hanwin happily said that it was very pleasant to see Chua's son broken, and asked for Minjun decided to remove his comrades to add entertainment, and said that he would have helped it to fight it to battle. While Gvudvshik and Kanun laughed near the Minjun about himself, that probably they were so happy. But Lee Sin-ho appeared behind Han Yun and Gvutv-shik and said no matter what the cause of Min-jun could not justify what he did with his team. Sin-ho's maliciously said he was very disappointed with Min-jun and turned to go away. When Sin-ho entered, the Min-jun looking at him thought that the wine was bent. But when no one saw, Psycho smiled, remembering the passion of Min-jun and thinking that no matter how he had put the defense, he could also be his prey. But she happily thought that next time he would win Min-jun. After all the competitions, all platoons gathered together to listen to the commanders of their platoons and the results of this competition. Also for the winner, Ji-hee made a gold medal for Min-jun, which pointed to the victory of their platoon. And after delivery, the soldiers dispersed to their tents, but the Gvutvev came out, and John asked where he was going because they were going to go soon. The Gvankik shouted that he would go to the toilet. Gvutvev spoke to himself under his nose why to pass them to guerrilla training at a time when they were from the Hunters Corps, and he did not like that the return to the base would take an eternity. Suddenly, someone called out Gvanka behind, forcing him to turn, and it was a feminine voice. When the Gvutevshik turned, his face blushed, and his eyes were also surprised by whom he saw. It was the dream of Inns that stood in front of him and came to talk about something. The next day after the short but intensive guerrilla training, the 104th Divisions discussed something. Seriously, Gwanashik said that they should approach such a topic very carefully. After thinking, Hanwin said that in his opinion, they needed to do it even if they later get on the hats. Concerning Dongjin feared that the sergeants would find out, and Gvutevshik answered him not to worry, and it is enough to lure someone in the meeting place, then they could not make an apology easier than obtaining permission. Han Yun addressed one of the soldiers and said that he had a most important role and asked if he was just silent. All this time, their company was sitting on the street under the snow discussing their plans, without even having time to relax after workout. As you ask Gvutvankik, he stressed whether the boys remember that they do not have much time, so they should be as effective as possible. And Han Yun agreed with him and said that the main thing is to choose a good meeting place. Invincible Donson said that the eastern part of Kionido should be the border, otherwise it would take a long time. And for such information, the Gvankik praised him and said to continue at that pace. Suddenly, Gvutvankik's phone reported a new message that attracted the attention of all the guys nearby. It was a dream, and in the correspondence, they discussed that they had to spend their weekends together, and in the last message, Inns asked Minjun. Hanyan said Gvutevshika that because of this they could be caught, and the Gvutevshik suggested saying, Inso that he had no Minjun room. Hanyun said that Inso would not believe it, and Donjin added that they'd literally live together, and it would be strange. The Gvutvik from the nerves did not even know what to do and how to get out of this issue. Suddenly Kanun rose and said that it was some kind of laza, and probably they would not work out for them. So the Gvutvankik did not start himself, and they were not in the courses at all. Nipping the guys, Hanwin said they better go until they got into trouble. The soldier and Donjin hurried to Hanun, and Gvankik stayed with his phone himself. Gvankik shouted to the boys that there may be a chance that the sergeants would not mind forgive and dispel, but no one listened to the Gvutvshik. Meanwhile, Minjin came to the gym where no one was and began to check his characteristics after the guerrilla training of hunters. In his thoughts, the Minjin thanked Chachve-son for provocation and gaining increased skills for their fight. Singing under the nose of the Minjun thought it was difficult to raise these skills since they reached 60, and then the Minjun began to add rings to a dumbbell. After lying on the simulator, he thought that the agility rose only 1 and the force of 5 ago. It was incredible. While Minjun was lying on the simulator, he heard the voice of Bong, who called him that Minjun had to rise. Getting up with the Minjun asked that Bong was in Bong because he suspected that he wanted to say something important. But Bong asked Minjun whether he could eat a little soup. He had groaned Minjun, and aggressively he asked why Bong asked about it, because he even gave him the money to find his own food. He thanked Minjun joyfully. Taking the head of the Minjun did not understand why Bong was so joyful and annoyed it. But after the moment, Bong remembered that he found mysterious energy. Swing Minjun asked whether Bong could start with this information and contact him on such issues, but asked what his mysterious energy. Bong said it was not a demonic energy, but it was sure that she was not from the world of Minjun, though he had not felt such aura before Ishad. When Bong did not treat Minjun, it surprised it, and he began to ask something. But Bong said that the soup was brought and decided to continue to tell after his dinner, which made Minjun as well as his phone reported a new message. Looking at the phone at the new message, Minjun realized that it was from the dream of Inso that surprised him. Annoyed, Minjun wondered that he had such a day that everyone wanted to talk to him and thought that Inso found his number at all. And when Minjun already wanted to block the Inso in the gym, ran the Gvankik that pleaded with him. In surprise, the Minjun wondered what was happening, and the Gvutvshik fell on his knees and asked if the Minjun was a message from the dream of the Inso. Begging, Gvutvshik began to say that he had a chance 1 in a million, and asked Minjun to think about his comrades. Gvutvankik began to praise Minjun because he is sure that he will get a high position, and then he would have to follow the mental health of his colleagues. Without understanding the Minjun in a straight, he asked Gvanka what he was talking about. And suddenly the Minjun got out of the place, realizing that this Gvankik gave him his phone number. Honestly, the Gvutvankik confessed that he was really he, but he had a reason. Shouting Gvutvshik said he would be very grateful to Minjun if he would be a deep understanding and emphasize that they all try very hard for the benefit of the army and that he could support them. Ready to listen to the Minjun directly asked Gvutvshika what he was talking about and what he conceived, but Gvutvivik asked for him not to write anything yet. In the wicked face and nerve issues of Minjun Gvankik, it became clear that Inso wrote nothing yet. Already maliciously reminded Gvanka that they are in the gym, but scaring the Gvankik with the past memories of the Minjun said that the bovine was better to tell him the truth. A week later, many people gathered in the entrance to the Thunderland Entertainment Park, and the Minjun platoon also arrived on the day off. Kanun thanked Minjun for this opportunity because he did not even think that he could get to the entertainment park. And Gvutvankik wisely said that the traitor has no right to speak the words of gratitude to Minjun, because it was the Gvutvankik who tried for everything. Then Minjun returned to the Gvutvshik and Hanyun asking, he thinks that they arrived here because of him, because only Kolho said that he wanted here. Therefore, the Minjun advised to thank Kolho that stood a little red near Dagjin. Invincible Hanyun said that in any case he did not expect that Sergeant Lee Saiko would give his permission. Thorough turning to Sinho with a smile, Hanyun said that he knew that Sinho was also an ordinary man. And Sinho answered Kanyun that would be better than fun with a platoon all day with the men that offended Hanyun and Gvanshik a little. Recording his hat, Hanyun began to look for their new girlfriends from the 4th Battalion. And happily, Hanyun was the first to notice the girls at the entrance and in the form, but there was a male figure unknown to the boys. All the soldiers in the Minjun were surprised to see an unknown male figure near the girls. At the dream, her father was a dream Teko, which also noticed the boys in shape and began to look at them. Hanyun thought whether it was a bandit, and Gvutvshik had already rolled his sleeves to teach the bandit. But Lee Saiko went forward to recognizing her husband and said that it was not a bandit and told everyone to attract attention. Sino got into a pose and officially greeted Teko, and her blushed because she was not comfortable. Looking at the man, Donjin said that he was the commander of the 107th Division Teko, and he saw his performances on TV. When Teko approached the boys, Tauza grabbed his hand and said that he promised to simply throw her to the park and asked him not to walk. With a joyful smile, Techo said to his daughter, who just wants to say hello to her companions, and he will soon go. Ins wanted to deny her father, but Teiko just removed her hand and attracted his attention by anyone. With a calm smile, Minjun looked at Teiho and wondered what he needed. When Tesho went to the emphasis to Minjun in an evil voice, he asked him whether he was exactly the famous sergeant whom Minjun. After a while, the platoon of Minjun and the women's platoon bought the tickets and entered the park. Marie turned to everyone with a proposal to go rather, because they did not have much time. Grabbing Minjun by the hand of Marie was ready to take it from all, but Minjun did not really like it, though other guys made it attention. Yoonhej came out because Marie said to behave more officially, and Kanyun and Gvutvshik envy Minjun because they wanted the same attention. Turning to the girls, Hanwin said that it was time to go, and Gvutvshik said that they planned the least costly route, so they should be reach them. By whom Nan and the Hajiro began to clap with joy and thanked Kanyun and Vanka for such work. While everyone went forward to the entertainment of Lee Saiko, and Setbel remained two behind everyone. There was an awkward silence between Sinho and Setbel, and they just looked at each other. Setbel said Sinho that she doesn't really like such places as entertainment parks because of what she drowned. But Sinho cheered her that he also did not like such places that caused a smile in Setbel. Starting his story, Sinho said that he liked to train on the weekend, and Setbel said that she thought he was the same as her, and asking how much he was. When they came to the park, the girls looked at different souvenirs, measuring different hollows on their heads with different variants of the ears until the boys kept sweet cotton wool. Further friends visited different attractions as American slides and different shuttles. After a while, Sinho and Setbel decided to compete in their hands, and others looked at them. And then the Gvutvev brought everyone to the dash to shoot in the target and win the prize. But unfortunately, the Gvutvshik lost and received only a comforting prize, and the Vankik looked at him. With a confident smile, Hanwin asked all that was capable of Gvutvshik and emphasized him to look at how a real professional shoots. Going, hey, I assumed that Hanun was a good shooter, and whom Nan was sweeping his good posture, and Hanjun had become even more confident. But unfortunately, Hanyun was also unable to win and received a comforting prize while the girls were laughing quietly at him. With an evil smile, Gvutvshik reminded Kanyun of their couple that the one who will take the last place would pay, and hinted that the most likely will be Hanjun. And Hanyun began to say that probably something is wrong with the gun. When Minjun looked at the prizes in Tira, somewhat attracted his attention, and he was surprised. The first prize was a mushroom, and the second prize was a Lumi Nunya Burlock from his favorite game. And Minjun's eyes glowed because it was a Lumi key from a limited series to the first anniversary, and for Minjun it was a legendary thing. Paying and taking the rifle, the joyous Minjun told himself that this keychain would belong to him. It surprised the person who served the shooting, and the man said Minjun that he had another pull. And Minjun put his gun saying that he did not need it, and he wanted a prize for second place. I could not believe her eyes and asked whether it seemed to her that Minjun got into all the purposes, and Non said that it was so interested in the fact that the Minorun did not shoot the last time. Near Marie, she just looked in love with Minjun. The man who served Tyre gave Minjun the keychain for second place and thanked him joyfully. The girls wondered that Minjun won and what it is unique. Turning at the Minjun with a blush and a cute smile told friends that it was a great idea to come here today. Gvutfshik and Hanyun were surprised by such a reaction of Minjun, but they tried to smile, and Marie really liked the smile of Minjun and his joy. While the majority of the company went on the route of Minjun, looked at his keychain behind him, came up with a dream of Snelling. Inso he wondered in Minjun what he spoke with her father Teko. Turning to the Inso with the smile of Minjun plunged into his thoughts, remembering what happened. The father and the division commander, the dream? Taho called Minjun at the parking to talk alone. Teko began with apology because he had to call Minjun on his weekend. Minjun said nothing was wrong and asked what Teko wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, Taho's dream grabbed Minjun by his shoulder that surprised by someone Minjun. And when Teko released Minjun, he said that he had a good trained. Because he had good muscles for that, Minjun thanked Teko. Launching his hand into the Taho car said that since his daughter Inso is guilty of Minjun, and he has something for Minjun. Minjun was surprised by his words. The Minjun's box and his own business card. Teko explained that this is a thing from the dungeon, and it seems to the generals. But he gave it to Minjun and said that the ability of their soldiers in the assessment is not perfect, but it is necessary to increase their own characteristics in random proportions. In his thoughts, Minjun thought that he broke the jackpot and thanked Teko for such a generous gift. Opening his car, Teko said that he gave him Minjun with the calculation that the Minorun would continue his workouts and would use the subject with reason and asked anyone to tell that he gave him it. Teko also said that if the Minjun is in Tejon, then let him call him, and they should have lunch together. This invitation was surprised by Minjun, and finally Teko went back to Minjun and said that if Minjun would look at his daughter, Inso Minjun would not be very lucky. Looking at Taiko went away, the Minjun hid his gifts and told himself that this would not happen. Returning now, the Minjun answered Ingso that they did not talk about something special. In surprise, Ino asked if Minjun said seriously and her father did not behave not politely or something else. Minjun interrupted her that nothing happened, and this is true. After getting a business card to Han, which Minjun received from him, he said that he was asked to call if the Minjun would be in Tejon and they will lunch together. Inso asked why Taeho and Minjun said that her father was worried about him. Remembering what happened between Inz and Minjun when she was injured in the Insia, blushed from embarrassment. In any case, Inz apologized to Minjun that he had to meet here with her father Teko, but again raising Taho Minjun's business card with a smile said that he would make him pay for the most expensive dish on the menu. When a maiden platoon and Minjun's comrades walked around the park, decided to approach Marie, drawing her attention. The embarrassed and slightly blushing Gvankik said that only wanted to ask Marie why they decided to spend time with them, and clarified whether it would not be a rude question. Marie gladly asked the Gvutfshik or remembers their platoon brutally won the hunter Chichwason in the trenches, and Marie reminded that the Minjun avenged them for them, so she decided that it was worth having to thank him. Setbel hugged Marie and joined the conversation with her agreement with her, and reminded that lunch at their expense so the guys can order everything they want. The disappointed Gvutfshik reminded that they did nothing in the battle, and Hanwin sadly asked whether the girls called them, only to see the sergeant of Kim Minjun. And with tears in his eyes, the Gvutfshik said that, in general, the final battle of Minjun was a revenge for his beloved heroine Luma Nun, and not for them. Meanwhile, the portal opened in Tedzone and the road was closed, and the soldiers defended the territory. Ravenbong came to them to be near and evaluate their situation near the portal. There was Colonel Lee Sanzin from the 107th Division, and the commander of the 3rd Battalion, and Sanjin asked in the portal 100 kilograms of mana, and his colleague confirmed this information. Looking at the Sanjin portal, the evil smile showed his desire to get this special stone in such a large number. When it was time for the girls to say goodbye to the boys, Marie said that this day was very fun, and Setbel wished the boys a good road. Red Up Gvankik said that he was also very fun and wanted to say the next time, but he interrupted Hanyun by saying that next time the lunch would be at their expense. While Gvutfshik and Kanyun quarreled with each other, who would pay for lunch next time, the Dream of Insign joyfully waved for goodbye to Minjun. Lifting his head of the Minjun with a smile, looked at his Inso for goodbye. When the boys left the park with Minjun, a Bong, having reported that a problem had arisen, and Minjun's angry said that if it was better not to talk about food. Bong made a dungeon behind which he looked very suspicious. Minjun asked if Bong had not said before the dungeons were still studying, and the Minjun had already taken the day off tomorrow to go to Tejon to relax. Many soldiers guarded the entrance to the dungeons and passed only the military cars that came to them. Looking at Bong's soldiers, he continued to say that recently there were only forbidden passing signs here, but suddenly it became very lively here. Politically, Minjun said that Bong would supervise and look at the situation until he arrives. The next day, at noon in Taejeon, Minjun arrived on his weekend with annoyance and words what happened. Soldiers near the portal exported a large number of large crystals with the help of wheelbarrows. Having pulled the business card from the pocket of the Minjun, thought whether he would show him a business card and ask for a tour of the dungeon, but he doubted that it would turn out, and near Minjun approached the pigeon. Returning to Golub, Minjun asked if Bong and the pigeon of Bong spoke with him, and confirmed his guess and said that it was probably difficult to come here. Reflecting, the Minjun wanted to ask why Bong looks like a dove, but Bong, having interrupted him by saying that he was carefully carrying the guard until Minjun appeared. Relating, Minjun asked about a 100-kilogram stone, and Bong said that he heard it, but he did not know how much it thinks that it was enough. Minjun happily said that 100 kilograms of mana crystals, this is about 100 times more than they could find in the Asharda dungeons, even under the most happy conditions. The Bong pigeon seemed to fall on the paws from this figure and said that it was truly amazing. Remembering the various artifacts of the Minjun, said that this is a very large amount of energy, and his world also works to turn the crystals of mana into weapons. Suddenly, Bon Golub felt amazing energy from the other world that he said earlier, and being stressed that he could not touch this aura, and although Bong did not feel monsters in the middle, but this energy seems evil to him. Also, having felt this energy of Minjun, said that he was not surprised, because Bong did not realize that it was energy, because Minjun himself met this aura only once in his life. Bong Pigeon asked if Minjun knew what energy was this, and Minjun began to run to the dungeon and confirmed that he knew this phenomenon and what aura was. When the soldiers saw that something came out of the dungeon, they began to shout that they needed to throw the stones of mana and immediately run away from the portal. One of the soldiers mentioned that in the middle of the portal, their comrades remained, and Colonel Lee Sanjin ordered to depart and not to rotate and obey his orders. Having jumped through the fence of the Minjun Big to a strange portal, realizing that this aura indicates a false dungeon. One of the soldiers saw Minjun asking who he was and stressed that the cases were not the best option, so he needed to depart immediately. Running past the soldier, he introduced himself and said that he was from the 100th of the 4th Division of the 2nd Battalion and the 2nd Company, and he planned to open this dungeon from the middle again and asked the soldier to attach it to all of his division. The soldier was surprised and did not understand how Minjun was going to open the dungeon from the middle and what he implies, but at the request of the Minjun did not listen. Running through all the Minjun headed to the portal, Sanjin did not understand where the Minjun came from and what he was going to do. At all speed, the Minjun flew into the portal without paying attention to the surprised Sangin. And when the Minjun disappeared into the portal, he closed the Sanjina very much, and he did not know what to do next, and they were not very lucky. When the Minjun went into the dungeon, he saw other soldiers who remained in the middle of the dungeon surprised. The soldiers looked at Minjun. Looking at 5 Minjun soldiers, asked them if someone else was present in this dungeon. The ordinary first rank of Lim Dason replied that he was not interested in who was the Minjun. Minjun greeted them and said that he accidentally passed. Minjun announced that the situation would not be the best of the best from explaining everything later, and asked if no one was injured. The soldiers looked at each other, and the Minjun asked them to check themselves and their equipment. Looking at their equipment, the Minjun was disappointedly asked all that the slaves had taken with them from the dungeon. The ordinary first rank of whom the Sonvan said that they are a platoon of transportation, so that is all that they have, and the reconnaissance platoon has already disappeared. Having thought of the Minjun, wondered how good sense could be sent to the platoon of transportation by the dungeons. Looking at the concerned soldiers of the Minjun, thought that there was something strange here. At that time, Minjun told the soldiers that they could take their equipment, and said whether or not one of them was aware, but he announced that they were in a false dungeon right now, and Private Chongchond asked what it means. Minjun explained that this happens often, but in simple words by the Minjun said that the soldiers should accept the fact that all the dungeons are one great monster. The soldiers were frightened by the words of Minjun and surrounded him, and the Minjun said that the dungeon lures people to absorb and destroy them, and this time a kilogram of mana stones was bait. Nervously, the soldiers turned on stones, but Minjun said with a smile that they should not worry. Minjun was happy to declare responsibility and remove soldiers from this dungeon. The soldiers were very pleased, but they clarified or knew Minjun how to get out of here. Raising his hand, the soldiers should listen to all his orders. With the smile of the Minjun said that now they would have to destroy the monsters, as well as to move to the center of the dungeon. The ordinary first rank of Lim Deason did not expect to fight with monsters and do not think that there would be several. Minjun calmly looked around and said that they had already started the sounds of monsters and soldiers in a panic. The soldiers in Minjun were moved as if they were made of dirt or clay. While the soldiers in a panic thought they did not waste time and began to strike the monsters with their fists. And when the Mindhun destroyed the monster, he asked his new comrades of soldiers, who looked at him in surprise. Ordinary Chong Chanda turned to Lim Dasan, comes out this truly famous by someone from 104th Division, and Deason agreed with him. Surprised as Deason said that he believes that this is really Mindhun, whose name can very often be heard with hunters in a circle of hunters. While the Minjun destroyed the monsters, Asen thought that Minjun was one who became a sergeant, rather than all in the history of the unsolved monster of the Hunter's Corps. When the portal closed behind the Sanjin, a cry that searched him, and Sanjin turned in a panic. It was Teko and Sanjin officially greeted him, and Taiko Wangerly answered him why these formalities. Grabbing Songun for the form of Teko, aggressively asked what he was creating, and Sanjin explained in a panic that he only collected the stones of mana that they found in the dungeon. Taiko Omanly asked who Sanjina asked for it, and he needed to do the research of which he was asked for, and read Sanjin for actions without an operational platoon in a false dungeon. With tears in the eyes of Sangun said that for 2 weeks no one was found in the dungeon, so he began to get stoned with mana in order to protect them. Holding his anger, Teko still held Sangun for the form, and said that after some 2 weeks of research, he dared to send soldiers without the permission of Teko. The cry of Teko asked how Braj Sanjin continued to tell him this nonsense. Or Sanjin thinks that Teko did not understand that Sanjin has suffered the danger of soldiers only because he wanted to get a mana stones to improve his track record. Sanjin wanted to deny, but Teko pushed him away and said angry that no matter how the whole situation, Sanjin is over, and saying goodbye to his military form. Trying to breathe the air of Sanjin came to him, and Tayo drew attention to the closed portal. Looking angrily, a angry Teko said that if someone is injured, then he would personally be responsible and put the Sanjin in prison. That Sanjin let him pray that everything is well with all. Meanwhile, soldiers and Minjun coped with the monsters that were made of dirt and gathered together. Nervously, Minjun asked the ordinary first rank of Chachohun why he went into battle if Minjun said that he would take the monsters on himself, and Tekken said they could help Minjun. Out of the Minjun, he said that he warned that they needed to go through the monsters and get to the center. The soldiers nodded, showing that they remember such words, and the Minjun said that these monsters were created through a false dungeon, so they can absorb a deer prey that will absorb. The Minjun continued and said that now it is most important as soon as they come to the heart of the dungeon, which just in the center of the monsters will be a bunch, and soldiers should not spend energy until that moment. Taking care of Minjun said that if one of the soldiers was injured, they will have big problems, and for such a speech with soldiers standing next to the stars in their eyes. The soldiers were inflamed with hope and were confident in their abilities, and grabbed their swords being ready for battle. And Minjun thought he sounded plausible, but in fact, he said all this not because he was worried about the soldiers. Minjun did not know how soldiers, but from the monsters give a lot of experience to skills, so he wants to pick up everything. In cheering by the soldiers of the Minjun, he raised his hand and pointed to them that time to move on. Raising their swords very loudly, the soldiers began to shout with joy until the Minjun walked in front of them and smiled. When the soldiers and Minjun went forward on them, more muds, and in the center of the dungeon stood a strange ball. Looking back on whom the Sanjan about himself understood that if they had low performance, they would even get tired even from being in the dungeon, and if Minjun allowed them to fight, some would not even reach the center. Minjun joyfully pointed to the ball and said that they arrived, and now it was necessary to just break a strange ball and go out. And when the Minjun said that it was time for the soldiers to be a little frightened by these news, the Minjun emphasized the soldiers to keep and not injure. Opening his hands, he said that for his merits, and then corrected saying that for the safety of soldiers they needed to be behind, and focus on the defense, and as long as the Minjun could quickly cope. Serious faces of the soldiers got into alert and agreed with Minjun's plan. Minjun quickly ran through the monsters and thought that he had witnesses he should refrain from using his abilities and skills with dark energy. While Minjun was heading to a strange ball in parallel, he managed to defeat some monsters on his way. The malicious smile of the Minjun shouted a monster to give him as much points as possible for his characteristics. But when the Minjun approached the strange bullet, he immediately felt the aura of poison that came from her. So Minjun looked at the soldiers and shouted that they would not fit. Suddenly behind Minjun, a strange ball began to produce a strange pair that showed an increase in poison in the room. In his thoughts, the Minjun realized that with his immunity to the poison, he would be in order. But he was not sure at the expense of soldiers. Collecting his own dark energy of the Minjun thought that depending on the type of poison, there was an opportunity that the soldiers would not be able to get out of the dungeon, and therefore he has no time for reflection. Suddenly, the rings that gave the Thoho shot down, and the system told Minjun that the ring responded to the dark energy, so the hidden forces of the subject were unlocked. Remembering the gift of Teiko and the thoughts of Minjun wanted to keep the ring until it reaches the state in which it would be difficult to release the indicators, but he heard the data on the hidden forces that interested him. After getting the Minjun ring, he saw a ring panel that said that Minjun would be able to use any skill that he did not know any of him, but also indicated that after use the ring would disappear. Minjun was very happy to have such a useful object in such a difficult situation that was a great attitude to him. Starting the use of the subject of the Minjun knew what skill was best used here, and the dark energy began to gather near Minjun. Suddenly, an incredibly large dark energy sword appeared in the hands of Minjun and was ready for use. All the soldiers who were behind were surprised at Minjun and his new weapons in his hands. The Minjun mentioned the unique skill of the Dark Knight that was a monster in Ishad, and he would never forget him, because it was incredibly difficult to catch him. At that time, the Manjun lifted the sword up to use the skill of expulsion that called the demonic sword, a breaking space, creating a fault and taking away nearby enemies. With the smile of the Manjun, let the monsters and poison try to cope with this skill. Using this skill appeared a break that took away all the poison and monsters that were created from the dirt by destroying them. At that time, Minjun lifted his head with a smile, but his reflection interrupted Bong, which caused Minjun. Bong, which was on the street of Minjun, which had a problem because the soldiers began to put some appliance in the middle of the portal, and it was a bomb. The soldiers had put on the bomb installation successfully, and only the necessary staff were asked to stay and others were asked to disperse. While Bong shouted at the Minjun that the soldiers installed a bomb from Mana Minjun, just moving to a strange sphere. Having destroyed the strange sphere, the Minjun's fist told Bong not to worry because they are already going to go out. On the surface, one of the soldiers brought the Taiko red button that turned the bomb from the mana, which they only put in the portal. Strictly looking at the Taiko button, he thought that it would be great as they would have made a bomb portal. But looking at the bomb, Taiko knew the chances that the bomb would provoke the unexpected reaction of the dungeon, and the only hope in Minjun. Before the bomb was installed, Taiko remembered how he was reported that Minjun had entered the last into a false dungeon. One of the soldiers said Taiko that Minjun was in the portal, and this was confirmed by their fighters. Taiko wisely asked that at all. Minjun had forgotten here, and even more so in a false dungeon, which is not a place of his service. The soldier continued the report by saying that looking at the other Manjun ran into the portal immediately after he introduced himself. Taho asked whether they contacted 104th Division, and the soldier said that the commander of the 2nd Battalion was serving someone on the road. Looking at the Teko portal, he thought about Minjun and his actions, and then decided to install a bomb. Returning now, Teko stared at the button and a soldier approached him. The soldier put Techo that all other soldiers went away for a safe distance, and Taho realized that it was time to start. Having thought of Teko, raised the launch button and thought that the soldiers and Minjun had spent 4 hours in the dungeon without any preparation and good equipment, and Teko wanted to hope for Minjun, but they can no longer postpone the explosion. Suddenly, with the portal that led something in the dungeon, something began to happen, and this was attracted by the attention of Teko and a soldier nearby. The soldier began shouting and herself ran to the portal and shouted to the next doctors so that they could more quickly prepare the releases for those who survived and let the officers also come to the portal with weapons. With his own hands, Teiko took the bomb from the portal and began to break it to open the passage until the fast and the military drove. The woman officially addressed Teiko, saying and adding that the medical corps arrived in place, and Thako ordered her to be ready. And then in the portal came the ordinary first rank of Lim Asan Private Lee Sukvan, and the ordinary first rank of someone Sonvon. With a joyful smile, Teko met them at the entrance and was very pleased to see them whole. Going to the Dasan, taking him by Taho's shoulders, asked them whether they were goals and whether no one was injured. With tears in the eyes of the Dasan, answered Teko that everything was well with them and cried near Sukvan. Further from the portal came the ordinary first rank of Chekve Techen, and behind was the Minjun who helped to get out of the ordinary Chan Chand, holding him under his shoulder. And Deesan said Techo that the raid on the dungeon was successful. The Minjun proudly came to the surface and Chan began to cry with happiness, holding on to Minjun. When the Mindhun handed over Chan to the doctors for caring and saw Teko what he looked at him, raising the hand of the Minjun gave a Tho officially honor and greetings and respect. And with a smile, Teko did the same for Minjun because he understood what heroic feat he did. In the evening of the same day, at the headquarters of the 107th Division, Teko invited Minjun to his personal office. Looking at his tablet, Teko looked at the report and drank his coffee, and the Minjun looked at him and waited for the following instruction. After checking all the data, Teko, he said about Minjun's response, and he confirmed that he had a day off today. And Teko asked why Minjun was in Tejon. With the smile of Minjun said that he came to Tejon to see Techo because he had previously suggested to lunch together. Having thought of Teko asked Minjun, he really spent his weekend on it. After leaning on his sofa, Teiko began to restore the events and said the Minjun, in fact, when he arrived in the city, passed the portal, and when the incident, he decided to jump. Minjun thought it sounds like an obvious lie. In his thoughts, the Minjun realized that he had no other choice. So Taho, with a joyful smile, said that exactly everything happened. And when the Mindhun found an anomaly in the portal, his body was moving on its own before the assumption at least thing. Suddenly, Teko laughed and said the more he looks at Minjun, the more eccentric he seems to him. And now he understands why Du Sokyeon is so valued by Minjun. Minjun also laughed, and in his thoughts, he wondered it. Taho's smile said that to clean the false dungeon without any loss is a great feat on the side of Minjun, and Taho values it. Minjun happily smiled and thanked Teko for his kindness listening to him. But suddenly Teko noted that Minjun stands out that Minjun was surprised and thought of what Teko leads. Tychos calmly said that Minjun was receiving the title very quickly, and today's incident therefore the headquarters of the Hunters Corps had to start looking carefully at Minjun. In his thoughts, the Minjun thought whether it was good for him, and Taho said that if there were any problems, the Minjun could turn to Teko without hesitation. Smiling, Teko said that no matter how he was and the commander of the 100th of the Sojeon Division would not stay away. With happiness, Minjun thanked and said that if something happened, he would definitely tell you Teko. Lying into his chair, Teko said that today he will not be able to dine with Minjun because he has many cases, but if there is some personal request, then Minjun can say about it now, and if it is in the power of Teko, he will help because Minjun saved his boys. Minjun joyfully wanted to ask for an increase, but not letting him agree with him immediately interrupted him with a refusal because it is not to him. Sad Minjun turned away and began to look at the room, sweeping an interesting stone on the Teko table. Seeing the stone in the field of Minjun thought that he had weak energy, but at the same time, the excellent quality of the demonic energy of Minjun even thought of how he did not notice it before. And Taho was interested in the attention of Minjun, realizing that Minjun stared at Taho's stone whether he wanted him and knew what it was at all. Minjun said that he sees such a stone in the first and he is not sure what it would have added it to his collection. The words about the collection to surprise Teko, and he said that Minjun has a very strange and not expected hobby. Teko said this product of the dungeon and cannot be obtained in their world, and remembered that recently his house was robbed by taking away the same, and this is the only one left instance. The Minjun pretended to be interesting, but he was one who took the previous instance. Taho showing the stone in Teko said that Minjun could pick him up saying that he is unknown, but does not show threats to people. Minjun joyfully thanked Teko. While Minjun was glad to think of Stone, Taiko thought that as his daughter, the dream, he continues to meet with Minjun and wondered why it did not cause him dislike. And here, by the way, a serious tone, Teko asked what relationships with his daughter's dream and Minjun. Minjun confidently told Teko that they were hunters and no more and no less. With a happy smile, Teko said that he had a weekend today and Tahan took his time from his Minjun free. When the Minjun entered, Taho asked to pass on the way back to pass it on the battalion commander, so that he would go to Teko. Minjun officially said goodbye to Teko. That night, Minjun was holding a stone in his hands, and Bonga near him chewed something delicious. Shouting from the joy of Bong, said that in Papana the incredible taste and mixed his cookies with real fish. Minjun wisely said that Bong should be eaten with his mouth closed, because he would wake his neighbors. It upset Bong, and Minjun broke his stone to release demonic energy from it. Sad, Minjun looked at the parameters and thought that it has become less effective because its demonic energy is increasing. But the system announced Minjun that he got a new skill that was called the Whip of Demonic Energy. And Minjun was very happy because it has changed a lot. And after a while, somewhere in the province of Kangaido, at the headquarters of the Hunters Corps, the General Lieutenant of the Hunters Corps, by whom Chamo asked how Teko did his work, that he had such a case. Teko calmly asked for an apology. Maliciously, he announced that soon in the 100th Division a check would come and he is better ready for her. Reading Teko voting, Chamo said that Teko should be considered good that everything ended in the same way without the wounded. Teko just looked at the side without saying anything. The meeting was also present at the meeting, and he listened to how Chanmo said Teko that he could and should take away the shoulder straps. Looking at Chanmo's report, Teko said Lee Songan tomorrow to the headquarters. Understanding Teko agreed with Chanmo, and then suddenly someone went to the room. Crushed by Chanmo suddenly rose from the place and officially greeted the one who had just gone. And the man said that Chanmo was not so harsh to Teko. The man complained that the screams can be heard from the outside and said that he would immediately correct it. After sitting in his chair, the man said that he got the report, and then the Sogyeon realized what the conversation would go. The man who joined the meeting was the commander of the Hunters Corps, General Guhus Kakshol, and this time he wanted to talk about the famous Minjun. Suddenly, Colonel Lee Chum came very nervously and quickly arrived at the Manjan camp. Going to the office of the commander Cholman, nervously asked where they rose from the place and greeted. Nervously, Cholman looked at Chaunbom and thought where to start his story. Chumb asked loudly that he realized that some were aiming at whom he thinks, and Cholman confirmed his assumption. Sadly sitting on a sofa, Chumb calmed down and showed his disappointment. Taking a Chumb's head, wondered if they were specifically chosen when the Chunboma was not around. Meanwhile, Cholman simply mentioned what happened an hour before Chunb arrived in the camp. Nerve Cholman received two strong men in his office who sat opposite him. The first man was a Special Purpose Platoon Hunter Senior Sergeant Yu Temvan. The second man was a Special Purpose Platoon Hunter Sergeant Chan Mines. After leading to them Cholman, he said that Tekvan and Minsa planned to say, but Cholman announced that Tekvan and Minsa came to him no dawn and asked for a meeting with their soldier who returned after yesterday's weekend. When Cholman wanted to deny and say that on their side, it did not properly raise his hand to beat him. When Tekvan raised his hand and got the opportunity to say, he asked Chaman whether he knew from whom they got an order to come and stressed that Cholman should be excluded for them. Cholman's maliciously said that the battalion commander Kumb is currently absent as the company commander, and this is not the rules that Tekvan and Mina are doing. Tekvan asked with a smile, a very necessary official request because they can arrange it right now. And then Minsa got his phone to start printing someone quickly. Cholman just sat and looked nervously at them, and Tekvan said that they would go after a short, quiet conversation. With a smile, but in a more serious tone, Temwon ordered Coleman to invite Minjun to them immediately. After a while, when Cholman summoned Minjun, he came to the office and officially greeted the audience. When Minjun came, all immediately turned his attention to him, and Minjun did not even have time to agree, because he noticed the chevrons of guests realizing that they were from a special-purpose hunting platoon. Chomin calmly invited Minjun to the office and wanted to introduce them, but Tekvan interrupted him because he was very pleased to finally see and get acquainted with Minjun. Minsa and Temwon climbed from their seats and shook Minjun, having introduced himself, and Minjun congratulated him. Tekvan asked Minjun with the truth that recently Minjun and Taejeon, he liberated many hunters, drove into a false dungeon because it was really incredibly for him, and suggested that Minjun sit to communicate. Sitting near the tense Coleman, Minjun joyfully thanked Tekvan for his warm words. Then Tekvan went to the case and said that the hunters of the special purpose platoon need such guys as Minjun. With a smile of the Minjun wondered it would not be a proposal to translate, but Chomen was upset. Tekvan said that from the mind from other hunters, their platoon is involved in various situations. For example, very risky raids in the dungeon may protect the personally important faces, foreign missions, and more. Listening to Tekvan's conversations and his thoughts, the Minjun realized that in any case it does not mean anything. But if Minjun is offered a significant increase, then he will accurately agree to their conditions. And through the joyful face of Minjun, Cholman nervous. Looking at Minjun, Tekvan said that they deal with the crimes of civilian hunters who are not related to military service. They are very important for good combat skills. Proud Tekvan said that the outstanding merit of Minjun throughout the time not to pass the attention of the internal headquarters, so Tekvan wants to offer Minju what he deserves with a special increase. When Tekvan said of the raising of the Minjun shown, and Chilin exhaled because he knew that the Minjun would agree to these conditions. The happily Tekvan said that so he emphasized that their platoon did not recruit everyone in a row. So if the minor run agrees to replenish the rows of special purpose hunters, then the staff will quickly bring Minjun to the headquarters of the sergeant. And in the conversation he joined Minsa that said that a cherry on a cake platoon's special purpose presents at times more opportunities to increase soldiers than other places of hunters because they have more dangerous tasks. Sweating, the Minjun in his thoughts decided that he had no reason to give up their offer. Suddenly, Temwan's phone called and he apologized for it, but Minjun had caught attention to Tekvan and Mind's old models of phones. At that time, Minjun decided to ask Tekvan and Minsk, asking them about the phones. Minsa explained that these are the devices that give a special purpose platoon, and it is not a smartphone but designed for safety, because many things they do should be confidential. Having thought of Minjun, asked if he would be able to use the internet and a computer when he desires. This question was surprised by Temwana and Minsa that they thought about the answer. Texvan then said that the safety of the main factor in the special purpose platoon, therefore the access to the internet and the use of personal electronics in barracks are strictly forbidden, and they are asked to refrain from their use on weekends. Minsa added that this is not a big discomfort given what they do, and this is the best opportunity to serve their country, and for this Minjun will have a special attitude, so you should not worry. But Minjun was upset and Cholman was satisfied. Having extended the Minju business, Tekvan said that he does not offer such a soldier, so Minjun should think about their proposal. But Minjun refused and said that he would remain in his platoon. It was very surprised by Temwana and Mina. Deciding to seriously ask, Tekvan said that the reason for the Minjun refuses their proposal. Minjun began to explain that it is bad for him if he entered a special purpose platoon. The cries of Minsa came from the office, asking that Minjun said, and how he could refuse the best suggestion only because of some game. And Minsas maliciously said that the generals had arranged a meeting through the Minzun, and he refused only through the game. The serious face of the Minjun said that he seriously, and for him, the game Dungeon Power Fighter is a vital energy source of energy and cannot be replaced. Then Temwan said that he understood what Minjun was saying, and holding the evil Mina for the shoulder, Tekvan said that the desire of Minjun plays an important role, so they were going to go away. The joyful Cholman jumped and opened Tekvan and Minsa the door, indicating that they would carry them before the exit. While Minsa was still evil and Temwan was a serious face behind him, Cholman was very glad that Minjun would not leave their platoon. But Mitchblee decided to turn around and shouted about his confidence that Minjun's merits were exaggerated compared to his skills. And Minsa said that Minjun invented justification just because he was afraid not to handle and not get into them in a platoon. Even more blushing from Minsa's anger, said that no matter how such opportunities, the boys would not even pass the introductory test. At that time, Minjun nervously asked why Minsa was so sure that all those present surprised. Cholman was frightened and wondered what Minjun says and what he was doing. The faces of Minsa and Timwana were visible that they were angry. Looking at them, Minjun said that he has no idea that they present an introductory test, but how Minsa can be sure that the Minjun will not pass him. Then Minsa returned from his exit to Minjun and stood viciously opposite him. He asked the evil voice of Minsis whether Minsis wanted to prove his words to Minsa. Then Cholman decided to intervene and told Minjun to stop and addressed Minsa that they were arranged here for the scenes. Suddenly, Cholman took Tekvan by showing that he should be silent. With a joyful smile, Tekvan asked Cholman whether they can take a short time. When everyone went to the Tekvan training hall, stood quietly aside, and Minsa took their special weapons and Cholman was nervous. Minsu announced that the introductory test is a free-style match against a senior member of a special purpose platoon, but if the Mindjun thinks that he would not handle it, let him say it now. The serious face of the Mindjun said that he would not join their special purpose platoon. Therefore, Mindjun confidently said that if he passed the Minsa test, will have to apologize for his words. Mindjun asked Minsa's maliciously dare to go out on the field with a whip and talk to him in such a tone of Minsa decided to give a lesson. Then Texvan announced that there would be 3 rounds for 3 minutes and announced to prepare. When Minsa's whistle rapidly ran to Minjun, preparing to give him a sword, and even a few strokes of the Mindjun missed and Minsa was able to strike him and rejected him far from himself. It scared Coleman nearby and he wanted to check whether in the order of Mindhun, and the Mindjun fell to the ground, just looked up the mountain and smiled at the blow. Recalling what happened before the battle, Cholman addressed Minjun and asked him what he was going to do. Then Minjun confidently told Cholman that he was going to win Minsa. In his thoughts, Cholman understood that Minjun would be able to win, but in fact he was more concerned about the fact that the Minjun would win. Turning to Coleman, Minjun asked that if he wins or not something wrong, and then Coleman turned and was a little nervous before answering his question, and said Minjun that the platoon of Mina and Temwana known to his great ego, so he was afraid that they can throw something away if their dignity is touched. Then Minjun said that he would allow Minsa once to get on it. Returning at the time of Minjun's impact next to him, Choman nervous and Tekvan announced the knockout, until Minsa needed his hands. When Tekvan came, he said that this was enough and asked Coleman to take Minjun to the honey of the office. Temwan said self, confident that Minjun should confess the fact that he was able to get married from the first strong attack of Minsa. But when Texfun wanted to humiliate Minjun because, in their opinion, he was not ready for a special purpose platoon for his surprise to be astonished, the confident Minjun said that this was not the end, and began to climb on his feet and could not believe that the Minarun was able to rise because his attack got where it had to. Minsa wondered how it turned out, and Tekvan asked Minjun because he realizes that it is only training, but if the Minjun would get injured due to overstrain, and they will not be sweet. With a smile of Minjun said that no problems and he was ready for the next battle. Fighting Minju, Minsu said that he shows his arrogance. But red with Minsk's malice, he approached and said Minjun that he did not demonstrate the determination at all, so he would make Minjun to regret that he rose. Self confidently asked that this was the case and began to secretly use the uniqueness of demonic energy to hide the use of the skill and a new skill in the beam of demonic energy. Minjun's confidence only angry Mina and he was ready for battle. Waiting for the moment of Minsa began an attack on Minjun, flying forward on him. But to the surprise of Minsa, with the ease of Minjun, he turned and reflected his every attack. And then Minjun, with the help of a whip, took the sword from the hands of Minsa and rejected him up. Minjun began to strike Minsa on both sides with a whip and his own skill. When Minjun stopped leaning his hands, Minsa said that the Minjun had a good whip, but such attacks did not even give him scratches. But suddenly moving a little with his hands, shouted at incredibly severe pain. Tekvan was surprised that the first-class sergeant fell on his knees after a similar attack. And then Minjun, with a smile, swung to put another beat with a whip. When the Minjun voiced Minsa's chest on the chest part of the body, he asked him to stop. In his thoughts, the Minjun knew that he had a highly level attack, and he understands how well the Minsa hunter is trained. But for the first time, when he is beaten by a whip that was made of demonic energy. Recalling the life in Ishad, Minjun mentioned that even those thick leather fighters of the orc would fall to the ground from only one attack with a kind of whip. Looking at Minjun on the face of Minsa, the horror and fear and Minsa shaking with fear were visible. With the malicious smile of the Minjun thought that Minsa should stop walking here as a self-righteous Narcissus, only because he was a relatively good warrior in battle. Then Tekvan wanted to intervene and told Minjun to stop. But Minjun had already started his attack. But at the last moment, the Minjun abolished his attack and was in a hurry to help Minsa. Tekvan took Minsa under his shoulder and began to lift him carefully, and in his thoughts, Tekvan realized that Mina did not even have time to blink when he received from the group of orcs, and now he lost consciousness from pain. Looking at Minjun, thinking Tekvan thought whether the usual training whip could have such a force. Then Tekvan decided to lose such a fighter as the Minjun could not and need to do something. Going to Minjun, Tekvan said that the offense of the subordinate was the guilt of the highest and asked if Tekvan could apologize instead of Minsa. Thinking Minjun thought he used too much demonic energy and everything turned out somehow not very well. Minjun said decisively and he apologized because he was also unacceptable for his title. Tekvan looked at Minjun and again stretched his business card by saying that let him contact him if he had ever changed his mind. Having taken the unconscious Mina under the shoulder of Tekvan, went to the exit, and Choman asked they were going to go and whether they want to go to their doctors. Determined, Tekvan answered Chonmen with a refusal and announced that it was time for them to go. With a smile, Cholman decided to hold a Tekvan and not a conscious Chongin. Raising a business card to Mount Minujin, asked himself whether it was a good solution to the problem. And now returning to the office of the commander of the company, Ware was sitting and laughing at Choman's story and said that he was pleased to hear it. With joy on the face of Chum, he asked where the sergeant is now a sergeant. Cholman said calmly that the Minjun returned and is training right now. Happily, Chunbom said that he would make a division commander that by whom Minjun refused to offer a special purpose platoon hunters, and was sure that the division commander would be happy. But after thinking in any case, Minjun refused to offer a special purpose platoon today, but he is sure that they want to see Minjun in their ranks even more, and will not leave him alone. Then Cholman asked if they should do something that may make Minjun stay with them. Having thought of, Chunbum replied that the division commander already thought about this option, so they should not worry. Happy Chunb thought and said that they only had to wait and find out what the proposal would be in Minjun. And it was at this time that Minjun trained in the training hall with his whip. The next day in the office of Sogon, he laughed at the news he heard. Saying with Chumbom, Sogyeon said that it was expected from someone Minjun. With evil laughter, Sogyeon said that he puts the self-righteous soldiers of a special purpose platoon, now really upset, and laughed with him. Sogyeon said that no matter what privileges he is promised, if the Minjun thinks of joining him, no one stopped him, so he was very disturbed. But this situation decided everything. With a smile, Chump said that everything is true and he thinks that they are time to speak. Rising from his place, Sogyeon agreed with Chunbom and said that he had to express his gratitude. Calling the Sogyeon asked the interlocutor whether they said everything they were talking about and did not know what they were talking about. With a smile, Sogyeon ordered the interlocutor to bring all the necessary documents right now. Meanwhile, in the camp, the boys gathered in a circle in the dormitory room discussing something. Then everyone noticed new details on the form of Minjun and Gvankik asked what it was. Lee Saiko announced that from that moment, the commander of the 2nd Detachment of the 2nd Platoon would be the Sergeant of Kimjun and ordered the soldiers to behave well. Hanun asked caringly whether or not Sergeant Sinho was raising, but he replied that no. But Sinho said that in truth he was going to apply for the title of Sergeant's Headquarters because he has enough points to increase, so he gives his position to Minjun and asked if there was no complaint. Kanan said that of course not, and Gvutvankik replied that who, in addition to Minjun, could replace Saiko. Suddenly, Danzin decided to ask Minjun and asked for permission. Minjun asked that Dongzin was interested. Danzin said that he had heard about one of the soldiers of the 104th Division, which cleaned the false dungeon on his own recently, and wondered whether it was Minjun because when he was on the weekend. The Gvutavshik also mentioned this information because all of the hunters' community turned up the bottom through this news. And annoyed, the waving, he announced that it was he who cleaned the false dungeon because he was in Tedjoan by accident and fell into this situation. All the soldiers were surprised and asked the question of this truth and said that it was inevitable. Danjin said carbonfully that the Minjun was incredible and asked if he had wounded, and Minjun was spreading his hands and said that everything was well with him. When he approached Gvutavshik, he asked Minjun whether it was associated with the fact that he was named a detachment commander, or there was a reward. Minjun said there were awards and the soldiers began to press on the Induzna, asking what else he gave him. A few days later, in the dungeon of the Goblin Colony, the Minjun detachment fought with the monsters. The Gvutavshik asked for the Minjun received a proposal from a special purpose platoon so quickly. Hanyun replied that so, but Minjun refused him and even fought with the sergeant of Minsa's first rank in a training combat. In the battle, Gvutavshik said that the stories that Kanun tells not very plausible and no one except the military himself will believe them. While goblins, the Gvutavshik said that there would be no Cholmina, the platoon commander, and also promised to take him to the sergeant's headquarters during the year if he scored the required number of points. Hanun confirmed his words. Kanun said that Sergeant Saiko himself agreed when he learned about it, and Gvutavshik probably knows that Sinho thinks of special purpose platoon hunters. Suddenly, Hanyun and Gvanka surprised somewhat. It was a huge goblin that came out of the forest to Kanun and Gvutavshik. When Goblin lifted his stick, Gvutavshik and Hanun did not even scare themselves and did nothing. Suddenly behind the Gvutvavik appeared a whip that flew straight to Goblin to strike. The beat of the whip fell directly in the eyes of Goblin, which did not surprise the Gvanka and Hanun. The one who struck Goblin by the whip was the Minjun, who practiced his skills. Looking at Minjun, Gvanshik said the whip that he had issued Minjun was a personal equipment that he was given to him, and Kanan said that even the commander of the platoon was not there, and it was a great privilege. But Gvutvankik wondered why this was Batig, and Hanyun answered that, judging by the division commander, suggested any weapons, but he chose a whip. Reflecting, Gvutavshik said that Minjun suggested such awards why he gave up a special purpose platoon, and that the sergeant was given a personal equipment that a rarity, and probably the commander, had to do a lot of work. In his thoughts, Minjun decided that it was much better than he could imagine, and the balance of weight and grip is just incredible. But for Minjun, this is at the second level when compared to the usual equipment. And with the help of Mana's stones, you do not need to use the demonic energy whip to give it unrealistic power. Reflecting, the Minjun knew that he would get up for a year with his new weapons. On Saturday, he was dissatisfied with Minjun at a table in a cafe and looked at the person opposite. The person opposite asked if they could start eating, and the Minjun asked why ask him. In front of Minjun sat Dreams, and he was worried about why she had dinner with him at all. But Inso was occupied by dinner. The waitress nearby prepared food for them, and there was silence between the Inso and the Manjun. After completing the waitress, she said that they could eat and thanked her joyfully. The happy Ensign began to taste the dishes on their table, and the Minjun just looked at her. In surprise, he looked at Minjun and asked whether he was not going to eat and assured that she would pay and can eat as much as he wanted, but Minjun assured that the problem is not about it. Madzun asked Ingso where she learned that he was free today and that he was going to Chonghon, and even that he would come to this restaurant. But suddenly the Minjun realized that all this time he told about all the hunting on the correspondence, and he visible it. Nervously, Inso looked away and said that it was not a guy but simply ordinary accident. But Minjun understood everything and was in the spring to think what to do. Relying, she confessed to what she asked for help and asked Minjun not to merge very much. The evil Minjun replied that he would already decide it, and in any case it is strange, and decided to ask her straight or like it. Ins turned red and said that it was nonsense and asked why he suddenly talks to her in such a manner. Annoy said irritatedly that the Ins can say that because they suspect that they are with her of the same age. Inso agreed but annoyed her something. Inso screamed that there was no difference and stated that she did not like Minjun and let her invent anything, and it caused laughter with workers. Minjun asked Iens why she was here with him, and he puts that Inso took the day off just because Gvankik told her that Minjun was free. Intu said that so, but there is another reason that was interested in Minjun. Ins wanted to talk about the case with the dungeons. It surprised Minjun, and Inso remembered the case with the red portal and a false dungeon, and asked her what she closed. Having thought of Inso, she said that where Minjun did not go everywhere, and this is the usual interest, and whether something would happen this time. But in the thoughts, I thought that no matter how she thought it sounds pointless, but she was so awkward that she still said it in a voice. An inconvenient pause hung between Minjun and Ins while other customers eaten quietly. Ino and slightly blushed, she looked at Minjun and expected his answer. Nervously, Minjun said that he did not go naturally, but he began to shake all the spontaneous disasters in his hands. Inso looked at Minjun in surprise and did not understand why Minjun had such a reaction. Nervously, Minjun began to think about him, and the logic of him understood his actions. Suddenly, the Minjun paid attention to its mark and realized that Inso became a corporal. In said that she passed the exam for the raising for a week, and Janjun even praised that she quickly reached it, and he did not expect it to be. Nervously, Inso asked the Minjun, laughing at her because he is already a sergeant. Stopping Minjun, Inso asked why he continues to talk to her further. Calmly eating the food, he repeated that she could also calmly communicate with him. But In said that then it would be. While Inso frowned to Minjun, the dark energy flowed, and he saw the situation on the street. Nervously, Minjun wondered why it was not in time. Enter eating her eating calmly and looked at Minjun myself again without understanding his emotions. And Minjun thought that she was very smart. The Minjun really took the response because new gates had to appear. Then Minjun realized that he had no other case but lying. And then Minjun told a serious face that he needed to the toilet. When Minjun was successfully leaving the Inso at the restaurant, he went to the park where the portal had to appear. A night traveler looked near one of the benches at the Minesian near the meeting place. Showing the traveler, the Minjun finger declared him the best worker, and everything began to come out when he ordered a night traveler from Bong to work together. But Minjun felt perfectly demonic energy. Throwing a ball of dark energy by the night traveler, Minjun wondered where Bong disappeared. And then a new portal began to appear next to the Manjun and the Night Traveler, and said that because of the frosty weather, there is no civilian nearby. Looking at the Minjun portal, he wondered why this happens in the area of civilians. Knowing that many people live here were the question of the question that they had no norm of morality in them, to create a portal here. Having mastered the hands of the Minjun said that the Minjun has no choice but to deal with everything quickly for the safety of civilians and his promotion. But the Minjun did not expect that the monster would start to leave the portal that showed that it would have to be from the outside. Minjun did not know what could get out of there, but if he could not handle this level, he may just have to keep the monsters on himself. Collecting the dark energy of the Minjun thought that the military is already aware of what was happening, so he just had to come up with a plan on how to take time. And then from the portal appeared a huge ghoul without eyes, but in its appearance it was clear that he was pure. The Minjun knew that in Isha they were called Hankers and heard of their great power. Then Hanker attempted Minjun, and instead of his hand he had something like a sword. But Minjun easily got from the attack of Hanker and realized that he could only seeing one. Minjun wondered how much he had demonic energy, but Hanker's hands looked really dangerous. Therefore Minjun decided to jump off Hanker to increase the distance between them. When Minjun decided to use dark arrows, he said a monster that he seems to him that Hanker's blade looks really sharp, but they are selfless if they cannot touch the enemy. But not expected from Minjun, Hanker released his blade on Sipa to Minjun. But with a bunch of smoke of Minjun had time to get from his attack, but it was close enough. Minjun was dissatisfied with the question of what it was a Hanker. And when Hanker wanted to pick up his blade, Minjun clung to the barrel and flew with him. Twisting Hanker, Minjun landed on the ground, realized that these techniques would not be enough because Hanker easily got up. And when the Minjun wanted to use dark arrows again, he heard behind the cry of Inso sounded him. Turning to the Minjun saw Inso running with a road sign to them with a Hanker. The Minjun noticed that Hanker wanted to attack his Inso, but he did not let it happen. But seriously, Minjun asked what she was doing here. Maljun herself asked the Minjun what he did here in addition even without weapons, and accused Minjun of throwing her for dinner. Minjun asked aggressively how And so he found out that he was holding the monster's chain here. Inso threw a road sign and said that she saw an emergency message in her smartphone. And then at the velocity of the Minjun grabbed a road sign that threw in the air into the air and was ready to strike. Minjun used a demonic whip skill on a road sign, and Minjun asked Inso were paid for dinner. After the impact of Minjun on the monster in the air, dust risen that Inso saw nothing for a while. And then Minjun began to collect all the demonic energy from Hanker that was destroyed. In surprise, I was approached and said that it was not sure to the end, but the monster really turned out to be a Hanker. Turning to Minjun, surprised he asked, he had just destroyed the extremely dangerous monster on his own. But when he asked the sign of Minjun whether some people did not help him, but in the thoughts of Minjun thought that, as if Inso did not come to him, it would be very easier. Going to the monster Inso, she said that he was not ordinary because she had never seen Hanker with blades and chains instead of his hands. And it is strange that he came out of the gate himself. Turning again to Minjun, Inso seriously said that they will have a serious conversation, but suddenly their attention was drawn from the portal and Inso turned, and they saw that the monsters would emerge from the portal. Even then, 5 of the same Hankers from the portal and ready for battle came to them. Surprised and frightened, said that they need to run away from the portal and join to reinforce it when it would arrive. Turning to Inso, Minjun said that it was a good idea, and it should be included as soon as possible and return when others arrive. Threatedly asked that the Minjun said and what he would do, and wondered he went crazy because he was going to fight on his own. When the monsters shouted at the Minjun, decided that it was time to start the Battle of Aso, did not know what to do. The Minjun filled the road sign with dark energy that he decided to use instead of weapons. But running on the monsters of the Minjun shouted that it was time to get a rise to the headquarters of the sergeant. Meanwhile, an unknown person in a shod in the middle of the night arrived in big stones. With easily destroying stones, an unknown person opened the stairs that led underground. Under the ground was a platform that looked like a holy girl in the temple, and an unknown person went to the platform. Removing the hood in the center of the platform was a high red hair girl. After examining the Hall of the Red Hair, the girl asked to wait for her and addressed the Master Minlin.